Let's go, boys. Let's go. There we go. What's up, ladies and gentlemen? Acklon here. Welcome back to each one of you. And of course, if you're watching this over on YouTube, please remember to hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, but click the link in the description down below because, well, it's always better when it's live. I think we're 99 subscribers away from 1,000. The big 1,000. Not that it matters. This is a VOD channel, so you should technically be watching it live. What are you doing? If you're watching this over on Twitch, of course, thank you. I would say follow, but you're already following. That's why you're getting the VODs. P. Diddy, how you doing, brother? How's it going? It's cold. It's rainy. It's chill. Like, best way to put it. Although I've not had a chill day. I've been busy as fuck. I just finished the 3-hour podcast recording. So I'm pretty spent. Usually I do the podcast on Monday, but yesterday my internet wasn't fucking great. Not that the internet is better. It's working at least, but it's not better. The podcast is 3 hours, so looking forward to that one releasing. Yeah, it is a long one, Peter Lee. It's a very long one. My voice is already shot, and we only just started the fucking stream, so this is going to be fun. This is going to be real fun. Oh my god. We'll see how it plays out, right? Yeah, I'm excited. We've got a lot of things to react to. This is probably going to be a massive reaction stream, just so I can give my voice a bit of a rest, you know. We'll do a cheat stream today. Just cheat and let other people make the content. We just react to it. Easy life. No, there is actually a bunch of things that I want to react to. Pikariku, how you doing? Holy shit, I haven't seen you in a while. How you been? How you been? Oh yeah, Piddly. We'll do. I don't know yet if there's going to be any gameplay, because I might have something going on tonight, a bit later, so it might not be as late of a stream. It's going to be at least 3-4 hours, though, so we'll get a good amount of streaming going, at least. But I've recommitted to making like lots of YouTube content, so that's been a struggle. That's kept me busy, and it's only gonna get worse because I'm writing the sort of planning the script, and then I have to record the video, and it usually takes me fucking hours to record a video because I'm never happy with how the video is recorded, so I have to keep recording it. So yeah, there's a lot of work now, but I have to recommit to making some YouTube content. Lunari, how you doing? I've been neglecting YouTube. Let's put it that way. I've been very sort of nonchalant with my YouTube content. Patalin, good morning. How are you? You guys are fucking early today. What's going on? Is there literally no one else online that you can watch? Like, were all of you just sitting there bored out of your skulls waiting for me to go live? Because at least that gives you something to do. I'm never talking to this many people right at the start of a stream. What's down? Dragon Slayer, how you doing, brother? Beginning of the stream is supposed to just be me, you know, talking to myself. You guys are putting too much pressure on me. I don't like it. Like, if you're this early, it means that you're expecting a good show. Like, now I have to really perform. Because if I'm not performing, then I'm wasting your fucking time, right? So if you guys come later, it means that you were like, nothing else to do. I'll just go fucking watch Acklon for a bit, you know? So it's like easy life. I can just coax, basically. But if you're here right at the start, it puts pressure on me. Dandy, how you doing? Lol, I was doing BGs and remembered you would be streaming, so here I am. Hey! My favorite Chatterbait stream is off. I'm sorry, Akko. Lunari, you're forgiven. Who is your favorite Chatterbait stream? Just FYI. I have, and this is legit, I have never been to Chatterbait. I know what it is, and obviously I have seen content from it, sort of like on the YouTube version of that side of the internet, but I have physically never been on Chatterbait. Never. I love watching you. Hey, CDJ, how you doing, brother? Patlin, I'm happy. As long as you guys enjoy the content that I put out, I'm very happy to keep making it. I have not been to Chatterbait. What is it? Patlin, it's to porn what Twitch is to gaming. Yeah, that's the best way to describe. So Chatterbait is the Twitch version of the porn world. Heard of it, never understood what it actually is. The name comes really close to masturbate, so I was not really interested in more. So it literally is, it is the Twitch version of porn, where streamers are streaming themselves getting fucked or fucking other people, and it is live streamed. So the difference between those shows, I suppose, and what you would get from like a Twitch stream is it's even more geared towards people paying money. So I think they have paywalls and shit like that. I'm pretty sure they have paywalls. So yeah. Sabako heard Amber Turd is going to appeal and take Johnny back to court again. So we are going to have Johnny versus Amber Turd round 2. King Julian, if it is a normal appeal, no. What the fuck did I just walk into? Into an Akalon stream. Ruri, if we're not discussing porn on this stream, what's the fucking point of streaming? Like, if we're not getting into the most degenerate topics on the internet, I don't think I should be here. Like, if anyone's coming here for, like, actual value content, wrong place, bro. Right house, wrong street, effectively. Like, I'm sure there are people on Twitch that do insightful things, but that's not this. Swanky Tiger, how you doing, bro? Life goals. Waking up tomorrow? That's a goal, right? How's the house search going? Patlin? Not great. Not great. It turns out it's fucking hard to find a house to buy. Like, finding the right house to buy seems very difficult. No, I mean, just talking about porn? Oh, right. Yeah, I can agree with that. Nanny Dandy, you fucking bastard. Thanks for the Prime sub. Really appreciate that. Officially joining the most degenerate chat on Twitch. Thank you. Really appreciate that, bro. I'm gonna use that money wisely. Oh my god, I'm gonna use some. I'm gonna get some Chatterbait streams going. Who the fuck is calling me? Give me a moment, guys. Hello? Sorry. I do apologize, but that was literally an estate agent that just phoned me. So, Patlian, to give you an update on the property hunt, I have a phone call tomorrow with some of the estate agents for property. So, I'll let you know tomorrow, I guess. The real Mr. Ed, how you doing, brother? Blizzard on the phone, begging for a good review. They're going to have to pay me a lot of money in order to give them a good fucking review. Like, a stupid amount of money. Confirmed it. Okay, so King Julian, just back to your point there. So if it's a normal appeal, as in most appeals work, people have like the complete wrong sense of what an appeal is. Most of the time in an appeal case, the two people don't even show up for the appeal because there's literally nothing in it. For when you appeal something, it means that the case is sent to the appeal court, right, or whatever court deals with appeals in whichever country. In South Africa, it's the Court of Appeals that deals with that, and they literally just go over the law side of things because you can't actually appeal a judgment. What you appeal is the methods by which the judgment was reached. So you would appeal that certain bits of information was left out unfairly, right? So, for example, the judge didn't allow for certain types of evidence to be showed, and you appeal saying the judge should have allowed the evidence because, well, X, Y, Z, right? So there would be a justice that simply looks over the case, looks at how everything was handled, and if they find fault, they will say, right, it goes to, I think, like they can sort of change the amounts that you owe. I'm not sure if they can overturn the verdict. I think in appeals court, you could go back to trial, but again, I'm not entirely sure about that. Sophia, how you doing? To God, you don't use it for reasonable things? Man, Danny, why would I use it for reasonable things? But no, the estate agent that just called me, here's the funny thing. I don't know from which town they're phoning me from. She just said, the property that you inquired about is no longer available, but I have other properties for you. And I was like, can you phone me back tomorrow? Because I'm literally streaming right now. And she was like, okay, no problem. I'll phone you tomorrow. And I never actually asked, which town are you from? Because I'm not buying property in the town that I live in right now. Imagine acting reasonably during the apocalypse. Talk Bugfed, how you doing, brother? Why would you act reasonably even if it isn't the apocalypse is the question. No one else is acting reasonably. In fact, I'm actively looking for property that isn't in this town that I'm living in right now. I don't want to live in this town. I think this town is getting fucked soon. So I want to move to a small town. Like, I want to go to, like, a proper small town vibe, you know, where, because I think the cities are just, it's a trap. That's what the cities are. I'm not sure what this town looks like even. Dude, holy fuck. Look at this town, bro. This is one of the towns that I'm looking at currently for, like, property. Look at how this town is built. Like, that's the whole town. The rest is just farms. Battling, so internet and electricity is shit no matter where you go in South Africa. So, like, that doesn't really matter all that much. Like, this place seems stupidly fucking old. Like, so much old shit going on here. Yeah, like, this is the town that we're looking at. Malmesbury is it's called. It's like proper small town vibes. Yeah, we'll see. I don't know yet. Apparently, property prices here is really good. Like, you can get a 3-bedroom house for, is it, I think... Let me just make sure how much right now. So it's 1.8 million, if I'm not mistaken, that you can get. So 112,000 US dollars. So you can get a 3-bedroom house, about 700, 800 square meters for roughly 112,000 US dollars. Jamile, how you doing? Love the streams, giving me something to watch while I'm at work. That's all I aim for. I just want to entertain you guys while you're doing other more important things. Like, I don't think these streams should ever be viewed as sort of like first monitor content. if you're watching these streams as first monitor content, maybe you're doing it wrong. Like, it's probably best to not do that. Okay, Patlin, you might be psychic. Look at that. While we were talking, I got this warning. Whenever they send out this warning, it means that load shedding is coming within the next hour or two. Like, literally within the next hour, they will announce that, oh, by the way, we're switching off your electricity. Go fuck yourself. It's such a bad time as well. I'm off today at like 6. God damn it. Please don't announce it. I don't want you to announce this. Will you be following Sophia's journey through WoW? Whose journey through WoW, Jumbo? Who the hell is Sophia's? Pretty big, 780 meters in feet, like we use. That would be 8,350 square feet. And my bedroom is 1,650 square feet. Dude, I don't know what feet is. Sophia's is the world first raider in FF14. Oh, no. No, I probably wouldn't. What's the bet? And has to beat Jailer Heroic. I mean, beating the Jailer Heroic, if he's really going to go on the journey of beating shit, then he has to go for Mythic, right? Final Fantasy Hardcore Raider. Okay, guys, I don't know much about the hardcore raiding scene in any game. Like, I don't know much about the hardcore scene in any game. I tend to not watch hardcore players stream. So, for example, Mythic Plus players, people who do a lot of World of Warcraft Mythic Plus, couldn't care less about watching them. I find the streams incredibly boring. Hardcore raiding streams, find the streams incredibly boring. When I watch streams, I want to have conversations. I want to watch while people are conversing, or I want to watch massive reactions. So if I'm watching, like, I love watching Elden Ring streams. I love watching sort of, Dark Souls streams because the reactions are fucking fantastic. But in terms of, like, hardcore streams, I find those incredibly boring. Because I'm watching someone raid. I'd rather raid my fucking self. You know, if I'm going to do something like that, I would do it myself. The deal, though, losing the world first race, he had to do Jailer Heroic. He's not going to... Like, do you guys think he's going to like WoW? Has he ever played WoW? Let me ask you that. Like, let's start with that. Has he ever played World of Warcraft? Or is this legit his first time playing WoW as well? It's his first time, I think. He started as a level 1 female orc warlock. But kudos for having a class when it comes to picking the right class. Everyone knows that warlock is the only class that matters in World of Warcraft. If you're not playing a warlock, you're effectively a bitch boy. It doesn't even matter. Warlock is the alpha class of World of Warcraft. Everyone else is sort of beta. Paladins would be like omegas, really. Warlock is really where it's at. So kudos for that. I would say the female orc. Male orcs are so much cooler. Like, the shoulders on a male orc is like fucking huge. I love the male orc shoulders. I don't play Locke's main, so what are you saying? That I'm a bitch boy? Yeah, but you are a bitch boy even if you played Warlock main, King Julian. Like, you are a little beta bitch, King Julian. Don't even try to fucking deny it, bro. And I think he is not into doing Mythic because WoW prep time is so much more insane compared to FF14. You can easily jump in FF14 Ultimates with not much pre-work, like farming Legos, other gear for splits, consumables, etc. Truth. I mean, it's actually one of the things that I wish World of Warcraft would really fucking calm down on, is just the insane amount of prep work. You can get THD to carry him. But now, do we have any raiders? Any World of Warcraft raiders in chat? Obviously, I don't really raid anymore. Last time I raided was Legion. So do we have any raiders in chat? Sybil's Dreamland, thank you for the follow. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I used to. Do you guys think World of Warcraft's raiding scene would be helped or hindered by the removal of sort of the ramp up time or the prep time? Also used to. So a lot of used to people, any typical raiders. It doesn't seem like it. To be fair, I think a very large group of my audience probably no longer even plays WoW. Tubor, I wouldn't be so sure. Because the current WoW raider, I think, lives for that prep work. Because if you remove the prep work, they have nothing to do in the game. April 1 and 2. Samurai, how you doing, brother? Like, current World of Warcraft players, if you removed all of the grind, what the fuck would they do in the game? Without grind, there is no World of Warcraft. Not really. Danmo Gaming, how you doing, brother? It would help because there's also the time wasted on trash pulls or mechanics that one-shot whole raids, etc. Again, you have to remember, outside of the grind, there is fuck all to do in WoW. Yabby Yabby, how you doing? Mate, us boomers, there's no time to fucking grind my ass off. Yeah, but the game is no longer meant for you, bro. I know what WoW needs for in-game. What is that, Yabby Yabby? I've never played WoW, just got curious, and I'm down a rabbit hole of WoW content right now. Oh, shit. Really, Sybils? What rabbit hole? Like, which hole have you dropped yourself into? I don't agree with that at all, Samurai. I don't think WoW's... I don't think all MMOs need grind. Nerdy Jessica, how you doing? Look at this sexy fucker. Yeah, Twitch doesn't like when you lie. Jessica. So Akko can say the F word, but not me. I am the fucking god of Twitch. So of course I can say whatever the fuck I want. Twitch won't say anything about me. Like, I can say whatever the fuck I want. I am the Quantum TV of Twitch. I'm good, by the way. How are you, Akko? Yabby Yabby, I have no complaints. Look, it's a Tuesday. It's raining. It's cold. And I'm sitting here talking to you fuckers about whatever the fuck I want. What could be better? What could I possibly complain about? Look at this, man. Inquisitorium, how you doing, bro? Just what people think, what could be better, or what they dislike now about the game. Oh, Sybils. Well, get your pen and paper ready. This is going to be quite the list. I feel like the problem with... I discussed this yesterday during the stream a little bit. World of Warcraft players in World of Warcraft is the biggest issue in World of Warcraft. Like, the thing that kills World of Warcraft more than anything else in World of Warcraft is the players. And not in a bad way. It's not necessarily like the players are ruining it through toxicity or anything like that. It's more just the mindset of a lot of the WoW players is... it's sort of like this thing, if I don't like it, it shouldn't be in the game. And you hear this all the time, right? Whenever people talk about housing in World of Warcraft, there's like this very vocal group that goes, fuck housing. I don't want housing. You know, and then you'll talk about racing or whatever, and they'll be like, oh, I couldn't care less about that, so screw it, don't want it in the game. And it's like, okay. Everyone seems to be sort of against anything that they don't like being in the game. Because for World of Warcraft players, of course, the right way to play a game is by doing everything in the game. That's how you should play a game. If it's in the game, you must do it. So they want Blizzard to put grinds behind everything because that means you have to do it. Which is not how games are supposed to be played. If you don't want to do something, you shouldn't have to. And that's the right way to design a game. But since that's not how WoW has ever been designed, there's just too many people that don't view World of Warcraft as a game where you can choose not to do certain things. And that, I think, really kills the game on a fundamental level. Because anything Blizzard announces that doesn't 100% adhere to what those players want is immediately shut down. Like, just instantly shut down. You guys saw it, for example, with Dragon Riding. What happened when Dragon Riding was announced? By the way, Robotic Unicorn, you fucking bastard with the tier 1 subreddit, which said 9 months in a row. How's the baby, bro? We're about to have a baby together, Robotic. I really appreciate that. I side with the anti-housing group. I don't want some goblins stealing my silverware. Everyone had a fit. Not everyone. Some people had a fit. Some were like, I don't want this in my fucking game. And it's like, well, if you don't want it, just don't do it. Because it is meant to be outworld exploration. And you're getting it anyway. So if you don't want to upgrade it, don't upgrade it. Simple as that, right? You don't have to spend any time doing it. But the average WoW player doesn't think that way. For the average WoW player, it's sort of if it's in the game, I must do it. I have no choice, I must do it. It's the wrong way to look at video games. But that's the way WoW players look at it. It's having a wonderful day. Rex, how you doing, brother? I'm keen for Dragon Riding as well. Dude, I'm keen about a lot of things in Dragon Isles, in the Dragonflight expansion. Or the the Dragonflight expansion. I think there's a lot of things in the Dragonflight expansion that is already living in my mind to my hype, right? It's already delivering on my hype because as a lore junkie, it's going back to old lore, and that's what I fucking live for. Rex, thank you so much for the gifted sub. Did really appreciate that. Thank you. Can we get some love in chat? Some hearts in chat. Come on, people. There's some of you with some fucking subs now. Let's see some hearts going. As a Guild Wars 2 fan, more MMOs need better mount systems. Sybil, I have never played Guild Wars. Actually, lying. I've played Guild Wars 2 literally the week that it launched. Got to maybe level 16, quit the game, and never played again. So I have no idea what modern day Guild Wars looks like. But I have been tempted to give it a try, because some of my mods are currently playing Guild Wars, and they claim that it is fantastic. So I've been tempted. Rathian's story is going to be really cool. I think he's son of a. Luckily, you can still play it again. Because one-time purchase. Dude, I don't even know what my account was on the original Guild Wars. I still have the box. I played Guild Wars when it came out on CD, bro. So I'm most likely going to have to repurchase the game. Everyone all the time? It's not... No. I disagree with that, Robotic. I disagree with that. It is... Actually, I disagree with a part of what you just said. It is absolutely possible to please everyone in your game. What isn't possible is pleasing everyone in your game with every single thing in your game. That's not possible. But you can absolutely build a game that everyone enjoys to some extent. In order to do that, you just have to make sure that nothing in the game is forced and that things aren't too closely connected. If you have that, you can make a game that everyone enjoys. I genuinely believe that. Well, let's not get too excited about lore just yet. Steve is still there. This is Steve's final chance, minion. As far as I'm concerned, this is Steve's final chance. I don't give a fuck about dragon riding other than having a dragon and being able to fly from point A to B. Other than that, all I care about is the lore, rating, and Mythic Plus, and some outdoor content that give rewards. That's everything else. I mean, it's weird how many of us care about different things. Send you something you can react to on stream. I wonder if anyone on your stream cares about about Monster Hunter. I'm not sure. Is there anyone on stream that actually plays Monster Hunter? Want to run dungeons? How could they please the solo players who don't want to run? Do you mean in general, or do you mean in World of Warcraft specifically? I'm a fan. Haven't played it in a while though, because I know Rurikon, like that's your thing, right? Rurikon, that's like your entire thing is Monster Hunter. I have not played Monster Hunter. I've never played Monster Hunter actually. Wait, let's just see this. Monster Hunter Rise Sunbreak. Hold up. Hold up. I've got it. I'm working on it.
Gosarag. Gore! Gore!
I don't know why are we happy about this?
Let's go!
Corin, how you doing, brother? Thanks for the first time chat. Really appreciate that. Can you in your next podcast with Rurikon make more fun about him? Why should I make fun about him? I really am streaming. Why are we getting hyped here, Rurikon? Like, I hear you going gore or some shit. Like, what's exciting about this? Is this monster like an important monster? Nice, Quirin. It's great Monster Hunter. Quirin, thanks for the follow, dude. Really appreciate it. Welcome to the channel. Turning fan favorite monster, Gore Magala. All right. I don't know anything about this. I have no idea. Like, this game, to me, is a complete mystery. I know that it's a bunch of killing shit. Like, you just go out and slaughter things left, right, and center, which I don't understand, right, at all. Like, I have no idea how good or bad that is. Because it's not really my plaything. We've spoken about this on stream, right? On podcast quite a few times. For me, the perfect way to play video games is story. Like, if a game doesn't have a massive story, I struggle really, really hard to get into it. I was talking to someone about the story in WoW last night. His perspective was that Alex Afrasiabi and Jay Allen Brack left Steve Danusa with such a shitty product to deal with. So by the time the Shadowlands happened, he and Christy Golden were trying to put patches on a broken ship. Venetian, that would be copium. Because, so first and foremost, what would be really miraculous would be if Jay Allen Brack actually left him with a shitty product, because Jay Allen Brack had fuck all to do with the writing of WoW. Ever. In his entire history of working on World of Warcraft, Jay Allen Brack has never been involved in the story of World of Warcraft. So that would be, like, weird as fuck. Like, Jay Allen Brack just one day walked into the offices and said, hey, I'm writing the next chapter. Because why not? So that, first and foremost, the Jay Allen Brack angle is just bullshit. And then the Alex Afrasiabi angle. Why? Alex Afrasiabi managed to write, alongside Chris Mason, amazing stories for Wrath, for Cataclysm, for Mist of Pandaria, and to some extent for Warlords of Draenor, and for Legion, and to some extent for BFA, and then somehow, like, shat the bed for Shadowlands? Right? Because the lore in BFA was still relatively good. It was actually one of the few things that saved BFA for me, was the lore of BFA. So I'm not sure how the guy would go from being very good and decent at writing. Look, he's no Ishikawa, right? Like, Alex Afrasiabi is no Ishikawa, but he's decent, right? He was decent. The lore was really good, or good enough. And then just shat the bed in Shadowlands. I don't buy that. Especially considering that most of Shadowlands is rewritten. Shadowlands got massive rewrites. How do I know this? Because I have contacts within Blizzard that told me which patches they have planned and how all of those patches got gutted. because they had to do rewrites. Also leaves out that they could have started to write the ship in BFA. Omi, very, very true. Oh, by the way, Omi, I sent you a message on Discord in case you haven't checked yet. I just need to know what you need me to send you, because I'm pretty sure tax season is now in the US, right? So you guys have sort of, I think your tax season is starting now. So I just need to know what information I need to send to you. Decent is the last thing you should call a free hobby. Like, look, I'm sort of divorcing the artist from the art, right? I am divorcing the artist from the art. Look what they did to Arthas. True. But again, it's sort of like it's everywhere and anywhere at the same time. I'm not entirely sure how the tax seasons are supposed to work, but I know as a non-US citizen, at some point I have to claim from the US government because they owe me money. They keep taxing me every month, even though I don't live there. They tax me 30% every month, and I don't live there. So I need to claim back the money that they keep taking from me monthly. I have a 9.3, and what was the story for all 3 patches if they rewrote them? Dude, I'm not getting into it. There's literal videos of me telling you exactly that. Watch them somehow, some way, bring back Arthas later on down the line. I don't think Steve Denuser will bring back Arthas. I would actually say there is a 0% chance of Steve Denuser bringing back Arthas. Don't owe them. You can file within 3 years. If you owe them, then they like to charge penalties. Well, Omi, I don't owe them shit. I don't live in the US. And yet, every month, whenever I get my paycheck from YouTube, there's 30% that's gone to the fucking government of the US. And I don't even live there. So I don't know what they do with my fucking money. I don't even know why I'm paying taxes on that goddamn cash. But I am, right? And I want it back. Because it's mine. I don't even like paying taxes in my own country. And now I'm paying for you fucks over in the US. Like, I'm paying taxes so you guys can get free shit? Fuck that. I hope Steve writes a pillow in for Bane to sit on some steps in 10.0. Bane represented by sitting on stone steps all of Shadowlands. True. Do you think that WoW in the next expansion will use less books to understand the entire lore, or they keep it as it? I think they're going to keep it as it is right now. I will get you your money back, Omi. I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you very much. Omi is like my hitman. I just send him to the United States government and he's going to go sort them out. Truffle Shuffle Gaming, you fucking bastard. Thanks for the tier. What's up? Did really appreciate that. 17 months in a row. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I don't have investments in the US now, other than the fact that I'm paying taxes in the US, which I guess you could call a fucking investment. Oh, Rex and Nerd, you're not alone. I pay 30% taxes in America, and then on the money that comes to me, I pay another almost 40% taxes. All things being, like, if you include everything, about 40% taxes. So by the end of it, I get, like, very little money for myself. The governments around the world first want to take their fucking cut of all my money. I don't know, Akko, if the new Dragon Boys X pack will have a good lore. In my opinion, this premise looks stupid. What makes it look stupid, Ty Life? Swanky Tiger? No, I'm not worried about the talent trees at all. It's still early days. There's still a lot that can happen with the, the talent trees. I'm actually hyped for the talent trees because no matter what, these talent trees are definitely a step up from what we had. It's not as good as I would have wanted to see from the talent trees, but I think they're decent enough. So I'm not hating it at all. Is there a way to make sure your pay comes to your country and not the USA, so you don't have to pay them 30% of your paycheck? No, because my money is paid from YouTube US, from Google. Google pays me my money, and they're in the US. And according to the laws that the US passed, every single person must be taxed 30%. And then I can sort of Okay, Omi knows more about this. In the crackdown on big tech, they decided that any income made over the internet from US residents is considered US income. The IRS forced the tech companies to do withholding on this supposed US income. Well, there you go. So Omi is basically my American accountant. And this is, yeah, so Omi would know exactly what's going on there. But yeah, so every single person pays tax. Now, it differs based on the country that you live in. So some countries have tax treaties with the US, which means their citizens don't have to pay taxes in the US. My country does not. Well, we do have a tax treaty with the US, but only insofar as we can claim the money back. Right? So after they've taxed it, we can claim it back. But we don't have a treaty that states, I'm a South African citizen, therefore I don't have to pay US taxes. Some rumor going around that they are going to rebuild Gilneas. Well, it's not just a rumor. We almost certainly know that they're going to rebuild Gilneas. The question is, how are they going to rebuild Gilneas? Yes, how you doing, brother? But you lose 70% of subscriptions and gifts. That's just crazy. Patlin, I mean, it's not really 70% because it's 30% of the whole amount that's taken by the US government, and then 40% of the remaining amount that's taken by my government. But that's just tax, right? I can't get around that. I can't change that. It is what it is. My government is looking at new ways to tax us, so my taxes are probably going to go to 55% in the next, I'd say, year or so. Invade your country? I don't know. If the US wanted to invade South Africa, I'd be out here with a fucking American flag going, hey, welcome, welcome. You can use my house as a base of operations. It would be the quickest war in the history of the world, bro. My government does... We don't have an army to fucking speak of. So, I'm not too worried. It would kind of be over probably in like a week. So, save games for our game on Steam. Steam gets 30% of our publisher, about 40%, and we as devs get rest. Yes. Steam takes a massive chunk, but it's better than not being on Steam, I suppose, right? Are you still planning a move to the USA eventually, Akko? King Julian, right now, as things stand, I don't know. Is there any country in the world that isn't completely fucked right now? I feel like the answer to that is no. So what's the point in moving? I'll just move from one fucked country to another fucked country. So you may as well just stay in the fucked country that you have and wait. So what I'll do is I'll wait. And then as soon as the fuckedness is over and all countries have returned to normal, I'll choose the one that returns to normal the fastest, right? And then I'll just go live there. Maybe I'm ignorant. Wait, man, why do you need a publisher if you put the game on Steam? So it's Big Tiger. A publisher will still help you get the word out, right? And publishers will also give you money in order to develop the game if you get the right publisher. So there is definite benefits and downsides to working with publishers. You get fucked in every country, but some just give you lube first to make it easier. My country does not give you lube, and also they keep you blindfolded, so you don't know exactly when the dick is coming. But when it comes hard and fast. Those Daisy Dukes you love here in the USA? There is something special about Daisy Dukes. I cannot deny that. I cannot deny that. Like, just thinking about Daisy Dukes is like... Oh, yeah. There is definitely something. Diabetes. How you doing, bro? Thanks for the first time chat. Really appreciate that. You're too soon. I don't have it yet. You'd have to wait. Do you care about Horde versus Alliance? Yes or no? Chat, answer the man. A publisher pay for localization, marketing, QA, and events. Even on some guys that are sexy. Daisy Dukes on a man? What are you trying to do? Ruin the image for me? What did I do to you? I was just sitting here, just fucking chilling, minding my own business, thinking about hot girls and Daisy Dukes. And you have to put that image in my head? What did I do to you, Savin Raven? Just asking here. Did I say something that offended you in another life? I don't think I deserve that. Like, fuck. We gay guys? Yeah, but I don't want to think about that. Like, I already had the perfect image of a fucking sexy chick wearing Daisy Dukes. Now I have to think about some fat fuck in Daisy Dukes? That just ruins everything, bro. That's tonight's fucking session out of the way. You're stunned into silence for a few seconds. I was, actually. Thanks for the follow, dude. Really appreciate it. Man, you're really not letting me go. 16 times the detail, Howard. Oh my god. How many of you watched the Xbox game showcase? My country isn't fucked. Come to Australia. Such a good country. Yeah, alright, mate. Sure, with your fucking camps and shit. No thanks. At first, I thought my internet was paused. You have good luck, Chuck. I can't remember if I watched that movie. And Akko is done with the Horde v Alliance nonsense. It's not that I'm done with the Horde v Alliance nonsense. It's just that I think it's outplayed itself. I blame Blizzard 100% for playing it the way that they did, but they did. For a fat fuck, yeah, you are right. What is a Daisy Duke? I never heard of that term. You have never heard of Daisy Dukes. Dear Google, help me to inform this man of the things he does not know. And give me the serenity to not punch him in the fucking dick for not knowing. Some of these pictures, I don't know if it's like Twitch friendly, but we'll just choose one that might be a little Twitch friendly. Them be Daisy Dukes. Now, if you want to complete the Daisy Duke look, if you want to have the perfect Daisy Duke look, it has to be Daisy Dukes with cowboy boots. Dukes of Hazzard, where Daisy wore very short shorts. All I remember was Battle Pass from the Xbox announcement. Too skinny for me? What do you mean too skinny for you? I mean, it is very, very fucking sexy. To be fair, any girl that's got cowboy boots on, it doesn't even have to be Daisy Dukes and cowboy boots. As long as it's fucking cowboy boots or just boots in general, I'm already fucking sold on it. If you got asked, then Daisy Dukes are pointless. Why? You should watch the music video Gull in a Country song by Maddie and Tay on your own time. I'll give it a go. I'll give it a watch. I think, actually, you know what, guys? Let's be real here. Any girl that you find beautiful is beautiful no matter what she's wearing. Girls are just fucking gorgeous. It's actually the rule, I think. It doesn't even matter what she's wearing. Like, as long as she's, like, they're just hot. It's just, I don't know. I don't think girls often realize just how much power they have over guys. And Korean boys are absolutely cute. I don't think I would ever describe a guy as cute. Yeah, I would absolutely never describe a guy as cute. There are girls who's cute, absolutely. Although you do know what cute means, right? Ugly but fuckable. So, all girls are hot, especially Asian chicks. King Julian, are you one of those guys that you want an Asian lady? D-Rocker, thank you very much. I really appreciate that. I concur. I concur. BTS, so adorable. Who the fuck is BTS? They know exactly how much power they have over us? You think so? I don't think they know exactly, dude. I think they know they have power over us, but I don't think they know exactly how much. I do not if girls knew how much power they have over us, they would be abusing it a lot more than what they are, bro. Bacon tomato salad? Ooh, bacon, sure. Tomato? Yes, please. Salad? Fuck no. Is it K-pop boy band? This explains why I've never fucking heard of them. I don't watch K-pop. I think I've only in my life seen one K-pop video, and it was, I don't know, is Gangnam Style considered K-pop? Because then I've watched a K-pop video. There is no tax convention between the US and South Africa, so you might not get that money back. Rex the Nerd, from what I understand, I should get the money back. I mean, there's no way that it's legal that they just tax me 30% and I'm never allowed to get my money back. That was bullshit. You want me to tweet out what is BTS? All right, for science. So just to prove to you, for science, I am fucking typing this out. Alphabet is really serious about US tax? Yes, they are. Nandy dandy. Make sure to use the hashtag too. I'm not using hashtags. I never use hashtags in my tweets. Hashtag is just cheating. I'm just gonna... What is BTS? Fuck it. We'll tweet it out. We'll see how it goes. We'll see how this goes. It'll go... It'll be fine. It'll be fine. What if I am Akko? What's wrong with Asian chicks? Did I say something was wrong with Asian chicks? I never said there's anything wrong with Asian girls. What I do question, King Julian, is the fact that you're spamming what is wrong with Asian girls, and the fact that you said the one thing that I've spoken about before. You go, yes, girls are sexy, especially Asian girls. Are you saying that all Asian girls are sexy? Is that what you're stating? Like, all Asian girls, doesn't matter who it is, 100% of all Asian women in the world is sexy. Is that what you're claiming right now, King Julian? Just invited war on yourself, the likes you never faced before? Well, fuck them. If you're watching K-pop, I am by definition not scared of you. Better responses yet on the tweet? I don't think so. I'm not like a massive fucking, like, celebrity fucking tweeter guy, right? No, most of them are. Most of them are absolutely fucking not, bro. Like, absolute bollocks. I will tell you exactly how many hot Asian women there are in the world. 50%. How many hot white women are there in the world? 50%. How many hot black women are there in the world? 50%. It's about 50-50. Beautiful and ugly ones. The world over. Men, women, doesn't matter. Doesn't matter the race. Doesn't fucking matter. It's 50%. It is bollocks to bullshit when someone goes, yeah, oh, most Asian women are hot. You are fucking lying is what you are. Like, you could get some hot Asian women, but most, dude, in my life, in general, I see more people that is kind of okay looking, mostly average, mostly beneath, like below average, than I do really fucking hot girls. So you're telling me there is a race on this planet that somehow breaks the mold of what beauty would be and is just more beautiful than every other race? Fuck that. Lies, bullshit, 100%. I don't believe it. End of discussion. Waiting on the time bomb. I'm in the bottom of the barrel in that ratio. Dude, I am the fucking bottom of the barrel on that ratio. Hot Asian women are super hot, but not hot Asian women are super not hot. What? So you having a stroke, but not hot Asian women are super not hot. Dude, again, I feel like you could literally insert any, like, race there, and it would be true, right? See the BTS fallout? I genuinely don't like the arguments that there is like this one race that's just like super fucking like special and it just has the most beautiful people. I think that's bullshit because I genuinely believe it's like a 50-50. Actually, it's probably not even 50-50. Like, super ugly would probably like 20% of the world population would be super ugly. Then, like, super hot would maybe be like 10% of the world population. And most other people would be somewhere in the middle. Now, if you were to tell me that you prefer Asian girls, so if you have a hot Asian girl, a hot white girl, and a hot black girl all standing next to each other, you would want the hot Asian girl. Sure, okay, you have a preference for Asian girls. That's your thing, right? But to just say across the board, yeah, Asian girls are hot, such a lie. Because you don't know. You don't know. What if you meet an Asian girl and her teeth are falling out and she's fucking got a crooked back? What, you want her too? Is this the hot girl that you were referring to? It makes all women and men look good. And you think, dude, I genuinely believe, the genuine real talk here, I think that a massive, massive majority of men have been completely bamboozled by anime. I think there are men that want Asian women simply because they think, like, anime is representative of Asian women in general. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong, but I genuinely think that. Here's what I just said. I agree with that. Brazil booty. Brazilian girls do have nice booties. This is true. How about vamp chicks? Do you mean scene kids or do you mean something else? Been in Japan. Most girls are to be kind here. Possible. But I should not judge being a fat fuck myself. I mean, you still know what beauty is, right? Pre-evanescence goth woman? Dude, I feel like it's I don't have a thing for any specific type of girl. So there are scene girls that I think are really fucking hot and really fucking cute. But there's also scene people that's really not cute, right? I think normal sort of girl next door girls are really cute and really hot, and there's normal sort of girl next door girls that's really not cute. So I don't really have a particular sort of preference when it comes to girls. Most of the time, I know when I know. Like, when I see the girl, I'm like, yeah, she's hot. Good stuff. In Switzerland, people are the same all over the world, just skin difference in some cases. True. Do you like the band Paramore? I think I listened to maybe like one or two of their fucking songs. Venetian Silver. Phrase it wrong. I meant to say I like all hot chicks, Echo, but I prefer Asian girls. But I said that because in my experience, I have seen more hot Asian girls than normal hot girls. Maybe it's just because you're looking for Asian girls more than you are just for normal hot girls. Although, this is such a weird conversation. Apocalypse, how you doing, bro? Thanks for the tip. What's up? Really appreciate it. 33 months in a row. Thank you. Have you ever had that moment when the girl is smoking hot but so batshit cray-cray that you don't want to touch that with a 10-foot pole? I have never been with a girl like that, but I've known girls like that, yes. But I have never personally dated a girl like that. All of the girls that I've dated were relatively normal. Mostly normal. And someone asked, how do I feel about Amber Turd? Not great, but to be fair, I've never actually thought that Amber Heard was hot. Like, just never. Confirmation bias at play? Yeah, it would be actually perfectly explained by confirmation bias. You think Asian women are hot, therefore you look for only hot Asian women, and you sort of discount the woman that isn't hot, right? That might be Asian. My first year was nuts. Dude, I know a lot of people that have some super stories about crazy fucking girlfriends. I don't have those. Like, I don't have those. The only crazy story I have about like an ex-girlfriend would be one who cheated on me. That's it. Like, that's the only crazy story I have, really. Your bait shit on you? Like it being peed on? No, dude, what the fuck kind of shit do you think I'm into, bro? But I say mostly normal because the girls I've dated, one of them cheated on me, literally with a guy in my own house while we were having a party, right? So I don't think that's 100% normal, but that is mostly fucking normal, right? It's just not a normal way to end a relationship, but still, you know, not fine. The other one, well, they would call it emotional cheating. I still call it cheating, right? So I had one girl that, and then most of my other relationships have just been like normal breakups. Just eventually realized that I'm bored now. Well, answer, who is the hottest woman? And what does Google say, Samurai? Venetian, I don't care. Like, that's the one thing I don't care about, is a girl who can grill or cook. Because I like cooking. So I don't really give a shit. If I were to date a girl that can't cook, that's fine, because I cook every day anyways. And I actually enjoy cooking. Actually, I prefer cooking. So that's actually the one thing I don't give a fuck about. Any exes you have? No, too bored. It's not that many. I think I've had in my entire life, I've had 5 girlfriends. 5, and I've only ever had one-night stand. But that was with a friend for 2 years. We were friends for 2 years, and then we had a one-night stand. So I don't know if that counts as a one-night stand, really. Medium rare, of course. Always medium rare. No sauce, no spices, just salt, pepper, medium rare steak. Good steak. And an ex cheated on me, fake being prego, and tried to hit me with a frying pan. Man, she was hot. Jesus, Rex. There's hot chicks everywhere, let's be honest. True. But are you still friends now? I'm friends with no one that I went to uni with. So, no. Some garlic powder, Akko? Or me? No. You ruin steak if you put too much shit on it. Like, a steak basically only needs salt, pepper if you want, but salt is everything you need. Being anything but well done, but I love steaks rare. Is that weird? Venetia, no, I'm the same. When it comes to hamburgers, they have to be well done. And I mean cooked to fuck. I don't want a hamburger patty that's like medium rare. Fuck that. Minced meat have a weird texture when it's rare or even medium rare. The Goblin Works, how you doing? Germany, come visit and I'll hook you up. Ooh, nice, Rex. I literally just came back from the butchery. That's it. No oils or sauce, sir. Shit is slimy. Yes, I have the same thought process on hamburgers, and my steak has to be medium rare to rare. If I wake up and can't exchange few thought-provoking words with her, I'm just not that interested. Ever have blue rare hamburger? I've tasted it, and I hated it. So I watched a video of a guy sort of making the best meal you can have, and it's taking the meat, just cutting it very finely, right? Like a steak, just cutting it very finely, keeping it completely fucking rare, just mixing in some vinegar and oil and spices and stuff, and then fucking eating it. It is disgusting. It looks horrible. You're eating rare fucking meat. What are you doing? Just cook that shit, bro. Blue is rare. So blue is, if you're having a blue steak, for example, it means it's one of two ways to have blue. One would be to have no cook on it whatsoever. So there's zero cooking on it. It is literally just the steak like that. Most of the time, though, when they do rare, they'll do very hot. So we're talking stupidly hot pan. And it's literally touched. It's just like boom, boom, done. Carpaccio. Yeah, that shit just looks disgusting. Homemade smash burgers are the best. Seared to a crisp with a nice crust. Oh my god, yes. In Germany, we eat raw minced meat. It's called Metier. Yeah, you guys are weird. My longest relationship with a girl, all of my relationships were pretty long lasting. Like I've never been in a relationship less than that's lasted like less than a year. But my longest lasting one was 3 years. The reason I have so few relationships is probably one, because I'm not necessarily the like best looking guy in the world. So I can't just walk into a place and be like, okay, every girl is here for me now. But also because I don't just jump into relationships. It takes a while for me to get to a place where I'm like, yeah, I can see myself sort of talking to you every single fucking day. Because that's usually my biggest reason for not wanting it. Literally about 3 weeks ago, I matched with 2 girls on Tinder. And with both of them, it was sort of like, no, that's too much work. They were hot. Both of them were really hot. And I just kept thinking, I'm going to have to do a date now. And then we're going to have to go on the date. Which means I'm going to have to get ready for a date. I'm probably going to have to go to the barbers to get my beer. Never mind. Let's just leave it. It's not worth it. So I just never even messaged them back. I was just like, yeah, fuck it. I can't be asked. This is going to be too much effort. So like it's difficult for me before I get to a place where I'm like, okay, yeah, I can see letting you into my life. But then also when I do let you into my life, I need you to leave me the fuck alone. Right? So the last thing I need when it comes to anyone is someone who messages me the whole time, wants to chat to me the whole fucking time, wants to go out the whole fucking time and hang out with me the whole time. As soon as that happens, I usually lose interest. Like, I need you to just leave me the fuck alone, let me live my life. I'll see you maybe once or twice a week, and that's enough. That I don't think we need to see each other that much. Beef Supremacist, thanks for the first one, chat, dude. Really appreciate it. Welcome to the channel. Thank you. Pate, and it's duck liver here? Wait, is pate raw? Oh, Swanky Tiger. Oh, you're replying to Swanky Tiger. Well, yeah, we have pate here as well. And it is fucking gorgeous. Like, pate is brilliant. Liver pate. You get a bunch of different ones. Once I tried and discovered it, it became my go-to. Everything that's over medium rare seems terrible to me. Also, tartar, carpaccio, etc. is the best thing ever. Yeah, I would never fucking eat that. Force-feed ducks, braid to swallow their livers. Dude, the things we do to some animals just to get food out of it is weird, right? Like, you could just have the normal liver, but no, let's force-feed it braid so that we can get a big liver. Foie gras, I guess, is what Apocalypse is calling it. I don't know what that is, but, it is what it is. Let's see, what content... What is Geoduck? I don't know what it is. I do actually have... So you're telling me if a girl was super hot and she did all that stuff, you would turn that down? I couldn't turn any hot girl down regardless? What do you mean turn down? King Julian. Picture of the steak I'm eating for dinner in the general chat. I'm scrolling down. Oh, shit. That is beautiful. Alright, that is gorgeous. Look at this thing. Look at that intermuscular fat, bro. The marbling on that. Oh, my God. That's going to be gorgeous. Yeah, that's going to be beautiful. Again, I can see that being good. not to be interested in the hot girl anymore. Depends if she's bothering me, King Julian. If she wants to spend too much time talking to me, yes, I'll just leave. King Julian, stop simping for the fucking goals. Just live your life, bro. Devan, how you doing, brother? That is a beautiful steak. That is a gorgeous fucking steak. There's a video that I wanted to watch. Hold on. Hold on. I've got some videos that I highlighted. Oh, for fuck's sake. Just load, bitch. My internet is still not fixed, by the way. So you guys get to choose. It's either this one from Balila that we can talk about, right? Because that seems like an interesting one. But then watch later. I think this is the one that I wanted to watch.
Blizzard.
No. It is on Asmongold's TV. Why did I not highlight it? Come on. Here we go. This one. Just got back from work, but we'll need to go again soon. Deathline, I'm very good. Thank you so much for asking, dude. Welcome back from work, dude. What do you think of the D4 announcement? Asmongold made a video about it. He is so upset. Why is he upset about it? Like, he has heartburn. So we have two choices here. We can either start with Diablo 4, looks awesome, or with this one. Diablo phone game. Well, we can talk about that too. We can watch that one as well. I'd be willing to watch that too. So let's start with the Asmongold video. Let's hear why Asmongold decided to quit Diablo Immortal. And then we can react to Balila's video after.
Hi guys, it's me. I'd like to talk about our favorite game, Diablo Immortal. I started playing...
Why is he so weird though? Is it just me, or was that intro very weird? Hi guys, it's me. Why is he being so nice?
On release. I've been level 60 now for a few days. I've gotten some of the Paragon levels, and I've spent a couple $1,000s. I think I've had the traditional Diablo experience that Blizzard has so adamantly promised Diablo Immortal would provide. I'd like to
Peace
give
out,
my
Nandi.
opinions about the game. This isn't a full review. It's not a first impressions. It's somewhere in between. And I'd just like to talk to you guys about what's happened, and since then, I've quit the game. So if that's a little bit of a spoiler of how I feel about it, there you go. So first thing, let's start with the campaign. Actually, that's not true. Let's start with the PC port itself. Listen, I don't play games on my phone except for Twitter. That's it. I'm not gonna sit there and play a little game on my phone, like trying to see what's going on. I don't want to do that. Last time I did that was Pokemon Blue, and that was in the 90s. It was a long time ago. We don't play.
You had a phone in the 90s? Jesus. I did not have a phone in the 90s, but okay. But I agree with him. I think mobile games is just gross as fuck.
Games on the phone. Thank you, Blizzard, for making a PC port of this game so I could thoroughly have it abuse me on my full 27-inch monitor instead of just the small 7-inch one that I have in front of me here. So, I would say that Blizzard didn't try with the PC port, but not trying would imply that the word try is in their vocabulary. And I don't think it is. Tap to join. They did nothing. They did nothing. It's like one of those fucking I'm pretty sure one of the third-party ones would be better than what Blizzard has put together for Diablo Immortal. Is it awful? Is it the worst thing ever? No.
So I have a couple of things here, because I see a lot of people talking about his room. I don't care about the state of his room. This seems like a proper gamer room to me, right? So I don't care about the state of the room at all. There is one thing that bothers me. Just one thing. His PCs, where they're sat right now. So first and foremost, they look as if they're on the ground, like literally on the floor, which hurts my soul just a little bit. But more importantly, how does he sit there? Like, where does his legs go? Because his monitor is clearly in the corner, which means he kind of has to slot into that corner there. But there's two pieces there. So where does his feet go? That's the thing that would bother the fuck out of me.
It's not the worst thing ever, but it's not the best thing ever either, and it's a lot closer to the worst than the best. If you click off the screen, your audio pauses. There's a bunch of settings that many games just, have, and this game doesn't have for PC. I feel like there's a lot of sliders that could be added. I'm not talking about even a boob slider. I'm talking about just very simple sliders for text sizes, different...
Yeah, but there's still... So he's sitting right here, right? That's where his camera is. So he's sitting right there behind him. It still doesn't look as if there's space there. I don't know. It just seems weird to me.
UI, different types of interactivity that you would have on a PC port that just simply does not exist. And so what I really want to talk about today is just
These
the
screens are fucking
lack
out, though.
of effort with this game.
Sure.
Because whenever I hear people talk about, oh man, Diablo Immortal is such a good game, but it's just riddled with predatory microtransactions, I think to myself that you are fucking crazy.
Yes.
Not because you think the microtransactions are bad, but you think it'd be a good game if it didn't have them.
It's not a good game. Just to be very clear, it isn't a good game. I have watched so many people playing that. Tell me, what about that game moves the genre forward in any way, shape, or form? It plays the same as D3, which launched how many fucking years ago? There's been literally zero innovation in that game whatsoever. So why anyone would call it a good game is fucking beyond me. It plays like D3. Games have moved on. There are plenty of games that is doing a hell of a lot more in terms of innovation than what Diablo Immortal is doing. None of it looked, in my opinion, anywhere near as good. In fact, I think D3 still looks better and plays better than Diablo Immortal. So I don't understand when people say they love the game and it's such a solid Diablo game. It's like, what do you mean? It's a solid Diablo game. It doesn't feel like a solid or look like a solid Diablo game.
Well, fuck no, it wouldn't be a good game. Diablo 3 came out 10 years ago, and it's the same thing. What do you mean it'd be a good game? We already had it. And people
Didn't I just say that?
hated it. Remember Diablo 3 release? Oh my god, it was a nightmare. And then the game was garbage forever. And Diablo fucking Reaper of Souls, oh my god. What have they done with that game in the past decade? Nothing. Like, I mean, really nothing.
True.
Nothing with the game. Diablo, recently, I guess it was, when did it come out? It's like May or something like that. Diablo 3. So it just recently had its 10-year anniversary. And across 10 years of innovation, we've gone from killing the end boss of an act to killing the end boss of a rift. Wow, what an incredible imagination that these developers have. And Diablo Immortal is no better. Imagine my surprise running through the rifts that I spent $25 a piece for in Diablo Immortal, going through some eerily familiar tile sets and procedurally generated maps.
Yeah.
Am I the only...
Dude, I genuinely believe that Greater Rifts is the biggest scam of Diablo 3. And the fact that Greater Rifts actually made it into D Immortal just proves it. Because Immortal is a fucking scam. If you think it isn't, you're nuts, right? And you're actually part of the problem. But Greater Rifts is content, well, actually, it's empty content masquerading as content. Because all it is procedurally generated, same the whole fucking time. What is the point? Like, genuinely, what is the point? There's nothing new about those rifts. They don't offer any sort of innovation whatsoever. It is just an arbitrary thing that exists to keep people busy. That's it. It's loot pinatas that doesn't exactly give free loot, but doesn't exactly give free loot.
Only one guys that's seen all of these different maps before. I've gone through. I used to farm. Listen, my character sucked for a while, and so I could only farm Act 1 in Diablo 3. Man, I go through the different maps, and it's like, oh, I remember this tile set. I remember this layout. I remember this one here. It's just so
That's a good choice,
It's
Aureus.
so effortless. And you can easily say, oh, wait a minute. Blizzard didn't make this, NetEase did.
Ah.
What do you think? They brought this out without Blizzard playing it? So let's compare two different universes here, and you can tell me which one's worse, because I'm not really sure.
Yeah.
So Universe 1 is that Blizzard...
So he's basically going to say, Universe 1 is where Blizzard, well, I might get the universes wrong, but this is effectively what it boils down to. In Universe 1, Blizzard had nothing to do with the game. They had allowed NetEase to make the whole game and then just slap their name onto it. Universe 2 is that Blizzard made the game and NetEase just slapped their name to it. But ultimately, is any of those a good way to go? Like, because in one of those universes, Blizzard actively designed the biggest gacha game in the history of the world ever. And that includes games like, what's that other fucking Asian MMO that people are raving about? Like the gacha, what's it called again? Oh my god. Also a mobile game. People absolutely die for that game at the moment. No, not Black Desert. Like very childish graphics and shit. God. No, not Pokemon. Genshin. That's the one. Thank you. Genshin, yes. So it's even worse than Genshin Impact. In the other scenario, Blizzard has so little respect for their own name and their own product that they just allowed another company to make a game without even saying anything about it.
Didn't even look at the game and didn't really care about the fact that the majority of its end-game content was lifted from a game that fucking was the biggest disappointment of the 2010s that's now the biggest predatory game in the 2020s. So let's say Blizzard didn't even fucking look into this. They didn't even try. They didn't even care. And they just said, yep, that's good. Where do I sign? Put it on out there. Okay, that's universe number 1. Universe number 2 is Blizzard actually thoroughly looked through this game and came to the conclusion after focus group and testing and, like internal meetings that this is up to par. So is it better that they don't care and they just let it go out there? Or is it better that they thought this was good enough? Well, I don't know.
The fact of the matter is, it doesn't matter because in both scenarios, Blizzard had so little respect for their own franchises that they allowed a game like Diablo Immortal to come into existence. It doesn't matter who made the game. Because in both scenarios, whoever made the game had zero respect for that franchise or for the players of that franchise, quite frankly.
Guys, I think either one's circling the drain. And so I'm just so fucking astonished that so many people are eating this bullshit with a silver spoon. And actually, to be fair, it's more like a gold one if you're playing the rifts with 10 keystones enabled. So anyway, You know what the campaign reminded me of? It reminded me of, how Hollywood has run out of ideas for about 10 years now? And so every 2 or 3 years, we get a new Spider-Man movie. Every 2 or 3 years, we get a new, remember that really funny comedy from the 90s where half of the jokes in it would get you canceled? Well, guess what? We're going to make part 2 of that comedy, and all the actors are old now. And so that's what it reminded me of the campaign. Because every single one of those movies are devoid of soul.
Dude, it's actually one of the things that bothered me about Diablo. The original Diablo, it felt, Diablo 3, it felt like such a rinse repeat of what the actual Diablo franchise was all about. Because all of the bosses that we faced in Diablo 3 were bosses from Diablo 1 and 2. They barely had any new encounters in that fight. Like, all of the bosses, Mephisto, all of them, were bosses that we killed in Diablo 2 and in Diablo 1. And then they just sort of rinsed them off and said, oh, by the way, they're back. No real lore reason for why they're back. No real anything for why they're back. They're just back. And it really did feel like just fan service. Like, screw the lore, screw the world, screw consistency. The fans loved things like King Leoric. The fans loved things like The Butcher. So we're just going to put it back in the game. Easy life.
Devoid of passion, devoid of, the youthful excitement of creativity. And the only thing that they're reduced down to is shitty fucking jokes. And, hey, remember this joke that's a meta joke from the first movie? That's exactly the way that I felt about the campaign. It's that, oh, we're bringing in all the main characters from Diablo 2. And, oh, we've got some of the main characters from Diablo 3 as well. Let's bring in all the greatest hits, and then somehow we can finesse some gray-bearded 30-something-year-old man into emptying out his credit card before his wife finds out and takes it away from him. Holy shit, man. The campaign, I will give Blizzard this. The campaign is well voice acted. I'll say that. And you know what? I think that's true.
That's not really an achievement. Well, it is an achievement, but not really an achievement. Not for Blizzard. Blizzard have they have their own voice studios. They literally have a coach that works for Blizzard Entertainment, that works with all of the voice actors to ensure that that voice acting is always perfect. Name a single cinematic or literally any voice acting that has come out from Blizzard that wasn't absolutely fucking fantastic. It would take you a long time. Like, that's the one thing that we can say about Blizzard, is that their voice acting is always on fucking point. Nigga Tarkin, how you doing, brother? I recently watched episode 4 of FST podcast. I thought you had a lot of interesting topics about the talking heads and the likes. I was wondering, have you ever played DC Universe Online at all? That was the first time I experienced that in an MMO. I have not. No, I've never played it. I think I watched someone play it once, but I myself have not played it yet. Final Death Scene was horrendous. The cinematic was horrendous, but the voice acting was fucking good. There is a lore reason why the prime evils don't truly die. They return to soul crystals when they are defeated. But Minion, what I meant was that it's not portrayed in the game. Like, they don't in the game handle the lore with any relevant sort of, shall we say, it doesn't seem like it's important to them to keep the lore alive and to actually make the lore make sense. Like, build a proper Diablo universe. That doesn't seem to be the thing that they're interested in. But me shilling hard for Last Epoch, I just know that the only way the market to change is to support new and original products. Venetia Silver, you want to know about original products? Play this game. Like, if you want something that's truly fucking original and amazing, play this game. Do yourself a favor, play V Rising. It is an ARPG, right? But it's so much more than just a normal ARPG. So much more. This is what games could be. And this is an indie company. It's a cheap-ass fucking game. It just proves to you how much better the indie gaming companies are as compared to the AAA companies.
And that's about where it starts and where it ends. Now, obviously, I paid to win throughout the game, and so the campaign was of little to no challenge to me. But from other people that I've talked to who...
To be fair, though, Rurikon did not pay to win, and nothing in the... Literally nothing in the campaign challenged him whatsoever. Alavorius, how you doing? V Rising is on Game Pass too. Wait, is it on Game Pass? Is it fuck? I didn't see it on fucking Game Pass. I think Vampire, what's that, roguelite? Something Vampires is on, but I don't know if V Rising is on Game Pass. I'm pretty sure it isn't. I'm not installing any fucking updates right now. Vampire Survivors is on Game Pass, but not V Rising. Daesh, you bastard, thanks for the Prime sub, dude. Really appreciate that. 6 months in a row. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Again, I do not understand why people are pissed that a mobile game is ass. Mobile games are all ass. I think, Omi, the reason people are pissed is Blizzard made a lot of promises about this mobile game. And also, it is a Blizzard game. There is an expectation that the game should be better than what it is. Session is open for D4, and I am fuck afraid of the pay-to-win bullshit. We'll talk about that in a minute.
Who did not pay to win, they've had relatively a similar experience. The game itself is just very shallow and lackluster.
Yep.
Whenever you go and you're fighting a boss in Diablo Immortal in the campaign, the thing is that after it does 2 abilities, you can just pretty much go wild, because that's pretty much all you're going to get. That's about it. You're just going to get these 2 abilities, and then eventually the boss will die. I got to the point where my strategy was to not move my character. I wanted to not move my character as much as possible and just stand in every AoE, stand in every red circle, any bad zone, I'm taking all the damage, and it doesn't matter because, you know, I didn't spend $2,000 to move out of red swirly boys. So I'm sitting there healing through, using potions through everything, and everything's totally fucking fine. So the campaign, in my opinion, was, again, it was like a reanimated, actually, let's take...
I think the problem right now, Omi, in order to answer your comment a little bit more in depth, the main problem right now is that people still have, even though they shouldn't, based on everything that Blizzard have put out in the last, I want to say decade, but people still have this in the back of their minds. There is still that sort of hopeful ignorance that this is a Blizzard game, and Blizzard games tend to be amazing. You know, that's still the way that most of us look at video games. You know, that's still the way that most of us look at Blizzard Entertainment. And that means that the blowback is almost always going to be greater because you have that expectation for something that actually isn't true anymore and hasn't been true for a really long time. Blizzard is the company that brought you Battle for Azeroth and Shadowlands. Blizzard is the company that brought you Warcraft Reforged. You know, Blizzard is now the company that brought you Diablo Immortal. So the truth is, the company's track record, the last 3 games that this company have brought out were unfinished, buggy, or completely disgustingly over-monetized. But in the minds of players, they still remember the old Blizzard, the one that brought out content when it was ready, the one that whenever it did release a game, the game was actually very good. So people are, rightfully so, I think, still pissed off because they remember a different time for Blizzard.
Like, you know, they've got the Necromancer in game. It's like an exhumed corpse of an amalgamation between the Diablo 2 and Diablo 3 greatest hits put together and then thrown out there with no real sense of creativity, interest, or any level of creative integrity. And this has been put together, and it's just walking.
I'm going to go so far right now as saying that 95% of all developers that work on mobile games are no longer creative, nor do they want to be creative. It is as simple as that. You don't go into mobile games because you care about the creativity of the gaming industry. You don't go into mobile games because you genuinely want to make a good game. You go into mobile games because it is the best place to make money. That's it. And you try to make the game that will make you the most amount of money. That's as simple as it is.
Around like the first guy in Men in Black begging for sugar, okay? And you can and it's pretending to be a human. That's what the campaign was like to me. I thought it was trash. It was boring. And also, let's talk a little bit about. I don't even. The fact is that I don't even know if we're going to talk that much about the microtransactions. Guys, did you know that Diablo Immortal was pay to win? Did you know that they make you spend a lot of money. Guys, did you know that they have all these like really fucking like predatory enticing deals to try to get you to spend
What?
money?
Really? I didn't know that.
Yeah, I thought so. We all did. It's
I didn't know
fucking
that.
predatory pay to win piece of shit.
No, it's not.
Everybody knows that.
Asman, I've been reliably informed that it is not that. Like, I have evidence of a Ubisoft developer saying that it isn't pay to win at all. Like, the game does not ask you to spend money, nor do you have to. So I call bullshit on the statement. I think you're lying. It's clearly not pay to win. What are you talking about? You can't buy gear with money. You can buy James with money, but James isn't gear. Like, James is James. Gear is gear. Not pay to win. It is paid to attempt to win.
So, like, I don't even really want to get that far into it, but I do want to say that it's always funny to go and check on, you know, the first day the game came out. The first thing that I did is I put, like, a counter of how much money I was going to spend on a game, and I started as free to play, and that lasted for about 5 minutes. And then I killed Leoric. I don't know why Leoric is back again. I have no idea. It didn't really make a lot of sense.
No, it
but
never
hey,
makes
guys,
sense.
Greatest hits. And so anyway, we kill Leoric, and it pops up. It's like, look, check out the store. We've got a special offer just for you. And it was an 800% bonus. And all
Just for you, but for every you, right? It's a special offer just for you, but for everyone that's playing the game right now. So everyone gets access to it, but it is special because it is just for you.
I had to do was spend 99 cents. That's right, guys. It's the same price as a McDonald's drink. You guys had to buy that, and you were able to get the a bunch of cool new little items, and you got bonus items. So remember back. Sorry about that. Where the fuck's my editor? It is. Remember back in Mists of Pandaria, whenever they added in bonus rolls to WoW?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, they have those in Diablo Immortal, but instead of actually spending lesser charms of good fortune, now you're spending United States dollars. And
Yep.
I don't even, as I said, I don't even want to get into the pay to win, because I think that people have beat that dead horse so much that it's not even, it's a crater in the ground now. It's not even a horse. Everybody knows the game's fucking pay to win. It's garbage.
The issue isn't that it's pay to win, and I agree with him. It's been beaten with a stick, like Omi said himself. People seem surprised at it. I don't think that's why people are surprised by it. What is surprising to people isn't the fact that it is pay to win. It's a mobile game, of course it's pay to win. What's surprising is the extent to which it's pay to win. That is what's surprising people. Like, if you go through it, this is the first game in the history of any game where there is not a single portion of the game, not a single activity within the game that isn't monetized. Literally nothing in that game isn't monetized. And I think that's what surprised people, is just the sheer amount of monetization that this game has. People were well and truly not ready for that. And I feel like even maybe the mobile gaming industry was sort of caught off guard. But of course, mobile gamers are addicted to swiping their credit cards. So for them, this is just extra content.
And that's it. The thing that I want to talk about in here is that even if it wasn't pay to win, it would still suck. And I want to talk about the first boss, Lassal, the Flamebringer, the Painbringer, the fucking... And that's a pretty fair way to say it, is the Painbringer, because I didn't realize how painful this game was until I fought him. So what happened was I went and I decided to fight this boss, and it was an 8-man raid. Wow, a Diablo raid. That sounds cool. I like playing Lost Ark. Maybe it's going to be like Vaulton. It wasn't like Vaulton. So I walk in, and immediately upon walking through the gate, a door closes behind me, and the boss immediately becomes active before I could even see him on my screen. So then my raid group goes through, and obviously the boss has such tremendous mechanics as stops and casts a 3-second shockwave that has an indicator right here, and then whenever the indicator and the ability goes off, the damage is right here. It's just so plainly, like, I mean, I don't know if somebody wants to edit this over what I'm saying here, but like, it's just fucking, it's in the wrong place. Like, that's all there is to it.
Okay.
It says it's going to be here. The animation goes off. It's here. So it's just fucking broken. And then finally,
Easy.
after that gets done, he decides that he wants to fucking Superman all across the map. And so you've got him jumping from like one area to another. But the problem is that the game is so badly coded because, guys, it's a phone game and they only had 4 years to make it. So you can't expect a whole lot. And they make this game, and the guy is jumping around, and he's like teleporting. Like, you can look by frame, he's like going like this, man. It's like a glitch in the fucking Matrix. He can't even figure out where he's supposed to be, jumping around, smashing people, and then finally,
Evans, how you doing, brother?
Much damage to the boss. This is a little bit of a little fun surprise mechanic here, is that if you do too much damage to the boss, he has an ability where he'll throw a rock on the ground, and then Blizzard came up with this crazy idea where, like, if you have the boss throw something and then you have to line of sight it, so it's a big AoE, you have to line of sight with the rock that he throws on the ground. This is, again, groundbreaking, revolutionary ideas here that Blizzard has come up with this game. And sometimes he doesn't put the rock down.
Nice.
So everybody's just sitting there.
That's how it should be.
Wow. So where's the rock? Well, I guess we'll die. And then everybody fucking dies. And that's it. So this is the first boss. So you want to assume that the first boss is probably the boss that the most players have done. And you also want to assume that the first boss is the first boss that most players have done, which means that it's received the most reports, it's received the most testing.
Absolutely, brother. This has to be game of the year. Has to.
So what I'm saying is that it's only going to go down from here. Okay. And whenever I was doing this fight, I was thinking to myself that this is what I would expect to see if I went to a community college and I was looking at people's midterm projects. This is like a community college game design midterm project. And you know what? I think it's about a B+. It's not very good.
Shit.
And I
feels bad for everyone that went to community college.
I wiped on this piece of shit boss. How much better Volton is. How much better literally any other boss in Lost Ark is. How much better, like, you think about Shaper. You think about Uber Elder. Cirrus, you think about Cortex, Maven, all these fights in Path of Exile. And I understand Path of Exile is a very complex game, and Diablo, you know, scratches the itch that maybe Gauntlet gave people back in 2000.
I didn't do projects when I was at university. Like, fuck that, dude. I was the king of getting other people to do the projects, because all of our projects were always group projects, because it's acting. So I would just always choose a group that the people in the group are really hardworking. And then because I'm friends with everyone, I was friends with everyone at uni. So they're all my friends. So they don't really mind. It's sort of like a running joke. Oh yeah, Akalon doesn't do anything. So they do everything. I just sort of rock up and then get the points. Like get the marks and I'm like, oh, great, this was fun. And then I leave. So I didn't even do fucking projects at uni. Year Effect, how you doing, bro? Yeah, I needed to do website ones, and it was personal ones. I don't know who the final villain is.
I mean to say. So I understand that this is, of course, true, and it's supposed to be simpler, but there's a very big difference between something being simple and something being for the simple-minded. And I think Diablo Immortal is absolutely designed for somebody who's simple-minded in mind.
Of course it is.
And I think that makes a lot of sense because, you know...
Massy true.
Just, honestly, guys, I look at the combat in this game, it's 5 fucking buttons. And it's not about how many buttons the game has that are good, but it's about how dynamic those buttons even are. Like, you look at the legendary effects, and half of the legendary effects are, oh, this slows your opponent by 20%. Oh, this makes your ability do 10% more damage. What the fuck is this? Like, is this supposed to be fun? Is this supposed to be a good time? Oh wow, what a transformative, amazing item! It's just lazy. It's fucking lazy, and I'm not sure that.
Dude, it's interesting to me.
I don't know why.
It's interesting to me how defeated Asmongold sounds. You know, it just sounds like, yeah, he sounds truly unhappy. You know,
that they released this game. I don't understand. I don't understand because it's so depressing to me. It makes me so mad. And like, I tried to play the game on stream.
Agreed, Massey.
And I tried to do the meme, and this is what I was gonna do. Oh, it's pay to win. I'm gonna spend $25 a Rift, and it's gonna be a big thing. And you know, it's gonna be funny because I'm, you know, I was gonna buy fake $20 bills, and I have a lighter right here. I was gonna light each one on fire every single time that I did a Rift. I thought it'd be like a funny little thing, but
yeah.
I can't even pretend to do that. I cannot, I can't play this game. It's like every single time that I'm playing this game, I feel like I'm slapping myself in the face. Like, why am I doing this? What am I doing with my life that I'm playing this piece of shit?
Can I just point out, this is a man that still plays World of Warcraft on a near daily basis. So the bar for Asmongold, in order to get him to play your game, isn't high. I'm not slacking off World of Warcraft in any way, shape, or form with this, because I have said this before. If you're looking for absolute mindless content that you can literally play basically as second monitor content. So one of the things that I miss about WoW, like genuinely miss, is firing up World of Warcraft, going around, turning off my brain, doing world quests, and watching a movie on my other monitor. Just, I'm watching the movie. I don't give a fuck about what's going on here, right? Because it's basically just rinse, repeat. I know all the buttons off by heart, so I can just sort of go through it. And then on this screen, I have the movie that I'm watching. So that's sort of like the thing that I miss about WoW is just the ability to turn off your brain and just play. So it's not like, but the fact that Asmongold still does that to this day means that all Diablo Immortal had to do was at least get that right. And he would probably have continued playing. The fact that he's not continued playing tells you it couldn't even get that right.
Shit. And again, I want to emphasize, this has nothing to do with the pay to win. The game is fundamentally bad. It's a worse version of Diablo 3. And I want to just go through and, oh, but Asmon, you didn't do the PvP. Oh, really?
Who gives a
I didn't
fuck?
do the PvP? Oh man, I guess I missed out on somebody who spent $10,000 killing me because I only spent $1,000. It's a fucking Whale Wars.
Yep.
Who the fuck wants to play that? Like, I watched some guy, and it's like, oh, I'm like one of the #1 free-to-play players. I watched this guy do PvP, and he just gets farmed by whales. He's like, I don't know.
Yep.
He's like a really big minnow, or a really big plankton. And you know what? The way
I told you guys, I spoke to people who've been trying to PvP. Meeting a whale is basically one shot. If you run into a whale in Diablo Immortal, it's thanks for playing.
whales don't fucking care. They eat them anyway. And how low is your self-respect that you allow yourself to fucking grind a game for 18 hours a day to get farmed by people that have a better job in real life than you do? I can't believe it. It is astonishing to me that anybody would put themselves through that level of torture. So, where does this leave us?
Through Dead Knight?
Well, this leaves us with our beautiful and grand announcement of Diablo 4. Oh boy. It's going to be different this time, guys. We promise. This is going to be a live game that's going to be updated. Oh, really? Like Diablo 3 has been updated. Think back right now, in 2016, what Path of Exile was like in 2016. And then I want you to think about what Path of Exile was like whenever Maven came out. I think this was Ritual League. Think about how much of a change and how much of the game has changed from point A to point B, right? And then I want you to take how Diablo 3 Reaper of Souls played in 2016 and compare it to how it plays 6 months ago.
I want to be fair to Diablo 4 and say that it does appear from what they announced during the Xbox and Bethesda game show. It does appear as if Diablo 4 takes a whole new approach. So, for example, they haven't announced any greater rifts. Instead, you have dungeons and you have raids in the game, right? Which I think is already a massive step up. You have those world bosses, which, I'm going to be honest, looks kind of fucking fantastic. Did you guys see the world bosses? How many of you saw the Diablo 4 announcement? Like, let's quickly do this before we even continue.
I speak now to those who heed a darker call.
Well, we'll have to wait and see, Reza. So this immediately looked really fucking good.
Those
It's the Necromancer. Fuck yeah.
cross the line of sin for deeper knowledge. Who follow an unquenchable yearning, born of blood and bone. To unlock the forbidden secrets and foulest black rituals, calling forth life from death.
Dude, it's fucking gruesome, and I love that.
To embrace this power, you must take it into the world. And you will be shunned, scorned, marked as a living sacrifice to this profane knowledge. You will be a priest of Rathma, a necromancer. And you will not confront the darkness alone. We are the speakers of the dead.
It looks cool, though, right?
Dead have no mercy.
It fucking looks cool. It's a cool cinematic. And it's a necromancer. Who doesn't want to be a necromancer? So I'm gonna skip over, like, the talking bits.
Diablo 4 is the next generation of action RPG, melding monster slaying and loot collecting with a fully realized open world.
So first thing I want to say, one of the things that got me excited for Diablo 4 is they're moving away from the sort of cartoony bullshit graphics of Diablo 3 and going back to darker, more sort of like what you would expect the Diablo game to look like. It looks more like Diablo 1 and Diablo 2 than what it does Diablo 3, which I'm immediately a fan of.
It's not for the faint of heart. It's gory and unnerving. It's creepy.
Diablo 4 is all about player choice.
It takes all of the pillars of a Diablo game and just expands them with all the new features that people really love and appreciate in modern games. Whoever you see yourself being, you can create in Diablo 4.
It's important to include robust character customization because then I can play the fantasy that I want to play.
It allows you to switch around your playstyle as well.
Everything feels very powerful and fun. One of the really cool things about having an open world is your journey that you take throughout Diablo 4 is your own. There's no linear path that you have to follow.
We've got almost 150
That's
dungeons
gonna be
in the game.
150 dungeons. It's going to be interesting because they said there's no linear path for Diablo 4, right? No linear path. I don't know how that's going to work out.
There's all kinds of surprises as you're exploring.
Strongholds are an enemy territory that you need to reclaim.
You might have a space that begins as a hostile area, but after you've cleared it out,
the evil in this place has been cleansed.
It now becomes a friendly town.
Sometimes it's a new town, sometimes it's a new dungeon. There's a whole bunch of rewards that you get, and you have a real impact on the world as a result.
No, you can't leave us here. They might come back
I want to be clear, the reason I'm showing you guys this is partly because it sounds really cool. When I say sound really cool, I'm being very specific in that. It sounds really cool. If they deliver on this, great game, can't fucking wait. But also because these are the promises that they're making right now. They're making promises. Can they deliver on those promises? We have to remember each of these promises because in less than a year, Blizzard will have to prove that they can actually deliver on all of these fucking promises.
Local events are really cool little story segments that happen within the open world.
You'll just be running through the world, and then a local event will pop up, and you can choose to participate in it or get a group together and just wail on these.
But here is the one thing that if this works, I really would fucking love it. Just look at the world boss element to this. This looks so fucking good.
Like giant world bosses.
These are events that take a lot of people, and you really have to work together.
Being able to see all the players on your screen, collaborating, trying to take this big monster down, it's epic.
Like, that looks cool. You can't say it doesn't look cool.
It's so easy to create a community. It makes Diablo more of a social experience.
We've got fully enabled crossplay.
If you have an Xbox and your buddy has a PC, you're going to be able to group up.
Or you could play couch co-op. Two people on a couch can sit there and have a great experience.
I think the only part about this that I'm not that excited for, but that might just be because I play a different kind of Diablo, is the fact that it's effectively being turned into an MMO, right? It's effectively turned into a co-op multiplayer MMO type of game. And whenever I think about Diablo games, like my favorite Diablo game was Diablo 1. Mainly because it was single player only. That was it. It was you in this world doing your own thing. So that's the one part of it. It looks amazing, and I'm probably going to play it if, obviously, they deliver on all of the things that they promise. But I just don't like the fact that I'm going to have to do dungeons and world bosses with other people. I would have preferred if I could do all of these things on my fucking own, right?
We've created specific zones where players can engage in PvP.
If you go there, you can start swinging away at people. But you're also opening yourself up to being swung at.
If you're like really, really good, the game
So what I know from the cross platform is it's only console and PC. That's it. It doesn't exist on any of the other platforms, so it's not going to be mobile. Don't worry about that. Mobile would not work for this game. First of all, graphics on mobile, I don't know what phone you have, but this as an open world experience on a mobile, I fucking doubt, right? I doubt. So there's definitely no mobile support for this. The only mobile support that will exist for this will be Xbox Cloud, which I believe this game is coming to as well. And if it's not coming at launch, it will almost guaranteed come as soon as Microsoft, the deal goes through and Microsoft buys Diablo, Blizzard Entertainment. Because mobile or Xbox Cloud allows you to play any game you want on any device you have as long as it's connected to the internet. So in that sense, you could play it on your phone, but that's going to be through the cloud, not on your mobile phone as a mobile app.
actually marks you as like a champion on the map. You basically become a loot pinata, and everyone wants to chase you down.
Grieving pain, you bastard. Thanks for the Prime sub, dude. Really appreciate that. 2 months in a row. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Another Prime sub to give. Bro, I will take your money and proudly spend it on useless shit. So thank you so much for that.
The last story mission
Endgame.
is really the beginning of a whole different part of the journey.
Now you're set up for the end game, and that end game is rich with things to do that allow you to get more and more powerful.
Whether it's new items or new dungeons or new Paragon boards.
So this got me excited. I want to see how this plays out because it seems like they're literally just going Path of Exile, hold my fucking beer, right? That seems to be what they're going for here. Because if you're not paying attention, you go in a specific direction, and then it seems to open up new trees as you reach the end of it. So as soon as you reach the end of this, it goes into the next tree over here. I don't know what the yellow lines would be. The yellow ones would probably be empowered abilities. So the red ones are the ones that you've taken. It might be that golden ones are like ability changing talents. And then it connects there, and then it opens another wheel that you then start building into. And the same could happen on top, the same could happen on the side and at the bottom. So these are crazy fucking talent trees, depending on, of course, how it works out.
Every single time you come back to play Diablo 4, there's going to be new stuff for you to experience.
And it's something that we're going to support for years to come.
I'm really excited for folks to get their hands on Diablo 4.
Just to see millions of people really enjoying the different options.
Through the campaign,
local events,
Couch co-op,
Endgame,
PvP, it almost doesn't end.
And we are so close.
The golden ones are $6. It is possible, right? Now, we do have a tweet. I should probably show you guys this. Just in all fairness, I should probably show you guys this. We do have a tweet from Rod Ferguson, who is the GM for Diablo, right? Just hover over his name, SVP GM of the Diablo franchise. And his tweet was the following. To be clear, D4 is a full-price game built for PC, PS, Xbox audiences. We are committed to delivering an incredible breadth of content after launch for years to come, anchored around optional cosmetic items and full story-driven expansions. More details soon, Necroblock tomorrow. Can we Blizzard, your PvP always suck? So, according to Rod, the only items that you'll get on the store is cosmetic, which I don't mind. If you're gonna do cosmetic items on the store, I would prefer games without fucking cosmetic or stores, but, you know, this is his promise. So again, I'm showing you this because this is the promises that they're making. Will they deliver on these promises? A whole different fucking discussion. A whole different discussion. But this is the promise that they're making right now. Right? And that's sort of the thing we have to keep them to. Will they stick to those promises, or will they ultimately decide, screw it, you know?
It's the same fucking game. It's the exact same fucking game. So, yes, I can't wait for Blizzard to release Diablo 4 with basically no fucking innovation, no effort whatsoever really put into making the end game anything more than a grind fest, and with probably convenient.
So, Holy Third, I guess I should say, they did by proxy say that there won't be any pay to win. This was, so Mike Ybarra, so Rod wrote this, then someone quote tweeted Rod, saying something about, so no more, and then Mike Ybarra quote tweeted that guy and said it's a whole different team that works on Diablo 4, And it has nothing to do with Diablo Immortal whatsoever. The premise is different, the games are different, so the monetization is going to be different as well. So by proxy, they have committed to no microtransactions in terms of power levels and stuff like that, but by proxy. So you are correct. Technically, they have not denied that there won't be any pay-to-win bullshit. They've by proxy said there won't be, but that usually, in my opinion, means that they're keeping the door open just in case. In case they want to start selling some items and stuff on the cash store, they don't want to be caught in the whole, well, we did say there's going to be no pay-to-win in the game.
Misleading PR language to make people believe falsely that the game won't have a way to pay to win. So this is, I know this is about Diablo Immortal, but I'm just so, like, I'm so fucking triggered about this. I can't stop thinking about it. Like, I actually got out of bed yesterday to fucking go live and yell at the screen about this. I'm so fucking mad. Like,
I get that. That happens a lot to me.
Diablo Immortal is fucking garbage. It's garbage with or without pay to win.
True.
Diablo 3 is fucking garbage. Diablo 3 Reaper of Souls is fucking garbage.
True.
They have done literally no effort to make the game innovative, to change its design, or to make it anything more than what it was whenever it pretty much just came out.
Is there still people that play D3?
I'm not expecting a lot out of Diablo 4. And whenever Blizzard, I can't believe this, Blizzard says, oh, wait a minute. No, the store is going to be, it's going to be anchored around optional cosmetic microtransactions. Oh, really? Anchored around? Is that an exclusionary statement? No, it's fucking not. And so whenever, remember, I'm reading this, I'm thinking, Wyatt Chang, oh, you can't buy gear in Diablo Immortal. You can't do that.
He didn't lie, though, Asmon. You can't buy gear in Diablo Immortal. You can buy Eternal Orbs, which can give you Legendary Crests, which can drop James. James is not gear, bro. Like, just to be clear, James is not gear. It's James. Everyone knows that. So, technically, not lying. He is 100% truthful in his statement. You cannot buy gear in Diablo Immortal with money. You just can't. It's true. 100%. My faith in Blizzard have been restored, ladies and gentlemen. I believe them again because they didn't lie. It's James. James or whatever, James don't matter. Unless, of course, the James are really important and all the power is in the James. But that's not true for Diablo Immortal, right? The power is the gear. The James is just sort of extra. Shit that goes inside gear, but not gear. Of course, it's not gear, bro. James go in gear, but you need gear in order to put the James into it. So not pay to win at all.
You can't buy any gear. You can't just buy stuff and buy gear and make your character more powerful. Oh, you got us. You got us. You can only buy gems, which are what all of your power comes from. And so I'm not going to buy into this purposefully misleading PR language bullshit. I'm sorry to say. Skins in Lost Ark give you stat bonuses. There's no rule that says that skins can't give you any sort of a combat or non-combat such as experience bonus.
Yep.
Black Desert Online did this. And also, speaking of Black Desert Online, you don't buy gold in Black Desert Online. You buy skins and you sell them. And you can mention here that, conveniently, Blizzard did not say whether these skins will be BOE or BOP. And you know what? I wonder. Because the fact is, I think Diablo Immortal is going to be doing incredibly well. It's like a 4-point-something on the Apple Play Store. Nobody gives a shit about Metacritic. Whenever the normies see the game, they're going to look at it on their App Store, and they're going to be like, oh, wow, Diablo, I used to play that. And then they're going to log on, and before you know it,
it's massive for Blizzard, actually, because they have a whole new audience now.
And Blizzard's laughing all the way to the bank while Bobby's flying around on his fucking helicopter. And that's the world that we live in. And people ask me why I'm not excited for Diablo 4. I'm going to be honest, guys. It's going to have to earn my trust. Because over the past 10 years, Diablo has done nothing but lose it.
Yeah, but that's sort of, like, I am excited for Diablo 4. Although I am cautiously optimistic about Diablo 4. Which is what I've been for Blizzard for a while now. It's been cautious optimism the whole time. So maybe that's why I'm not so angry at Blizzard anymore, is because I've switched from being sort of expecting better to actually being pleasantly surprised when they do better. Like, I was pleasantly surprised with 925. Could 925 have been even better? Sure. But the fact that it was actually leaps and bounds better than anything before surprised me. And I was like, oh, that's pretty good. I kind of like that. Because I no longer have any expectations when it comes to Blizzard. As a company, I have no expectations. I think as long as they release a game that isn't too fucked, that's surprising to me. Like, that's like a good thing. As long as it's not too fucked.
The game has made no innovations, it's made no changes, it's done literally nothing, while its competitors on the market, like Path of Exile and Lost Ark, have done miles, ran laps around this game. And the only thing that Diablo has that is better than those two games is maybe the combat feels a little bit more visceral. I'll give you that. And you know what else? It's simpler. Well, you know what? I don't really want to play a game that its main fucking benefit is that it's simple. I want to play a good game, and Diablo 3 Reaper of Souls has not been a good game for the better part of a decade. And I am so disappointed. I'm disappointed with Diablo Immortal. It's brought in hardly any new ideas except for the ideas that came from the monetization department. The fights themselves are one-dimensional garbage. The raid bosses are somehow even worse. The rifts are repetitive and not dynamic at all. And the greater rift system is just bigger number, better person. Well, that's not the way it works in Diablo Immortal. It's bigger number, bigger bank account. I'm sorry to say, I think Diablo Immortal sucks. It's lowered my excitement about Diablo 4. And to be honest, it's even tempered a bit of my expectations of World of Warcraft Dragonflight. Because any company that would have the lack of self-respect to slap their fucking name on this piece of shit, I can't imagine anything good coming out of it. Thanks for watching. I really appreciate it. Leave your comment down below. Hey guys, I'm sure it'll be different next time. I can't wait. I'll be there watching just like you. I'll see you later. Peace.
I feel like there seems to be a general air of defeatism within the WoW community now. Just like this general air of slowly but surely, Blizzard is becoming a company that no one expects anything good out of, but at the same time, people still have that expectation of what it used to be, which I think is one of the most dangerous things for Blizzard Entertainment. Because whenever EA comes up with another schmoz fucking game, people just go, well, that's EA, you know? Did you expect anything else? No, so who cares? The problem with Blizzard is whenever they announce something new, people are like, oh my god, could this actually be the one? Could this be the thing that brings Blizzard back? And then it turns out, no, it isn't. And then people are even more burnt and sort of let down by the fact that this one wasn't the one that people were hoping it was going to be. And I don't know exactly which one of those, like, which company would you rather be? Would you rather be EA, where no one has any expectations for your games actually being good, and therefore no one really is that disappointed when your games aren't good? Or would you rather be Blizzard, where people have a lot of expectation for your game to be good, but then also no expectation for your game to be good? So they're more disappointed whenever the game launches and it isn't good. I would rather be EA, right? Where the expectations are already so low that when EA launched Star Wars Fallen, like Jedi Fallen Order or some shit like that, people were pleasantly surprised. It was a good fucking game. Solid solid single player game with a great story, great gameplay. People were surprised. People were pleasantly surprised. Like, oh my God, this is a good fucking game. You know? I feel like you'd rather be that, because if the only way that you can go is up, it means that anything you make that's horrible, people just go, well, that's EA. You know, what did you expect? But when you do hit it out of the park, people genuinely feel like, oh my God, did you see that? Whereas Blizzard's down is far down. They fall so far whenever they fuck up. I don't know which one is better, to be honest with you. I'm not sure why people think Blizzard is going to go back to being all Blizzard when they are literally EA version 2 at this point. I think it's hope, right? I think that's all it is. It's hope. Yo, Phil, how you doing? But yeah, I mean, this is just where the gaming industry wants to be. And I think a lot of people are very confused by that. I think a lot of people either don't know or don't care. I'm not sure. Like, genuinely not sure. Blizzard's case, if you deliver what people want, even if it is stupid, people will like it more because they received what they wanted. Yeah, but, I mean, when's the last time that Blizzard actually delivered on something that people wanted? Marco, Blizzard isn't falling. They've already digging. They're already digging at this stage. I guess it's just it's hard. It's hard for me because I still want the old Blizzard back, you know, and I guess it's hard coming to terms with the fact that it's probably never coming back at this point. Trying to say is I would be in Blizzard's shoes here instead of EA because they have to review the feedbacks and try to act on it to have something decent. Yeah, but if you're at the bottom already, the only way for you is up, right? The only place you can go is up. Whereas if you're at the bottom but people think you're still somewhere in the middle, then theoretically you have a long way down that you can still go. AAA don't want the good games. They want the more profitable games. The indies are the ones that exploit the good game market now. I agree with that. Like, 100% agree with that. So there's a video that I wanted to watch. It's a video that I think now is more relevant than ever when it comes to these kinds of things. And that's sort of why I want to watch this, because we're in the world now where these things... So we are in the world now where mobile game mechanics are spreading to PC games, right? It's spreading into the gaming market in general. And if you think that's not true, then you and I have a very different opinion on where the gaming industry is going as a whole, right? The gaming industry wants to make money. The AAA gaming industry wants to make as much money as humanly possible. Mobile games have figured out how to do that far better than what PC games or console games have ever been able to do. The fact of the matter is, there are a number of ways in which you can make money, and almost all of them are incredibly limited. And when I say a number of ways in which to make money, I'm talking about a number of ways in which to make money that players absolutely accept. So it's player friendly. The first is to just charge $60 for your game and that's it, right? That's a tried and tested way to make some money on your game. It's limited though, because there's going to be only so many people that will buy your game, and therefore anyone who doesn't buy the game, you lose their $60. You're just not getting it for yourself. The other way is to charge the box price and then have some kind of cash shop, whatever that might be, right? Cosmetic, usually, again, limitations on that because not everyone gives a fuck about cash shops, but some people will, and that's really what matters. And then there's the third one. The third one is the golden ticket. It's the one that every single mobile game is trying to get to, and it's what's called the pay-to-win model. This is where the game can have a box price, but usually it won't. It will be free to play because you make so much money in pay-to-win that you don't need a box price for your game. The game will take care of itself. The issue is pay-to-win is rejected by anything but the mobile gaming industry. So in PCs, they've sort of mastered the 2 of the 3 ways in which to monetize a game. Now, there's subcategories for each of these, right? So in terms of $60 price tag, you can also have DLCs that will eventually mean a little bit more money over the course of time. You, of course, with a $60 game can have something like a pay-to-play model, like what most MMOs have with their subscription services. But these are subcategories. The 3 main categories is this. PC have been able to master 2 of them, which is the base price game and then sometimes cash shops in those games. What they have not been able to pull off and what they're still struggling to pull off is the pay-to-win element. Now, if you watch this with me, it's only 20 minutes long. It's not that bad. So in terms of us reacting to it, probably an hour, hour and a half, or even 2. But I want you to understand, and this is why I'm reacting to this. These guys, like Diablo Immortal, the development of Diablo Immortal, the development of games, specifically when it comes to how they monetize games, isn't just, oh, this would be cool. It's not a bunch of people sitting around in a room thinking, oh, you know what we could do? We could put some really cool stuff in the cash shop and that will do well. There's a psychology behind this. These systems are designed to get you to spend money. They're designed with the help of psychologists to make sure that they're optimized for it. So you aren't fighting against a guy that's trying to do something cool. You're fighting against a system that was specifically designed to get you hooked on it. That's the design philosophy behind this. And I realize this is old, just as a last thing before we get into it. I realize this is an old one, but I have actually learned over the course of this Diablo Immortal thing that a lot of people have not seen this. So hopefully by reacting to it, a lot of people will see it, or at least some people will see it, and realize that these guys aren't coming into this unprepared. They are prepared for this. They know exactly where they want to go, and they know how they want to get there.
Hello. I'm here to talk about monetization. It's Let's Go Whaling. It is about a summary of a huge bunch of behavioral psychology. So the tricks on how to monetize a game.
Behavioral psychology. That's an important word in the opening line. Behavioral psychology is employed not just by the video game industry, it's actually employed by almost every company in the world. Has behavioral psychologists who study human beings. You have consumer psychology, you have sort of deep consumer psychology, which goes into consumer evolutionary psychology, so kind of looking at how we, in terms of our history, consume products, which can then inform how we consume products today. These companies spend billions of dollars as a conglomerate in order to figure out what is the absolute best way to market something to people. That's what these psychologists are after. Now, for the most part, these psychology tricks is actually done to help humans, right? It's to figure out what makes us tick. So why did we decide to buy? Why did you go out today and buy a Coke? Why didn't you buy a Fanta or a Pepsi or a Dr. Pepper? Why did you buy a Coke? What made you decide that you like the taste of Coke? In the case of coffee, when you take coffee as a drink and you literally isolate what coffee tastes like, it's not a great taste. In fact, it's bitter. It's very unique, but it is an acquired taste. Coffee doesn't taste that amazing. And yet we gulp this shit down by the liters. Why? What makes us drink coffee? How did we get to the point where we drink and consume coffee and we teach our children how to do it? This is what behavioral psychologists look into. This is their job, is to look into how do we build these behaviors that we engage with that most of us don't even think about. The gaming industry, on the other hand, wants something different from these behavioral psychologists. Because these studies that the behavioral psychologists put out, the gaming industry takes those studies and then adapts their games to them. So this is how you get humans addicted. We'll make our game to mimic this so that our games can be more addictive. So this is how you convince someone to spend money. Well, we'll make our game to get you to spend money, right? So this science that is being done, studying human beings, is being misused by the gaming industry to great effect.
Game well. Some of you will probably be slightly shocked by all the tricks I have listed here, but I'll leave the morality of it out of the talk. We can discuss it if we have time later.
Leave the morality out of the talk? It's an interesting line at the beginning of the show. Because there is a chance that even Janestrom himself do not agree with everything in this. But that's the whole thing. It's not about morality. It's not about the discussion of is this good or healthy for human beings. It's a discussion about is this profitable? It's all we care about. Is this profitable?
Sure. So let's dive right in. First off, Wall Street trader and an oil sheikh got into a fight. Who won? You guys did. This is to remind you that a lot of the spend comes from the high-paying guys, the whales, and the very best way to get these guys to spend is to get two rich, competitive guys to fight each other and tell them, I'll give you a slight upside if you pay me. Next up.
Why do most of these games have PvP? For that specific reason. Why do you think Diablo Immortal's PvP is timed? Someone said this earlier. Why is it on a timer? Because the other option is a matchmaking system that sort of tracks who is paying and who isn't paying, and then assuring that they meet each other quite often. By making it timed, so you can only do PvP in certain times, they ensure that both paying and non-paying players will play together. The non-paying players will get shat on, so realize, fuck, I need to pay if I want to play. And the paying players will realize I need to spend more if I actually want to win this. So it's actually just a much easier way to get the players and the payers to play against one another.
To remind you that the best way to make sure of both your retention and your monetization is to make sure you have enough of an in-game economy in there. The 1,000 up there is actually clearly lowballing it. Top grossing games have in-game economies worth tens of thousands. That's how you can keep people in there. They have lots of things to do, stuff to upgrade, to progress along, and that's how you can make them spend a lot as well. Since
by
you
having
can, for
millions
instance,
of currencies and stuff.
Give a huge discount on something. You know, this stuff is worth 150 euros, but now I'll give it to you for 5. If your whole in-game economy is worth less than 150, you cannot do that, of course. So now, a few of these like frameworks on how to think of stuff. I've seen suggestions to model what you sell according to battle types. I assume you're all familiar with battle types. The achievers want to progress in the game, the socializers want to speak to other people, the killers just want to compete and kill each other, and the explorers are the guys who are after stories
I'm an explorer.
and experiences. So
what are you? Like, what are you guys, based on the battle type? What exactly are you? Now, I just want to be clear, the battle type has actually been updated since this video. It's not just 4 categories, but it might just be that they're, for convenience, putting it into 4 categories. That's it, right? I would be an explorer. That's what I would be. In almost any game, this is what I would be, an explorer. I care about the content, I care about the story. That is what I want to consume. I'm definitely not a killer. I despise games with PvP, and if they have PvP, I don't play that. I prefer to just have content. I'm not an achiever. Couldn't give 2 fucks about achieving. It's actually difficult. The only game in my entire life that I've 100%ed was Mass Effect 1, 2, and 3. And that's after I finished the game like 8 or 9 times. I decided to go for like a full 100% play. And I'm not big on socializing either, although I can do a little bit of socializing every once in a while.
This is from Will Luton's suggestion to you sell convenience to the achievers, which really means faster progress, customization to socializers, hats and stuff, competitive advantage, that is pay to win for the killers, and content for explorers. Now, the reason I highlighted convenience up there or progress is that most of your sales will be here. Customization, hats and stuff, they're nice, but...
You hear that? Most of your sales will be around convenience. Wins, you bastard. Thanks to the 1 sub to that 23 months in a row. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You all heard the whole pay for convenience. That's why so many of these games focus on that specifically. Pay for convenience. Why is Lost Ark a game notorious for pay for convenience? Because that's where most of your sales is. That's the biggest piece of the puzzle. The most players in a game will be those progress-minded players. The players who want to progress the story. And if anything allows them to progress the story, that is where they're going to progress the story. Now, you might think to yourself, but Akalon, why is that wrong? You know, if the game wants to make it easier for you to get past something, why can't you just pay for that? You know, the person that doesn't want to pay for it, that's fine, they don't have to pay for it. But why can't I pay if I want to pay? The answer is actually fairly fucking simple. The focus of the game. If the focus is to have cash shop items that allow you to progress faster, this means that the company now has an incentive to make progress physically slower unless you pay. This is why a lot of these mobile RTS games will take upwards of 2 months to upgrade a building. Or you can pay and have it upgraded immediately. It doesn't have to take 2 months. Anyone with half a brain knows that it shouldn't take 2 months. But it's taking 2 months because if they don't do it 2 months, you won't pay to upgrade immediately. This is the nature of the business model. By paying, you're not doing anything. The other person couldn't do the same thing by paying.
You'll have a single-digit percentage of your income coming from that, if you do both that and progress. Competitive advantage is good, but you can go overboard with it and have an unbalanced game, which is, if it's too clearly pay to win, people will stop playing. And content, it takes a lot of resources and time to do that. Selling content is very expensive. Hardly any team can keep up producing content at the pace needed. This one I like a bit better. Hook Habit Hobby. This is a model from Dimitri Dravanov of Flare Games. It's a model for how people...
Holy Third, exactly, right? Almost all... It's not just mobile games, PC games these days. This is why I'm showing you this video, because this is coming to PCs as well. We see it more and more. Lost Ark was a good example of this. Diablo Immortal is a good example of this. It is the fact that we create the problem so that we can sell you the solution. And most people will buy the solution because they don't want to deal with the problem. Now, what's interesting is what he just said there. The explorers is the one group that can't really be monetized, because the only way you monetize an explorer is with more content. You have to put so much content into the game that the explorer wants to continue playing the game. Doesn't help that you're selling shit on the store. They don't care about that. They want to see content. They want to see more story. They want to see more of the world. And if there's no more of the world left, all of the content that you sell on the store doesn't matter because there's no more world. So unless you bring new world and new story, the explorer is just not going to pay for it. You give him a DLC with a lot of new story, and they're like, yeah, fuck yeah. I'll pay for that because it's content, right? It's something that I can actually consume.
Progress in a game. The hook is what gets you into the game to try out a free-to-play game. Then
the hook would be the what you got after King Leoric. So once you killed King Leoric for the first time, they tell you, here's a very cheap item for 800% of like value, 800% value, and all you have to pay is $1. That's the hook. It's trying to convince you. Now, other games will do it differently. You get games that actually give you one free item on the store. So you actually get a resource in the game that you can then use to spend on the store. The reason they need to do that is quite simple. Once you've already spent the money, you think, well, I'm in it now. I may as well spend a little more. It's not like this is even a new thing. Warframe being free to play has been doing this for years, just not in such an aggressive way. A lot of free-to-play games do this. Yes, Yofel, that's true. It literally just matters how aggressive, because that's the thing that most people get annoyed by, is when it's so aggressive that it's almost unbearable.
You build it into a habit that you play multiple sessions every day, and then at the end, it's the hobby phase where people see it as one of their main hobbies, and they put lots of time and resources into it. Now, if we look at this from a monetization perspective, the hook is where you put up an icebreaker. You want to give a really, really good deal, something that's a no-brainer. You would be crazy to turn it down as a player. Yeah. The reason to give a really good deal up front is by making people spend up front, they are also emotionally committing to your game, their retention will go up. And the first spend is, it breaks the ice, then they think of themselves as spenders in the game. It's okay for me to spend in the game. Lots of people otherwise have this wall up, I will never pay for a mobile game. So you need to break the wall first.
Yep.
The habit is like the main meat of the game. This is where you sell the faster progress, as we just discussed. And the hobby is for the guys who have already maxed out. They're the guys who have all of their Clash of Clans building at the max level. They are already there. So you can no longer sell progress to them, you have to sell consumables. This is where you're selling the faster healing times or faster build times of armies. This is also where you get basically unlimited upper spend. There's no limit to how much you can spend in, for instance, Clash of Clans.
Dude,
so let's go down into some of these more tricks. Gachas. Who hasn't heard of gachas? Excellent. Most of you have. So gachas, they're named after gachapon, these Japanese machines, which are sort of slot machines that give you collectible stuff. On random, you get collectible stuff. But it's really the same mechanic that we...
Gacha has been around in Japan literally even before the internet. Like, they have basically non-digital machines that can give you fucking collectibles. Man, the Japanese love spending money on bullshit.
We have had in Western markets for collectible playing cards like Magic the Gathering for ages. You cannot, no matter how much you spend, you cannot directly get the card you want. You have to, over and over again, pay to get a bunch of random cards and hope that the thing you wanted is in there. Or then you like trade them somehow if there's what wasn't what you hoped for. These are great for again, both monetization and retention because people like the lottery part of it. If you want to look up Skinner box to know why. It's really a lot more exciting, and you get more content because people cannot immediately progress to the stuff they want. They have to keep trying a few times. So it really takes like 5 times as long to get the collection that they need compared to just progressing and collecting soft currency and buying it straight off. Okay.
Just listening to this up until now, do any of you still think that this is by accident? Do you really think that this is just purely by accident? Like, the fact that they can break it down this well tells you that none of this is an accident. They're not accidentally making games this way. Only money I ever spent on a mobile game was called Iron Force. Tank fighting game gave me a free tank. Better than the starting game. 200 diamonds and raises max fuel from 9 to 12. Each match requires 3 fuel. I played it for about a year. Good fun. EA purchased it and tried to monetize it. Stopped playing it within 2 weeks. Easy.
Then think about how you want to get to your millions. Do you go the king route of having a huge volume of players and a fairly modest lifetime value for each spender? Or do you go the machine zone route of having a very hardcore game that like 95% of the population is going to look like, what is that? But the 5% that actually do play it, they will spend a lot. Just know where you stand on this. Hot state. There's an excellent book about behavioral psychology called Thinking Fast and Slow. This is the fast thinking. I'm telling you that the fast thinking mode is what you want. The slow thinking is your analytical brain. What's 12 times 47? I'm sure all of you can answer that, but you have to start your actual thinking brain to do that. Now, if I say, complete the sentence, bread and everyone's thought, butter. So that's the fast thinking. Our brain works in these 2 modes, and starting the analytical part of your brain is too much to ask for a spend. How it applies to...
This is why in almost every store that you see, it will be like limited time offer, right? And I've even seen videos of stores that will have a little countdown sort of bar that runs down. So it pops up and it says, limited time offer, $1, get this pack now. And then there's a little, like a fuse that runs at the bottom. And if it runs out, it's gone forever. So basically convincing you, spend now. Go, 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 go. Spend now, right? Because as soon as you start thinking about it, that's when you're probably going to realize, have any of you ever made a purchase on something? And then after you made the purchase, you think to yourself, fuck, I should not have done that. I did not need that. That is the worst purchase I've ever made. Or just, this is a horrible purchase. I should not have bought that. That's exactly what this is. And that's exactly what these guys are trying to get you to do. They want you to constantly... BFA. Apocalypse, yeah. True. But that's where they want you. They want you in that constant state of, I need to spend now and I should not think about it. And then they also don't really want you to think about the purchase that you just made. So it moves on very quickly. It does a bunch of flashing lights for the purchase and then moves on, get you back into the game. Because if you start thinking about it, you might refund or you might actually quit.
Games is
make stuff
immediately useful, immediate gratification. If you have a level-based game and you sell some boosters up front, for instance, a coin doubler or some other stuff that will help you, people will have to analyze and think it through. These things are good for me. These will help me progress before they do it. And they won't do that. If, on the other hand, you do, like, for instance, in this temple run, once your game is over, save me, I have a few seconds to spend hard currency and I get to continue. Or, similar in Candy Crush Saga, at the very moment that I've lost, I can see I just played a bit more, I can pass it. Make it immediately useful. Loss aversion. This is people are much more attached to the stuff they have than an equal amount of things that they can gain. Which means that if I give you an offer, I'll flip a coin. If it's tails, I'll take 100 euros from you. If it's heads, I'll give you 120 euros. Who would take the bet?
God, how you doing, bro?
No one. No.
Yeah.
We need more gain to offset the loss is felt more strongly.
Yeah.
We need like 200 against 100 loss, 200 gain against 100 loss, then we'll take the deal. In games, you can apply this by giving people stuff that feels is in their pocket, and then threaten to take it away unless they pay up. This is, lots of level-based games do this. There are collectibles in things like Puzzle and Dragons. You collect along the way. If you didn't finish the level, they'll take it from you. Now, pay to continue a bit.
Oh my God,
Offers
dude.
a scarcity.
How fucking scumbag is that? So you just collected all of these rare items, right, that happen to drop for you. You get to the end and you fail the run, and they go, quick pay, else you lose all the things that you just collected. It just, so everyone sort of think, oh my God, I can't lose this. It's just $2. I'll pay it. Fuck it. I'll quickly pay it.
Plays into the loss aversion. If there are rare cards up here, and you see the goblin going with his clocks, tick-tock, I'll take it away from you, I'll take it away from you. They are scarce, they go away.
Oh, me, yeah,
this
pretty
is a
much.
brilliant way to get more. People to spend more. Subscription, does anyone recognize the guy? He's the builder from Clash of Clans. The point of this is the builder has a very specific way of working. If you spend your hard currency on this guy, you will only get the benefit from him if you then keep coming back to the game very often. So it drives both retention and monetization. Build stuff that makes people come back to your game a lot in order to get the value out of that.
Dude, I'm almost getting a headache at just the pure bullshit in the gaming industry, dude. Because, yeah, that's what battle passes are, by the way. A battle pass is nothing other than that, because in a separate sort of study that was done around mobile games, specifically monetization, the more people play your game, the more they'll spend on your game. And that's really the important bit. You need to keep them playing. So a subscription ensures that they now feel like they have to log in every single day. And because they're logging in every single day, they're far more likely to actually spend money on the game because they're playing every single day.
The IKEA effect. This is to say, stuff that we put work into, we value more highly.
Come on, how you doing, brother?
You know, IKEA really sells you cardboard stuff. It's shit. But you value it still somehow slightly higher because you actually built it yourselves. The model over here is from a psychology book called Hooked, How to Build Hooking Products. This is how we build habits. There's a trigger to remind us to do something, then we go do an action, we get the variable reward, just like the gachas, we get the lottery ticket, and then to really hook it down, we need to ask people to do something for us, do a little bit of work, because then they become emotionally attached to that. And then we set up the next trigger, either internal or external. External trigger means really a notification in our case. Internal that people have in their minds that, you know, I started building that tower or I planted pumpkins, that means I need to come back in 8 hours. So that's the trigger. And then we go round and round and we have the habit. Anchoring is fun. Anchoring means that when we don't know the price of stuff, the first price we hear suggested for it becomes our anchor. And then
we spoke about this specific topic not too long ago. I think last week or the week before, we spoke about this. Where someone sort of brought up discounts in Steam and how games are discounted. And the argument is so fucking simple. no game is ever discounted below what the developer wanted for the game in the first place. That's why so many games are basically 100% of the time on discount, because all they want you to pay for the game is $20, right? But if you just launch the game at $20, well, I might not buy it because I'm not entirely sure if it's 20 and I might wait for it to be 10. But if I charge $40 for the game and now I discount it to 20, you feel like, oh my God, I need to get this because I might not get another deal like this, right? So we already know this, and it's something that happens so much in mobile games, but also these days in PC games. So what game was it that I was playing that had like discounts in the store almost all the time? It was not long ago. I played a game where almost every few hours it has another item that's on the store for a discount. It's like every single couple of hours the store refreshes with new items on discounts. Just trying to convince you, hey, spend a bit of cash, get yourself some really cool shit.
Compare everything to that. For instance, an iconic example, Black Pearls. Black Pearls, when they first came on the market, no one wanted them because they're dull and black and don't look very nice. The guy who had them told his summer trainee or whatnot to just dump the price of them and get rid of them. The summer trainee understood it wrong and actually hiked the price by 50% or 100%. And then suddenly they became these objects of desire. Even more special, I think, is this. If I ask all of you to write down the last 2 digits of your social security number, and then I have an auction, like imagine this is a fancy bottle of wine, and you get to bid on auction here. The people like me, my last 2 digits in my social security number are 99. I'd bid a higher price on this than the guys who have like 10 or 05. Just because I wrote down a high number on a paper will anchor my thinking on what goes next. So how to use this in a game? Some games, immediately when you're in the tutorial, they suggest to you, you should buy this good IAP for 50 euros or something like that. I go like, oh, that's expensive, I'll never do that. Of course, no. And I expect them to say no. Then again, I come back like a few sessions later and suggest they buy it for 15. And I'll say, that's a good value, because my anchor was at 50.
See how fucking bullshit this is?
So this is, we are herd animals, we tend to do what all of the others do. You all sit quiet listening to me, because that's what all of the other guys do here. So, especially when people are similar to us. This means that you should have the socially accepted way of behaving in your game should be paying. You want to tell people, for instance, when a clan member of theirs spend IAP money, you want the whole clan to know, because then that becomes the socially acceptable way of behaving. You absolutely do not want to tell them that the majority of people in your game never spend money. That's poison. Never tell them that. Availability means that the stuff we hear a lot about is the stuff we judge as likely to happen. Okay. This, for instance, can tie into gachas. If there are rare gachas, not every player will see them every session. That's like the definition of rare. Which means that they will think that it's not likely to happen that they get one of those, which means that you should tell them about it, which means every time a clan member gets one of the rare things, you should broadcast it to all of the others, like your friend got this rare or legendary thing. Then they will judge it more likely. The right amount of choice, this is a famous jam experiment. They put up a stall in a supermarket with 20 different jams. You know, have a taste here, then you have a discount, go buy some. And then they had a control group who had only 5 jams to taste. Now, for the one with 20, a lot of people stopped by and tasted the jams. But for the one with 6, a lot more people bought. Because they they know that that's the best one. That's the one I want.
I think they call it analysis paralysis in psychology. So analysis paralysis happens when your brain basically becomes sort of, it goes into a loop where it can't decide because there's too many choices. And because there's too many choices, your brain can't decide on the best possible choice. So what happens is, let's say, for example, you're standing in front of the cereal aisle, right? You want to get some breakfast cereal. Now, you can go with Frosties, or you can go with Cocoa Pops, right? Or you can go with, like, any of the other 30, like, cereals. The issue is, your brain thinks, okay, I'll go with Cocoa Pops, and then it goes, but fuck, if I go with Cocoa Pops, I can't go with Frosties. Okay, I'll go with Frosties, but then I can't go with Cocoa Pops. Okay, I'll go with, then I can't go with Cheerios. And eventually your brain just goes, well, I'll go with fucking nothing. That's easier. Because I don't know what I want, and my brain is just paralyzed at this point because every choice I make has an obvious downside insofar as I can't get the other fucking thing. And you eventually just go, yeah, I'm not going to make a choice. I'll just leave. They've done this exact study with multiple things. They've done it with bread, jam, cold drinks, chocolates. In every single instance, the fewer options you have, the more purchases you ultimately end up making. Cardotas, how you doing, bro? Thanks for the first time chat. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you. Hey, very happy to have you here. Welcome. We're watching the scumbag nature of the gaming industry and how they figured out how to fuck us effectively. And so often when I worked in sales as a jeweler, would see people go around looking for a single ring for hours and hours. It happens very, very often in, like, I would say it doesn't happen that often to me, but that's mainly because I have a very limited amount of things that I like. So I know before I even go into a shop, this is what I fucking like, and this is what I want. And if they don't have that, I just leave. So I don't have a huge amount of, like, tastes that I prefer or like. So I don't run into this problem that often, but it has happened to me before, where I'll stand, say, for example, in front of, like, the sauce rack, and there's just so many sauces or spices. This is actually a good example. Whenever I'm standing in front of the spice rack, I will sometimes experience analysis paralysis, where my brain just, there's too many spices, and my brain just doesn't know which one to go for. And then I just decide, fuck it, I'll leave. I'll just get salt. You know, that's the basic spice, I know it.
If there are 20, there's too much choice. We just get anxious. We choose nothing. There's a bunch of data on this, that whales take longer time to convert. This is just another reminder for you to have content for a bloody long time. Mm-hmm. The core loop goes through the store. Have an example, hill climb racing, because it's so fantastically minimal and nice. You do your action, your in-game, your core game there, and you go straight into the meta game where you do the upgrades, and then back there. So the loop always goes through the meta stage where your store, where you're spending money.
Yeah.
Labeling technique, I haven't seen this actually done in a game, but it's interesting. It should work. If we tell people they are a certain way, if we compliment them on being nice, good citizens, they are more likely to behave as nice, good citizens. So you should actually tell your players that they are generous individuals who have a taste for good art and want to support their...
Could this be what Diablo Immortal has done with their poor gear rating and their excellent gear rating? Just by calling it poor and calling it excellent, have you not labeled players? You've labeled me into, if I'm not spending money, I'm not excellent. It's an amazing game. Played for the first time a few days ago. Got gifted a few cool items from a veteran. I can't use them, but it was nice and inviting. I'm having a great time. Nice, Ren. Smacker. Caminkins. It feels like that's why they did it, right? The gear labeling is exactly that. You're gonna want to spend money because you want to be excellent too.
Their game developers by paying you and buying IAPs. Related to that, also to telling people the reason to do something makes them much more likely to actually follow through and do that. Spend because reasons. The reasons don't even have to be that good in order for this to work.
Okay.
And last, here are remember, there are 4 ways of progressing in games in general. You can have a skill-based game, you can have a luck-based game, you can have a game where you just progress by grinding, or you can pay to progress. Make sure that your games aren't too skill-based. I made that mistake myself. A too skill-based game, you don't get people to pay you, because there's no reason to. So make sure grinding and paying are legitimate versions of progressing in the game.
Oh, fuck! I get hot.
That's it. A few questions.
Did I physically get hurt? Make sure that your game isn't too good. If it's too good, people won't actually pay, you know? Like, you want to make it good enough to where the plebs can't actually finish it, so they'll just grind and pay for it. But if you make it too good, they're not going to pay. Fuck it. You know, it's hard enough. Just as it is. What hurts me physically is just looking at this and realizing this is what we're up against. And probably more. There's probably so many things that goes into this that he doesn't even talk about here.
Any questions at all? No? Okay, well, thank you very much.
Thanks. I'll give one more in case you didn't have questions. Reciprocity is a very, very strong mechanic. If I give something to you, if you give something to me, I feel obliged to give something to you. To trigger that, however, we need 3 different criteria. The gift needs to be unexpected, personal, and significant. It can't feel like something I gave to everyone, which makes this a real challenge to do as part of the game. But I think you can incentivize your players to trigger reciprocity between each other. But that's a challenge for you guys. Thank you.
The very fact that they have sort of they have monetization in video games down to a science at this point, to the point where someone can get up on a stage and run through in 20 minutes, because this was 19 minutes and 48 seconds, can run through how do you successfully monetize your video game. And they can do it. And if you kept Diablo Immortal in mind, every single one of these slides are represented within Diablo Immortal. Every single one of them. Without fail. It should scare us, because I was talking about this today on the Frozen Sodium Throne podcast with Rurikon. It used to be that at the end of a game, so in the final year of a game, right, we or game developers would spend that time optimizing the game. They would spend that time playtesting the game, making sure that everything is sort of sorted out and ready for the players. It feels as if these days the final year of the game is figuring out all of the monetization options. So when they build the game, they already know how they want to build it to monetize. But in the final year, that's when they really optimize those sales options. So that's where they really go in and say, okay, so we have the sort of level boosting stuff down. We have the sort of, say, progression stuff and a bit of pay to win stuff and all that stuff down. But now let's see where else can we optimize for spending. So what else can we present to players that will sort of convince them to sell some, to buy some stuff on the store? Diablo Immortal was delayed for quite a while, right? It took almost 5 years, right? 4 years and a bit for Diablo Immortal to come out. Do you think, honestly speaking, do you think it took Blizzard 5 years to make Diablo Immortal. I mean, develop the game. If you remove all of the cash shop and you just talk about game development, do you truly believe that that game would take 5 years to make? Considering it is effectively a rip from D3 with lower graphics, right? That's it. It's just a lower graphic game. There's nothing new. The game literally borrows everything that it has from D3. Why did it take so long? What could possibly have slowed down this game? From my perspective, the thing that is prevalent in this game, while there are bugs in the game, certain things that break the game, the one thing in this game that isn't faulty is its monetization. They do not miss a fucking beat when it comes to monetization. Mobile game, yeah, most mobile games I know of is usually pumped out in like a year. At most a year. Anyways, it was just, I just wanted to share this with you guys because it is scary to think that this is where the mobile industry is going. Not the mobile industry, but the gaming industry. Because I do believe that this is coming for all games. Blizzard are modern-day sleazy used car salesman. It's not just Blizzard, though. I mean, it would have been one thing if it was just Blizzard. But it's not just Labs game. This bad boy can fit so many whales in it. And boy, can it. Like, it's all gaming companies. I see it so fucking often with almost all video games right now. It just seems ready, willing, and able to go max level. Like, absolute max level monetization. And it is fucking annoying. It scares me, dude. I'm not gonna lie to you. It fucking scares me. Period between the fiasco of Don't You Have Phones incident could be a reason why it took so long to release as well. That might actually be a legitimate view. I didn't consider that, Dilipus. Because yeah, that could absolutely be. I mean, that was a pretty bad moment for Blizzard, right? That don't you guys have phones was a miserable moment for Blizzard. All right, what else is cool? Do we have anything else that's really... Wait, see that mountain? You can climb it. 16 times the details. Starfield will have over 1,000 planets you can explore. Did you guys see? So, how many people here is actually excited for Starfall? They also redid it to run on PC. That may have taken more time. Dude, it's a straight up PC port. There was fuck all redone, Miracos. Like, that I don't believe. Because it is just a PC port. If you look at it, like, keybinds and stuff like that is really fucking bad. Jesus. Oh my god, dude. Are you guys seeing this? Holy shit. It's going to crash and burn. I think so too, but at the same time, I am kind of excited for it. Oh, dude, that has to be, like, that must suck. So necromancy. I'm probably gonna have to talk about that in tomorrow's video. So I'm again cautiously optimistic with Starfield. There is a part of me that obviously keeps in mind that this is a Bethesda game, and Bethesda games are notorious for basically not delivering on any promises whatsoever. But at the same time, they've delayed this game so much. Is it even possible that after all these delays, the game is still not ready? Observe from distance and maybe checked out. I will play Starfield only because I already have the Xbox Game Pass, so it's going to cost me fuck all to check it out. I'm going to be... It's basically free at this point because I have the Xbox Game Pass, and I've had the Xbox Game Pass for well over a year, so... It's going to launch and I'm just going to play it. Who the fuck is Embracer? I don't know who Embracer is. Do you guys know who Embracer is? What games do they make? Last week, the country's public investment fund, through its subsidiary Savvy Gaming Group, purchased a $1 billion stake in Embracer Group, acquiring 8.1% of the company's shares. The PIF's video game investment tend to lead to concern among players because of Saudi Arabia's long-standing history of human rights abuses. In particular, Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, who is chair of the PIF, has been accused of ordering the murder of journalist Jamal Khashoggi. However, in a statement posted by Embracer on the Embracer website, CEO Lars Wingsfors attempted to assuage those concerns by stating that the investment wouldn't have a negative impact on the company's work. I'm not entirely sure how would Embracer suddenly start abusing human rights? To have that many planets, how repetitive? Oh, Omi, you and me both. I was actually one of the few people that didn't look at those 1,000 planets is a good thing. You bet your ass most of those 1,000 planets are procedurally generated and absolute bullshit. Like, I can guarantee you that. They're going to be empty as fuck with almost nothing on them. There's no way you make enough content for 1,000 planets and it works. Friends, only killed one dude in a whole week. What a nice guy. I agree. Like, really stand-up man. I honestly respect that there are different views on this topic. When he first said, I don't claim to have the right answers, but I want to be clear that this decision was not taken lightly. He added, I want to be clear that Embracer will continue to be operated by me, our operative CEOs and management teams across the entire group. Who the fuck is Embracer? Embracer is built on the principles of freedom, inclusion, humanity, and openness, and transactions with SGG will not change this in any way. Embracer is still controlled by the people working in our group. Together, we control a significant majority of the votes in the company. SGG will own slightly more than 5% of the votes and 8% of the capital, and they have invested in Embracer because they support our current vision, strategy, and leadership, not to change it. But what the fuck do they make? Wingsforce also stated that he wouldn't be against SGG CEO Brian Ward, who was previously an exec at Activision, taking a seat on the Embracer board should he wish to. Embracer Group is massive. Remember Balele did a video about them? They have over 100 studios. Yeah, but what fucking studios? Questions have been asked about a potential board seat. Wingsford said, ultimately, this is a question for shareholders. However, I think it would be relevant to share my view. Brian has a deep industry knowledge that is valuable to Embracer, and I would be supportive if he personally would like to contribute to the board at a later date, as long as he is committed to the time needed. If not, I look forward to building a strong relationship with HGG regardless. Ultimately, this will be a matter for him and the shareholders at the AGM or at a later meeting. The Embracer deal is one of a number of video game investments made by the Crown Prince PIF in recent months. Earlier this year. Okay, so the PIF is probably starting to see something that other people are missing. Why is PIF, do you guys think, so heavily invested right now in the video game market? I think I know. What do you guys think? Why would the Saudi investment group be so focused on video games? 96%. Jesus, what? In April, the Prince acquired 96% of acclaimed Japanese developer SNK, taking over ownership of the Fatal Fury, Metal Slug, and King of Fighters studio. 5% in both Capcom and South Korean online game publisher Nexon. These investments total over $1 billion. In December 2020, the fund also acquired with $3 billion worth of stock in Activision Blizzard, Electronic Arts, and Take-Two. It's set to receive a profit on part of that investment if Microsoft acquisition. With anyone else, I'd say money, but Saudi princes don't need more of that. So Thumb One, for this, I would argue the thing that you have to what are video games famous for? They are completely recession resistant. Video games do not suffer during recessions. In fact, with almost every single recession since video games have been a thing, video game companies tend to make more money. Like, their money goes up. And there's a good reason for it. Video games, at its core, is the best value for money entertainment on the market. You spend $60 on a game, you get 100 hours plus of entertainment from the game. Where else do you spend money? Where else would you spend $60 and get that many hours of entertainment? With Netflix, one could argue, okay, movies have probably become that because Netflix allows you for $9.99 to basically get hours and hours worth of entertainment. But even then, I would still say the majority of value lies within video games. If PIF is making these moves now, especially since last year, like, look at the fucking list here. They have bought stock in every single gaming company on the market. I think they're afraid of a recession. They know a recession is coming, and so they are basically bracing for it, just buying up, because it's constantly 5% stake, 5% stake, 5% stake, just buying up as many 5% stakes as they can in almost every video game company in the world. And this, I think, is to hedge their bets. It's in case the world goes into a meltdown, they're fine because the gaming companies are going to drive up during that meltdown. That would be my guess. If I was a major investor, that's what I would do. As graphic continues to improve, we start to have diminishing returns as far as overall visual improvement is concerned. I think they recently bought a large part of Square Enix, Crystal Dynamics, Eidos Montreal, Square Enix Montreal. Jay, so that is the Embracer Group that bought those companies. Yeah, the article just said that at the bottom. Like right here at the bottom, it stated that in December 2020, the fund also acquired over $3 billion in stakes. Okay, Embracer Group has grown in recent years to become one of the world's largest publishers. The Swedish company announced last month that it plans to acquire a large part of Square Enix's Western development arm for $300 million. The deal will see Embracer become the owner of Crystal Dynamics, Eidos Montreal, Square Enix Montreal, and a catalog of IPs including Tomb Raider and Deus Ex. So yeah, it's a pretty big fucking IP, right? That they're buying for themselves. Members of the 10th SA Infantry Battalion Group during combat readiness training, June 2020. We have armed forces? Well, that's new. I didn't know that South Africa even had fucking armed forces, can I be honest with you? The one time I've heard of us deploying our military was in Africa to help with some peacekeeping mission, and within 2 weeks we failed in our mission, so we just came back and pretended like it never happened. Demonetization Diablo 4, how bad will it be? We just talked about that. Snow, how you doing, brother? Have you seen the Diablo 4 Necromancer trailer? Yes, we've already watched that. We watched that earlier. I'm now just sort of trolling Reddit and looking for something cool to talk about, or something cool to react to, maybe. They all have arms? No. In my government or my military, the military of my country, they don't have arms. Oh yeah, that. Yeah, but that's our special forces, bro. They don't count. The corpo bitch loves all gold and sexy things. What the fuck did they build? Dude, this guy went all out with V. It's a lot of gold shit with V. Too much gold. Also, way too much fucking chrome. I don't like that. Dude, there has to be something cool that we can talk about, no? Wait, here we go. Here we go. Hold up, what's this? Yes, dialogue in Starfield game is first person and your character does not have a voice. Oh, shit. Yeah, I don't know how I feel about that. Like, so what? You're gonna get decisions, but you're not actually gonna speak? I don't like that. I played a game not long ago that had this, and it feels so unnatural. Because you're basically asking questions and nothing's getting, like, you're not saying anything. That just feels super unnatural. I don't like that at all. Is it no? I feel like in Fallout 4, my character... No, your character doesn't have a voice in Fallout 4, does it? But you should have a voiced protagonist. Is that... Are they trying to make it more immersive insofar as you are the protagonist and they don't want to give you a voice that you're... Like, that's not your voice, maybe? Because I can't understand why they would make that decision. Why wouldn't they do voice acting for your character? They did do it in Fallout 4, yes. Don't, because a Nord, an Argonian, and a Khajiit would need different voices. Someone, but... Dude, there are so many games that give you different options for voices. Want to spend money on voice acting? Well, fuck them. Ren, like, fuck it. I want voice acting. I want my character to have a voice. It makes it a lot better. But I guess, I mean, I'm still going to play it. Although, the only thing that really excited me about sort of Starfield is the base building. Like, I thought the base building is really cool. And if it works, I would love to build some outposts and bases and stuff like that. If it works, of course. God knows if it will. Alright, that's a little bit of a story, I suppose. Dude, the crypto markets is taking a fucking beating, man. Can't believe there's still people in the crypto fucking markets. Wait, there's a Twitch feedback feature? Can you guys give me feedback now? So you wouldn't play Fallout New Vegas or Fallout 3? I've tried to play Fallout New Vegas multiple times. I really can't get fucking into it. I don't know why, but the game just does not appeal to me. And Fallout 3... If Fallout New Vegas isn't going to appeal to me, I'm pretty sure Fallout 3 isn't going to appeal to me. People will make uniquely shaped spaceships. Oh, I'm building a penis-shaped spaceship, Evans. This is not even up for debate. My ship will look like a giant schlong. Because who wouldn't want to fucking go around in a penis-shaped spaceship? Wasteland 3 is one of my favorite games of the last 5 years. Hands down. It's an amazing game. Really cool story. But I never got into New Vegas either. Rurakan brought up a good point. You know what looked absolute dog shit in the Starfield trailer? The gunplay. The gunplay looked beyond shit. And that happens to also be the one thing that sucks in almost every single fucking Bethesda title. Their gunplay in all of their Fallouts is so bad. Like, super, super fucking bad. I don't know if you can get mods that make the gunplay better, but in Fallout 4, the little that I've played with it just feels... It is so horrible to aim in that game, and the guns just, like, it's just awkward. Especially, like, little things. Like, whenever you fight, like, those little bugs, the games are carried by mods. I'm very true. When is next Frozen Sodium? We recorded today, Snow. So, probably tomorrow? Have you seen Raptoon's FF14 animated parodies for ARR? Arcurian, I can't say that I have. No, I don't think I've seen it. Fallout stopped being Fallout to me after 2. I never played Fallout 2, but isn't Fallout 2 still, like the top-down view? Where you sort of, like, isometric view? 1 and 2, I feel like, was isometric. And then with 3, it went into the sort of first-person shit. Tactic style, yeah. So, basically, Wasteland 3 and Wasteland 2. Worth watching. It pokes fun at different parts of ARR. Arcurian, link it to me on Discord. I would love to react to that shit. We're gonna be playing Final Fantasy again tomorrow. So from tomorrow we'll finish the Omega raid. And then get into the rest of the raids. I just have some stuff that I need to take care of tonight. So I can't really, like, do it tonight, but from tomorrow we should be back in with the Final Fantasy streams, and I'm gonna try my absolute best to at least finish Shadowbringers before we take another fucking week break from the game. Podcast as well. Necro, that does happen though. You'll be surprised at how many people only come in whenever I'm playing Final Fantasy. If they see that Final Fantasy isn't in the title, they just immediately peace out. Like, fuck it, I'll be back tomorrow or the next day or whenever you're playing Final Fantasy again. Even though most people have not figured out yet that I'm not, in fact, a gameplay streamer. Thank you very much, Arcurian. Really appreciate that. I'm not a gameplay streamer, and I fucking won't ever be one. I like hanging out, just like what we're doing now. This is great fun for me. Just sort of chilling, reading Reddit, watching videos together. That's what I fucking live for, man. Wait, what? Chinese researchers identify possible technological traces of an alien civilization in a signal picked up by China's Sky Eye, or 500-meter aperture spherical telescope. Lysaria, how you doing? Like having some chit-chat in the background while I work. I appreciate it. Hey, as long as I'm someone's second monitor content, I'm very happy. How am I doing today? Pretty good. I mean, I can't complain at all. How are you? Started watching you for on YouTube for Warcraft Theory and Warcraft. Not the content, but the mindset. You're interesting to listen to. Ren, I appreciate that. I really do appreciate that. I don't judge people for caring about the type of content that they watch. I mean, it's a free world. You should watch whatever the fuck you want. I just don't like... I guess what I don't like is being... I don't want to be pigeonholed into just one type of thing. So whenever I sort of play one game for too long on stream, or whenever I sort of realize that a large chunk of my community is here for just one specific thing, I'll stop doing that thing for a while, just so that it doesn't become the thing that defines me. Because if I'm not in the mood to play video games, then I don't want to play video games. Like, if I start the stream and I'm just like, I couldn't give two fucks about playing games today, I just want to hang out and chat. If I'm just a video game streamer, then I'm going to feel forced to play games. But if I'm not a video game streamer, then fuck it. I can do whatever the fuck I want, you know? I'd love you to be my second monitor content, but I don't own a second monitor. Where chill, then I can be your phone content. Just have your phone in front of you, you know? What did you major in university? We don't have majors in South Africa, at least not in the way that you guys have it. I studied drama. I guess if I were to do sort of major minor bullshit, it would be I studied acting and singing. Major was acting. Minor would be singing. Do you use anything? No. My beard is completely natural. Just 100% natural. Stop being so dramatic. Evans, I wish I could. I'm a born actor, you know? Just all the fucking drama. Why don't you ever sing for us? Because I don't sing anymore. I haven't sung in like fucking more than a decade. Phone content while I work? I'm being memed. Well, so that's just how it worked, bro. You opened the door by coming into the stream. You have to just accept it, you know? It is just what it is. Just meme back. Or tell people to go fuck themselves. That's usually the best way to deal with people in this chat. Like, make no mistake, the people in this chat are morons. And you should either become one of the morons, or you're gonna have a very hard time here. Like, this is the low IQ stream of the internet. If you don't want to become part of the low IQ people, it's not gonna work. You're gonna feel very out of place. There's 10k for singing. You can give me 10k. I'm not gonna fucking sing. Hey, I resemble that statement. You do, Apocalypse. This is true. Would you do Pornaco? No. Why would you? Evans, I didn't call you. I didn't call them dumb. I called you dumb. All of you. There's no limit here. I'm not highlighting specific people. Polygon released an article called Diablo Immortal proves Diablo was always meant for mobile phones. Well, Polygon can go fuck themselves. Like, Polygon is just the worst fucking magazine in the history of the world ever. Link me the article, Jumbo, on Discord, if you can. Snow, but no. I would not do porn. I would not make an OnlyFans. I would not do porn. Even if I, like, had a better body, I would still not do it. I just feel like I would struggle to feel proud of myself if that was how I was making my money. And it's a personal thing. I don't judge anyone else for it. Like, if someone has the guts to get their tits out for a camera, or get their dick out for a camera, then fucking good on you. You know, I don't have that guts. And I would also feel, like, not proud at all. I would just constantly know that my life is being, like, paid for in a way that if I ever had a family and children, it would be horrible, right? Because it's the one job that you can absolutely not share with your kids. Don't only fans and only post fans pictures. I don't need more ways of monetizing, and I can't keep track of more. I have my hands full just trying to juggle Twitch, YouTube, and Patreon. If I had to, like, I'm already struggling to deal with Discord as, like, the fourth place that I have to fucking, like, be present in. So if I now also had to do OnlyFans, that would be miserable. Even more than 18? Why not family fun? Holy fuck, too bored. I'm pretty sure that's not legal on OnlyFans. Like, I don't think OnlyFans is okay with porn, but if you made a video where I fucked my sister, I'm pretty sure even OnlyFans are gonna be like, nope. Ukami Kakushi, thank you for the Prime. I really appreciate that. 3 months in a row. Thank you. Very much appreciate that. Dude, we're talking about fucking... What is this stream? Chat. We're talking about family fun. Look at this. Twitch streaming with siblings. I come back to you, banging your sister. Kami Kids, because this is an Accolon stream. When has this stream not been completely degenerate fuck on spicy content and everything started banning? But sure, the funny thing is that OnlyFans tried to ban all spicy content, and all of the content on OnlyFans is fucking spicy. It's never step twin sister, someone. It's never step. You can't put step there. People won't click. Even though step twin sister means twin sister, people wouldn't know the difference. And I suppose the point that you're making is to beat OnlyFans. Yeah, is Tumblr still a thing these days? To be fair, I never had a Tumblr, so I don't know if it's ever been a thing. But like I remember people, like everyone had a Tumblr. At one point. It was sort of like going to be the next, what's it called? Oh my god, what was it called? MySpace. Who here had a MySpace account? Way back in the day, of course. Oh my god, this is a fucking brilliant Alex Strauzer. Look at this cosplay. Oh, there's a few of you that had MySpace. Like, the fucking boomers are showing themselves. Nice. Nice. Us boomers have to stick together. Evans, is that the only thing you're focusing on? Look at how amazing that costume is. And all you can focus on is, oh my god, her belly is showing. You fucking pervert, bro. Hey, this is why we can't have nice things. Play cosplay that I've been working on. Dude, you're gonna fucking kill yourself there. You can identify a boomer if he actually knows what a floppy is. I know what a floppy is. And I'm not a boomer. I am a millennial. Trying to be simp, but woof. Dude, you are a fucking simp. Don't say you're not trying to simp. You would 100% simp for this girl. Don't lie, Kamikins. You're already on Instagram looking for whoever the fuck she is. Don't even try to fucking hide it. Oh my god. I remember the 50 cent game. Fans prefer spicy over original recipe. Why the fuck is Hassan Piker showing up? Missing games, Halo Infinite, J Powell. Dude, why is there politics in my fucking thing? I don't want politics in my thing. Leave me alone, you bastards. Why the fuck is our son showing up? How do I make him not show the fuck up? Show fewer posts like this. Posts from this community. How about we just not get any Hassan fucking posts? Christ. What do you mean Xbox is streaming right now? Didn't Xbox, like, finish their fucking stream, like, long ago already? I remember watching the Xbox stream. They can't be streaming again. What are you talking about? How can there be another one? Link it, let's see. What else could they possibly have to announce? Can someone link it, please? Let's see what this is about. So I'm assuming this will be the games that isn't coming in the next year, right? Is this Valheim? This looks like Valheim. Yeah, this is definitely Valheim. This was a pretty fun game for a while. This was actually a pretty fun game for a while. Oh my god, it's coming to PC Game Pass. Alright, Thumb One, you fucking bastard. Thanks for the Prime sub, really appreciate it. 12 months in a row. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Hey, dude, I'll take all your Primes. Give me your fucking Prime, bitches. And so this is the extended version. Is it just showing games that's coming to Game Pass or what?
Bethesda opened the showcase with a dramatic gameplay demo for Redfall and closed it with Todd Howard showing us how deep the rabbit hole goes on Starfield. And we also got a sneak peek at upcoming expansions for Elder Scrolls Online and Fallout 76. Here to break it all down for us is the man, the myth, the legend himself, Pete Hines from Bethesda. Pete, how are you?
I'm great. Good to see you.
Good to see you as well.
Right.
So about a month ago, you all announced
Let's see how much he can lie.
both Redfall and Starfield. So I wanted to give you a chance to tell us a little bit about the decision-making process for that.
Absolutely. Look, with all the time that goes into a game, it would be foolish to rush it out the door before it's ready. I think we have continued to sort of examine how we think about games and making sure that they are going to meet our players' expectations. Obviously, the last 2 years have really challenged us from a development standpoint. How we work now largely remotely, while a lot of our folks are not back in the office. And, that has an impact. I also think we've been thinking about things like release dates and when do we give those out and how do we make sure we give one out that we actually hit and don't have to change later. So it's not something we undertake lightly, but at the end of the day, I think what our fans expect, what Xbox fans, what Bethesda fans expect is a high quality game, and we want to do everything we can to give our teams the time to fully realize.
It would be nice if you could do one fucking high quality game in your life
for the players out there. And so, speaking of games, we're just going to jump into it. We're going to start with how the showcase started with Redfall. Now, before we even get into the game, Arcane's making the game, and I want you to talk a little bit about the pedigree of Arcane, just in case people don't know.
Sure.
These folks over there, they're doing their thing.
Arcane Studios is known for really amazing, immersive sims. They do any number of things. If you play games of theirs, Dishonored 2, Prey, there's a lot of common threads you'll find in them. They create really amazing, believable worlds. I think that's a big part of their game is when you're in Dunwall or you're up on a space station in Prey, that it feels believable. There's a reason why things are the way they are. They're also a big believers in systems-based as opposed to scripted. So they really embrace player freedom and sort of giving players the tools to decide, you figure out how you want to complete this mission
by the way.
Or get through this area. We're not going to tell you how.
We're going to play this on stream,
and then give you the freedom to go and do. But, there's
we'll play it with like a bunch of people.
An interesting story. They bring a lot of different elements and then really let the player create the experience they want.
And that's what it's all about. Gamers have taken many games and made it their own. And I think the fact that Arcane is making the game with that in mind is super important. Now, how similar or dissimilar would you say this game, Redfall, is from the other Arcane games?
Look, on the surface, it's a first-person shooter that you can play solo or with, up to 4 players. And so immediately you might say, well, it's not a single-player game, so it must be wildly different. And don't get me wrong, there's absolutely ways in which it is different. But I think when folks play the game, and even when they see more of the game, I think they'll start to see all of those things about an Arcane game that they
Were
love
you guys
and
at
appreciate.
all excited
why
for this?
It's won multiple Action Game of the Year awards for Dishonored 2, is their ability to bring all of those things together, really high level of polish, and let folks experience it. And so I think all of those things we talked about. If you want to play a game by yourself and get a great Arcane story, you can absolutely do that in Redfall. But you can also do things that you haven't been able to do in an Arcane game, like experience it with friends and find out sort of how the whole can become greater than the sum of the parts, like playing it off of each character's abilities. You saw some of that in the demo that we showed. I think the more that people appreciate that,
it's
you almost
story-based.
are going to want to try and play Redfall
Yes,
a couple
this
of
is
different ways. You want to
the
play it by
same
yourself a
studio
little
that
bit,
brought us
play it with
Dishonored.
others, and it's a game that allows you to do either or both of those things, however you see fit.
I'm glad you talked about playing with friends, because I'm taking applications for friends to help me get through Redfall.
Oh, he made a joke. That was such a good
my name
joke.
on that list? I'm down to...
He's buying into the
It'd be an honor.
joke. That was funny.
Keep me on that list.
All right,
We
I'm
need
I'm going
go
to take a piss
explore
quickly.
Redfall
2
together.
seconds.
I'm excited. I can't wait for that. And so let's talk a little bit more about the game. Now, between the trailer that we saw last year at the reveal, as well as this one that we just saw, I feel like Redfall reminded players of other co-op shooters, like Left 4 Dead, for example. What makes Redfall unique?
Again, it's one of those things, like if you watch just like combat footage, you might look at Left 4 Dead or Back 4 Blood or any of these things and go, oh, I see multiple characters facing a bunch of enemies, and so it's the same game. But I think that would be doing a disservice, that it's all of the things that take place in between the combat as well as the combat itself, sort of combining different skills and abilities in the way that you do, Layla dropping down an elevator using her powers that Jacob can use to get up top on a roof and provide cover. You have different characters who play roles really well, how you choose to use Brebone, the robot. All of those things come into, again, allowing the players not to say, here's a set of rules and you can only use, no, here's just some stuff that you can go off into this amazing sort of dynamic, ever-changing world and sort of experience and explore for yourself. And you come back the next day and it'll look and feel like a different experience, even though you're in the exact same part of the game. I think those are the kinds of things that Arcane does that really bring that sort of extra special element that makes their game so compelling.
Yeah, compelling and fresh. So I'm excited for Redfall, and you said it here for everyone to see that we're going to be playing together. So I'm going to hold you to that.
Absolutely.
You got the proof. All right.
Can't wait.
Awesome. So let's talk about Elder Scrolls Online. Now, I want to talk about the team philosophy, because I hear that the team is actually banned from saying things like, now is the perfect time to play.
My least favorite saying is there's never been a better time to play a game. We all say that. Yes, games always get better. We know that. The thing that we love about where Elder Scrolls Online is going is their ability to continually refresh the experience for players, provide new experiences, like going to High Isle, a place they've never been in an Elder Scrolls game. It does a lot of things like story and intrigue. There's a lot of politics in High Isle, different factions and the conflict that's going on there. And again, a way that you can jump in and play by yourself and experience it by yourself, even though it's an MMO. But the real special sauce of Elder Scrolls Online is our amazing community. They're so welcoming.
I've
they're
never
so helpful.
watched
if you need a little bit
Castlevania
of
to
help,
begin
if you need
with,
a
so I
lot of
wouldn't
help,
fucking know.
They're there for you to help explain, to,
All right.
to make
They're
sure you
just
have a fun
making
experience.
jokes.
And honestly, that
Okay.
is such a huge part for an
That
online
joke
game
fucking
of
had me
creating
in
an environment where
stitches.
anybody, no matter whether you just started playing or you've been playing for 8 years, can have a good experience no matter how you decide to engage with it.
I love that you mentioned that. Community is as you mentioned, is such a huge part of any online game. And so for players who may not have played Elder Scrolls, who are, like you said, looking to jump in, to know that they have that community backing them, that's going to help them guide them in their journey is super exciting. So, but I want to talk about Fallout a little bit.
Okay.
Huge milestone recently, 25 years of Fallout. It can rent a car even now. At this point, right? We're talking about it. All right, so this has to mean something super special to the team.
Absolutely, and look, we are as aware of anybody. Like this franchise did not start with Bethesda. It's one that we took on along the way, and our intent is not just to pay homage to like Bethesda Fallout. Like, no, we mean all Fallout, because what this series has done, what it meant to us as players when we went played those games,
Did
played the
76
original
not
Fallout,
actually kill it?
Fallout 2, and then what the franchise has become, and sort of growing and finding an even a new audience with Fallout 3, Fallout 4, Fallout New Vegas, Fallout 76 is something we really want to celebrate. And honestly, what's going on in Fallout 76 with the pit and your ability to continue to push the boundaries in an online game of story and meaningful player choice, and as you're going along, making decisions that kind of matter and have a real impact, I think is important in the evolution of Fallout 76. And just honestly, how far that game has come from its launch. Like, we're keenly aware of how that launch went, but we are also keenly aware of the incredible amount of effort and dedication from all of our teams across Bethesda to say, like, we believe in this thing, and we want to give the fans more of what they want and the kind of experiences that they want.
I mean, it does have an
where
audience.
Fallout
There's still
76
people
is now is
playing
truly remarkable
Fallout
when you go back
76.
and look at sort of where we were and how far we've come, and honestly, how much cool stuff is in store in the pit. It's going to be super fun.
Excited to jump in, and again, that's one of those things that I'm sure you guys attribute to the community, giving that feedback.
That 76 community, again, not just in the game, but what they do for each other, to support other folks in the community, what they have done to raise funds for worthwhile causes. Like, it's not just an amazing group of gamers, it's an amazing group of human beings, and honestly, one that we're honored to interact with and be a part of every day.
I love that, Pete. Before you make me cry, we're going to move on to Starfield, all right?
Okay.
All right, so let's talk about it. Starfield ended the show. I got to say, watching the trailer,
the
breathtaking.
jokes is
It's one of those
weird.
things from the different locations and just seeing the difference between that moon versus the populated city, just amazing. The dog fighting, just everything was so awesome. The team really outdid themselves.
It's one of those things about a Bethesda Studios game that I always love, and it's been the case, honestly, since, I worked on Morrowind and Oblivion and all those games that, we talked about. And for every single one, you cannot pin people down to, oh, it's about this, because it's not. Like, ultimately what those games are massive sandboxes where they give players just ridiculous amounts of freedom to say, you figure out what kind of game you want to play and what kind of experience you want to have, because that's what this game is about.
The only
It's
thing
not
that
us
bothers
prescribing
me
and
is it
saying,
looks
you
like
have to do these things.
Bethesda
No,
game.
it's about creating this
You know,
huge
the creation engine
sandbox
is
with over
so
1,000 planets, so you can completely explore and
obvious.
say, yeah, but you don't have to. Like, it's entirely up to you to figure out what is fun for me. Do I want story? Do I want to join factions? Do I want to, build outposts and gather resources to build more cool stuff? The team really puts all of those tools in the players' hands and step back and says, now it's time for you to tell the story of Starfield, which is your story, which is going to be different than mine, which is going to be different than everybody else's. And I think
I'm really looking forward to Elder Scrolls 6, because that's the first one they're
Speaking about
designing on the
scope of
Unreal
everything,
Engine
Todd
5.
said that this is what an epic RPG
They
is.
will
What
probably
does Bethesda
do both.
define an epic RPG as?
I think, again, it's sort of leaning into, look, there's a lot of folks who take a lot of different approaches on what does an open world mean. And Bethesda Game Studios always pushes themselves to the most freedom and least limitations, right? Where the items in the world are all real things. You walk into a store and there's a bunch of weapons or whatever. Like, that's not just art on a countertop. Like, you could pick those up. You could steal them and run out of it. You can create chaos.
Nate,
Like, we don't
very
want
true.
to put too many limits on what the player is or isn't allowed to do. We love it when players say, I wonder what happens if...
They're
and then they try
explaining
it. And then
the games that
get
they
to see,
announced.
like, oh my Lord,
Be
chaos
calm, bro.
ensued and it was insanity.
calm.
Everybody was shooting at me. And like, that's, I think, the beauty of Bethesda Game Studios and the number of ways that they push for you to explore that, right? It's not just one, it's you could spend thousands of hours doing nothing but shipbuilding and like focus that as all you're about, and that's okay. But you could also be about
Build the
exploring
penis.
every planet and finding all of the good, and that's okay. Or you could just play the main story and be like, I want a kind of experience that I'm guided through so that I kind of get to see stuff, and I might stop here and there. Oh, there's a cool side quest that I got, but I want something that sort of leads me through, because I'm a little, it can be a little daunting to say you can go do whatever I want. Like, ooh, I don't know what I should do. So some folks want a little bit of a guided path or to understand where the fun is, and no approach is wrong. Like, for me, that's epic, because it says we aren't putting any limits on what you can or can't do. we're going to set you loose and
Everyone
just sit back
watching
and watch
this is just
the
like, yeah,
beauty that
how
you
are you
create with your
fucking
own
us?
stories and the way that you solve problems or choose to spend your time in this world we've created.
I love that. And what you said about, those moments that maybe you experience that I don't, like those are some of the best moments if I think back to playing RPGs when I'm discussing with my friends. Oh, did you see that? No, I didn't see that. Where did you see it? And having them go out and find it. So I think that's going to be one of those things.
We talk about that a lot, that sort of water cooler moment.
Exactly.
Of like you come in the next day and you talk to everybody about what you did and you were like, wait, I did that quest, but I did this completely different thing. And you sort of start to appreciate all of the choices that you could have made. You didn't even realize were an option. Like, oh, I didn't even think about doing that. Like, oh yeah, I just ran in and stole his ship and shot all of his crew members and took off. Like, you can do that? Like, oh yeah, you can do anything. Like that, I think that is a special part of a Bethesda Game Studios game. And when we say epic RPG, we mean all of the stories, all of them.
All right, you just gave me some ideas for stealing
All of
people's
the
ships.
stories. You heard
so
that,
I
guys?
appreciate that.
All of the
That's going to be
stories.
top on the list to do in Starfield. Now, we saw quite a bit of combat and action in the game. That seems to also be, in addition to exploring and everything, that seems to be another huge focus of the game.
Absolutely. I mean, look, if you look at a game like Skyrim, which like everybody's played Skyrim at this point, it can, a combat
as soon
is
as
a
it
big
launches.
part of that. Unless you decide it's not. Like if you're one of those folks that says, actually, I'm going to do the alchemy thing, and I just go off and pick flowers and make potions and like live another life in another world this way, then combat isn't part of it. But look, we know in an epic RPG, there's always bad people, shooting at you. Sometimes you got to return fire, and there's a lot of fun to be had there. And so, providing a lot of different skills that sort of determine how good you are in combat, combined with all the different weapons in the game, and then you layer in ship combat and all of these other things, it starts to sort of paint a picture of just how broad or how deep the rabbit hole goes.
It's going to be so impressive.
But your combat
and you
is
touched
so
on that a little
shit,
bit, and I want
though.
to talk about it because this was when I'm watching the video, the demo. What I saw, and it really caught my eye, is around the ship. It's not just getting in the ship and that's your ship. There's so much behind it. Can you talk about it a little bit?
Yeah, like every ship is customizable to the nth degree, and not just like cosmetically. I want my ship to look like this or look like that, though obviously that's totally a thing that you could do if all you care about is cosmetics. But it goes much deeper than that in terms of like what kind of shields you have, what kind of weapons you have, like what kind of ship are you building? What do you want it to be good at? What trade-offs are you willing to make or not? And then the other part of it is, of course, well, you can't just, like, it's a spaceship. Those aren't cheap. So you have to figure out, like, how am I going to do this? Where do I get the resources to build this stuff? What kind of, skills do I need to level up to improve different parts of my ship beyond,
this is
what I could do
Starfield
without
as a
those skills?
survival
So
game,
there's a
bro.
lot of, again,
Go
choices
mine
in terms
shit,
of
like
you
a
get
play.
to decide that, how much you want to put into that or not. Do you just want to give somebody money for the parts that you want? Do you want to build it? All of those things are,
Mate, I'm with you
sort of
there.
part of the fun of deciding how much do you want to interact with this and how do you want to interact with it.
Absolutely. I mean, just as you mentioned, the scope, the level of player agency, something that I feel like is going to just make Starfield such a special experience. So between Redfall, ESO, Fallout 76, and Starfield, you all are just
We got a few
killing the
games
game.
coming. Yeah, we got a few games coming out.
It's going to be so great. Pete, thank you so much for stopping by.
Thanks for having me.
Of course, Pete. Now, coming up, we'll hear from our friends around the world, including Squanch Games, Obsidian Entertainment, Playground Games, and of course, Xbox fans like you. But first, let's hear from the creators of one of the world's most popular Battle Royale games.
Fortnite. Oh. Wait, I don't even know what the fuck that game is. What are you talking about?
大家好，我是永劫无间制作人关磊。
We are glad to
首先，
share
感谢
Naraka
微软
Blade
的
Point,
24
a unique online multiplayer action game with players all around the globe. As a NetEase studio, 24 Entertainment is joining hands with Microsoft to bring Naraka Blade Point to consoles for the first time.
Is this
you
a
could play the game
popular
on Xbox Series
Battle
X
Royale
and
game?
S,
I've never
as
heard
well
of
as
it.
Windows next week. We're also joining Xbox Game Pass, a platform with a huge player base and a vast, bright future. Naraka has been so well received on the PC platform. I am so grateful to the players for their love and support. As a competitive survival game incorporating a lot of action elements, Naraka features a range of characters with unique personalities. Each hero draws from different civilizations and cultures. Battles allow for a great degree of strategic play. You've got a wealth of melee and ranged weapons to choose from. and a vast map filled with interactive elements to explore. Perhaps you'll engage your foes in samurai combat, katanas at the ready, or maybe you'll use Persian assassin techniques and strike from afar. With your grappling hook, you can fly between temple walls and across bamboo forests with ease. Beyond solo endeavors, you can also party up with friends and use group tactics.
That guy is
flatten
firing
your foes.
arrows way too fast.
That's Naraka's underlying design philosophy, that you're unchained and have the freedom to choose how you play. Collect soul jades to change how you play, transform your katana strikes, and make your cannon a weapon of mass destruction. Each hero can be customized too, whether you want to rush into battle as a berserker warrior or cast fireballs as a sorcerer. The choice is yours. We can't forget to mention our unique face customization system too. You'll never need to worry about running into a doppelganger on the battlefield, because you're able to edit your hero's features to your heart's content.
Dude, what
You
the
can even
fuck is
recreate
that?
your
Like,
favorite
come on,
faces.
man.
As we approach Naraka's first
What
launch
a
anniversary,
gimmick.
we're introducing a brand new
What a
weapon,
fucking gimmick.
Twin Blades, releasing together with the Xbox and Game Pass editions.
And just make your characters
Twin
look
blades
like you.
strike with the speed of a raging tempest and sweeping blows. We've seen similar weapons in other games, but here in Naraka, it comes with a style all its own. Charging up strikes is usually a high-risk, high-reward move. With the twin blades, you can charge up while moving and keep your momentum as you unleash a flurry of combos on foes.
Yeah, they won't. Of course
Since
they won't
its
do
release,
that.
Naraka Bladepoint has launched its own faction clash game mode with Omni's Nightmare and the thrilling limited time mode Shadow Surge. There have been many casual modes to play as well, but our community has eagerly asked for a campaign
Ren, yeah, you can
mode.
trust me. No, you can send
We're
them your
always listening to our player
banking
base,
details and everything.
and we're happy
They
to
won't
announce that the wait
share
is
it.
over.
I promise.
Players will see the first chapter of our campaign mode. Form teams of 3 to take on new enemy types and massive bosses. Disarming a boss won't be as easy as disarming another player though. PvP and campaign mode are two entirely different games. Further campaign chapters are also in the works, so we're eager to hear any feedback you have for us.
Wait, so this is a
We are also working on an
PvP
Xbox One
game, but it can also
and
be a
hope to see
PvP
more
game?
players join Naraka later this year. Naraka is launching on Xbox Series X and S and Windows Store on June 23rd, and it's included with Game Pass.
No, but it's
at
not
launch
just
day.
a battle royale,
Now's
because you
your
have
chance
actual
to dive
bosses you
into
can
the
fight as
world
well.
of Naraka Bladepoint.
快来体验我生无拘吧！
I was super hyped for this game.
History is filled with moments of greatness.
This game I want to play, dude.
Some well known, some lost to time. But what about the history that could have been if you were its architect? How would you reshape the world?
From the way they announced this, it feels like this might be another sort of civilization type game.
Would you listen?
Because it's strategy, right? It's like, yeah, no, this is called I think Aura History Untold.
History is filled with moments of greatness. But these will be yours.
I also know that voice actress. Like, just can't remember who it is. But I know that, yeah, Aura History Untold. I'm very excited for it. I'm a huge fan of fucking strategy
our
games.
friends from Oxide Games for a closer look at their historical grand strategy game for PC called Aura History Untold. Dan, Michelle, thank you two for joining us today.
Thank you for having us.
And on behalf of the entire studio, we are really excited to be here and finally be able to talk about Aura.
I mean, we all are excited too. You just had the world premiere 2 days ago for Aura. And I have to say, I'm a really, really big history fan. I love me some history, so I've been looking forward to talking to you two about this. Now, we all know this is not your first strategy game, but the vision behind Aura is so ambitious. So tell us more about it. And also for those who are new to Oxide Games, we would love to hear more about the studio as well.
So Oxide Games was founded 9.5 years ago in my basement, actually, from the development leads of Civilization V. And our goal is to push strategy games to the next level.
And what's really great about working on a new IP is that you don't have kind of these previous expectations that a sequel would have. And so the sky really was the limit, and we got to really take the genre to a new space. And we really hope that not only will fans of strategy games like this, but people who've never played a strategy game before will find something they love as well.
This actually take it to the next level. I think I saw like a drone was in like the 18th century or something like that. It's very, very fascinating. And I think that like, if you're someone who really enjoys history, it's bringing like all of the worlds together, all the periods of time together. And that's a grand vision in itself. So how does the vision of Aura impact the player experience within the game?
So one of the kind of big things we wanted to do with Aura was really explore how to make the game less about finding that optimal strategy, that optimal path, and really bring in ways to make it more meaningful to the player, make it unique to themselves. So what are different kinds of choices we can bring to the player so that when you play, it's different than when I play, and yet we can both be competitive together? How can we do things to really impact agency and expression and really let you express your values and your play styles through the different mechanics in the product?
And Dan, what about you? How does the vision impact the overall experience?
So one of the big things that we've been working on is what we call the living world. We wanted the expression of the game to manifest itself in a way that felt authentic and cool. So we've spent a lot of effort on making sure that the choices that you make are expressed in a visual way.
Is this going to be like Civilization, or it seems more individual,
that
right?
reflect the choices that you've made. And this is actually really challenging. So one of the goals when we founded Oxide was to not have to tell the designers, no, you can't do that thing. And so the game is obviously huge. It's just massive. And so it was a very large technological constraint from doing something like that. But we have our own proprietary engine that allows us to really bring this alternate Earth to life.
I think that's the beauty, right? Because in history, the great thing about learning history is that you learn about culture, you learn about stories, you learn about things that are probably brand new to your eyes. But the way that Aura helps you remix, reimagine, and rewrite history is a beautiful sight to see. And I'm excited to get my hands on it, and I'm sure everyone else
It looks a little bit more micromanagey
so
than Civilization.
Where can we learn more about it, and when can we get our hands on it? Because I need it today.
So if you head over to the website, you can sign up for the Insider program, which will give you a chance to join the technical alpha and play the game later this summer, which is super exciting because we've been playing it, all the time, and so now you'll have a chance to play.
Dan, Michelle, thank you two so much for giving us the lowdown on Aura. Really appreciate it.
Thanks for having us.
I still don't know much about the fucking
is
game.
finally leaving early access and moving into full release with a highly anticipated story mode. Here's Adam Brennicke and Eric Dorabella from Obsidian Entertainment to tell us more.
What game is this? Oh, Grounded. When's how you doing, brother? Yeah, her hair was pretty cool.
What can players expect from the 1.0 launch of Grounded?
The big one, of course, is going to be a complete game, and that means story, right? From beginning to end, you can play through, why are you here? Who put you here?
Yeah, exactly.
And how are you going to get home? And I think those are like the big questions that people are asking about Grounded. Originally, we really just wanted to make a survival game. And one of the jokes was, hey, what if we did backyard survival? Everyone was like, yeah, that's a very unusual idea, but I think there's something there.
I've never played
this.
this.
One of the things that we did early on was establish the art style of Grounded. Things started coming to life as we did the initial prototypes and seeing some of the cool things, like the first time we added the spider into the yard, seeing the reactions of people in the office, even jump scares, people screaming. The team is very small. It's the smallest team I've ever worked on at Obsidian. I wanted everyone to be able to participate on the design side of things. So I said everyone is a designer on the team. And I think that extends into our community and how we're building the game in game preview and early access.
That's probably one of the big successes of the game, is how close we work with the community and take all their feedback and suggestions. I think it's super rad.
For a game developer too, that is a huge, huge thing, just to get people's feedback constantly of what they're liking, what they're not liking, and all those adjustments just make a much, much better game at the end of the day.
Yeah, but it's still survival. Like, survival can be so fucking boring if you're not careful.
There's a lot of surprises. There's a lot
Shadow
of
Skylight, how you doing?
Things that I think
I'm very
players
good.
aren't
Thanks
gonna
for
expect.
asking. We're just watching games right
I
now.
think I know what you're talking about. I cannot wait to see players' reactions.
Exum, you bastard! Thanks for the prime sub, dude. Really appreciate that. 3 months in a row.
Jump into the game.
Thank you,
People who played
thank
the game
you.
previously are also like holding out for more content. I think it's just going to pull a lot of people back in and gain a lot of new players. So Adam, we have the Broodmother from last year. It was like our first big boss. And then we came out with a bunch of mini bosses like
Termite King and
the Assistant Manager. But in this trailer, we're showing players the Mantis. What can they expect from this?
So we're super excited to finally show off the Mantis. I know that's been a big ask from players that they want to see a praying mantis in the game.
They've been asking for this for a long time. Do we have anything else that the players can get excited about?
You know, the mantis is just a little tease of one of the new boss fights.
I love the
but
Xbox
there's more
event.
to come, right? Like,
I thought
potentially many
most of
boss
it was
fights that
brilliant.
We have planned for the full release of Grounded. There's a lot more secrets and other things to uncover.
I don't know, barbecue stream when?
When we reached 5 million players.
I'll figure something out eventually.
And then we hit the next milestone of 10 million
Well,
players.
we'll try to
still
do
being
one
Xbox,
soon.
Right? Yeah, an Xbox game preview early
I
access.
say try because I'm not sure if
Just
it's
to
gonna
show that
work,
we have
but we'll fucking try.
A fantastic game. Everyone's just so surprised at like how much Grounded has grown.
I just hope that players and the community understand how important they are. and
Is there anyone
impactful
in chat
on
that's actually playing
with
this
us.
game?
Yeah, we're so thankful for everyone's support along the way. It's been an amazing journey, and we're finally almost at the finish line, right?
Yeah.
And I think we wouldn't be here without our
Magic
amazing
Ball, how you
community
doing, brother?
and all of the fan support.
I agree. Best community ever. Yeah.
Play with a group of mates. Lotus, how you doing? Quite tempted to buy it on Steam. You don't. Why are you buying it? Just get Xbox Game Pass. It's on the Game Pass, bro. Don't ever buy games.
I got a call from my good friend York Newman, the head of Microsoft Flight Simulator. He told me it was imperative that I meet with him.
Doing very well, mate.
We're flying to this location. We're on our way. Let's go.
Dude, why are you trying to sell Flight Simulator? Like, it's barely a fucking game, man. Come on.
York!
Hey, Paris, good to see you.
Good to see you.
Thanks for coming to DC, man.
No, thank you. What am I doing here?
Later. Let's get in. We don't have much time.
Oh, okay.
Dude, Flight Simulator is not a fucking game.
Right across the Potomac. That's where our contact is.
Alpin, thank you so much for the tier 1 sub. Really appreciate it. 3 months
sorry.
in a row. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
York.
Don't have Xbox.
What is this place?
Yeah, but you
you'll
don't
see.
need an
Let's go.
Xbox, no. It's fucking expensive. Although it's $15 a month if you get the PC Game Pass. So
Wow, look at this place.
if you get the
Hey,
PC
how's it
Game
going?
Pass this
Hello.
1 year,
Paris,
it's
I would
only
like to
$15 a
introduce
month.
Nick Partridge from the
And
Smithsonian
then you get
National Air and
you
Space
get
Museum.
the game.
Thank you for having me. But
For
this
it.
makes a lot of sense. I saw during the trailer there was a collaboration between the Smithsonian National Air and Space Museum and Flight Simulator. Here we are at the National Air and Space Museum. So let's talk about that collaboration. Tell me more about that.
Well, Jorg and I have been talking for more than a year. He was looking for me, and it turns out I was looking for him to ask the same question, which was, don't you think that our organizations have a lot in common, dedicated to bringing flight to everyone? And
I was looking for the Spirit of St. Louis, which is in the Smithsonian ever since 1928. And the Smithsonian was gracious enough. They gave us a millimeter perfect scan, which is what we'll feature in the 40th anniversary edition. But as Nick and I kept talking, it was very clear, you know, the world's foremost museum for air and space, the Smithsonian, And Microsoft celebrating its 40th anniversary. It's a match made in heaven, and there's lots
Dude,
of things we can do.
I don't know why people play this game. It makes no sense. I'm gonna get in a plane and just fly to what end?
With the content that we initially
what's the
collaborated on, a
purpose
couple
of
of our
this
most historic
flying
aircraft,
thing
and some
that
of
you're
the other
doing?
Aircraft in this center are already in the simulator. Maybe we can jump in with both feet and do more in the years to come. Maybe even, who knows, we'll go crazy. We'll put the space shuttle in there.
Oh, that sounds amazing.
All right, you guys have never been here before,
No,
right?
this is my first time.
All right, so keep your eyes peeled, stick together, and Jorg, I've got something special for you right around here.
You actually play it, Alpin?
Check this out.
These most
This is
people
my
can't
favorite
actually
plane,
fly.
the Junkers Ju-52 3-motor. Amazing.
And that is an awesome plane. And as I look at all these
I have
planes
no
around
interest in
here,
this
it makes
game
me ask
at
the
all.
Question, are you
Like,
gonna
just
put all of them
zero.
in Flight Sim?
Maybe not all of them, but we hope a lot of them. In the 40th anniversary that comes out this fall, we already have 3. We have the Wright Flyer, the Spirit of St. Louis, and the DC-3.
You don't know
And we
where
hope
to
get a
go.
few more.
Just type
Nick and I
in
were
PC
talking.
Game Pass.
There's a lot of things we could do.
Yeah,
in
we started with the most
Google
iconic
Chrome.
ones, and who knows?
In Google, not Chrome, because I don't even use Google Chrome. But just type in PC Game Pass. It will take you to the site. I think your first 3 months is $1. So if you get PC Game Pass Ultimate, the first 3 months is $1 per month, and then after that it's $15 a month, and you get like crazy amounts of fucking games, and they're all playable if you have. Like, the Ultimate just gives perks as well. Like, it has 2 versions. It has the PC Game Pass, and then it has PC Game Pass Ultimate. Both of them have the exact same amount of games on it. The Ultimate just gives you, like, perks for video games that you might be playing. So skins and video games and stuff like that come with the Ultimate. Story mode, like the movie Snake on a Plane. Gaming Card, get the fuck out. Like, apologize right now for whatever the fuck that comment was. Snakes on a Plane? Really? That's the story mode we're going for Flight Simulator? Snakes in a fucking motherfucking plane? Good God, man. Like, seriously. Like, you just chose the worst movie. Like, I don't think the game is that bad. It's not a great game, but it's also not that fucking bad that the only story that would fit with it is snakes on a motherfucking plane.
So this celebration is not only of the franchise, but the past as well.
And we're also adding
But is Al?
some time
I
to
would
it,
crash
that
the whole
community
time, most
really wanted.
likely.
For example, helicopters. Sobo wrote a brand new fluid dynamic system to make all that work.
That was a
And then
horrible
we're adding
movie.
gliders, which is a completely different way to
Yes.
experience the planet. It's just you and the wind. And then the last one is we're bringing
Metal Gear
the
Solid,
biggest deal for
Evans, I see
Simmers,
you there.
A brand new real-to-life airliner, the A310 from Airbus,
Yeah.
by a brand new partner called Builds, a great development team. In fact, of the 10 planes we're bringing, most of them are created in collaboration with third parties. So it's a really cool way for us to integrate with the creator community.
Now, how do I get
believe
this?
that.
If you're on Game Pass, if you already own Flight Sim, the 40th anniversary edition is a free upgrade.
This has just been an incredible experience, seeing all these planes and going through the history and everything that's coming to Flight Simulator. I mean, thank you so much.
Thanks for coming to DC. Paris, thank you, Nick, for the great collaboration with the Smithsonian and for kicking off the 40th anniversary edition of Flight Sim. It's been wonderful. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you.
I just don't get the point, I guess, of Flight Simulator. I don't understand why someone would play it.
Today was a good day, but now I have a need for speed.
Of course.
I'm headed to the danger zone, baby.
Dude, the comedy is peak. Peak comedy.
Estamos aquí para disfrutar del mejor día de mi vida, el día de la Xbox, que estoy muy emocionado.
I came in Madrid
I have
just
not, no.
yesterday to be here in FanFest Xbox, and I'm so excited.
Estamos aquí en Madrid para ver.
I didn't even know there was a first Top Gun game, right?
Yo personalmente le tengo muchísimas ganas.
Me ha encantado y no me lo podía perder. Este es un evento único.
That, by the way, I really hope during this extended show they have Hideo Kojima back. Because I want to hear from Hideo Kojima. what is the game that he's working on right now, bro? Because that man is a fucking god.
Me ha parecido genial y un cierre para un evento así, maravilloso.
Just the passion that people have. I feel very welcome.
Hey, we're just a snippet of Squanch Games, and we're here to talk about
Baby
High on
Eater.
Life, our new action-adventure, comedy, Metroidvania, first-person shooter that is nothing at all, a little bit like Microsoft Excel.
All right, you're a bounty hunter now. You gotta help me rescue my friends. They're
Oh, this game
Gatling
just
like me.
freaked me the fuck out. Like, what is this? Rick and Morty does shooting games.
That's our game, High on Life. Pretty insane. There's a lot to talk about.
Let's dive in. So Justin, you're typically known for working in animation. What brings you into the world of games? Why are you in the world of games?
Yeah. I'm obsessed with games, have been my whole life. Always had ideas, always had, things I would love to make, but just never thought I could ever step into that arena because I lack all the skills needed.
You don't know how games work.
Other than
I think this is the creator of Rick and Morty, by the way.
Other
Or
than that,
part
I
of
lack
the
all
creating
skills
team
to
for Rick and Morty.
execute.
But that's why, that's part of why you want to start Squanch, right? Is like to be able to have an idea like that and let it grow to something amazing.
And to be able to be creatively free. I wanted to make games that I wanted to play. And that was sort of the spark that just lit the fire of Squanch Games. And then we shipped Trover and we shipped Accounting Plus, and now we're on this absolutely dream game.
You
This is
literally
like our
shoot that
real
gun's babies, by the way.
legit swing at like a proper, like we're indie, but like this is like our AAA, or is it triple I for indie?
We're triple I.
Yeah. This is a triple I game.
So the story of our game mostly follows like Earth
Dry
being
humor, I love
invaded
it.
by this evil criminal cartel of aliens who come in and kidnap humans and start selling them on the black market like they're drugs. And you're the one human who has to team up with a talking gun and stop them.
And when you select a cartel leader that you're gonna go after, like it opens the portal door to that world that they're in.
Eric, can you tell us a little bit about
He doesn't
the
need
world
buttons.
of the game,
What are you talking
the art
about?
style of the game, the visuals?
Yeah. So we spent a lot of time kind of constructing and creating these
Where's
awesome
Chill?
alien
Thanks for the
worlds.
follow, dude.
Myself
Really
and,
appreciate that.
Mikey
Welcome
Spano,
to the
who
channel.
is our art
Thank you.
director. Him and I worked like a ton on the sort of art direction of the game. He really kind of landed in this space, which was kind of Blade Runner meets the Muppets. So we're trying to capture that feeling with all of our characters,
Oh
especially
my
our
God.
aliens. And then each world is its own kind of unique flavor, right? I think some of the ideas came from very kind of
I heard it's
core
coming
thoughts,
to
like
PC.
we were
I
like,
didn't
we
know
wanna
it was
have
already
an
on
awesome
PC.
alien, like drug-dense spa on an asteroid. And yeah, what makes me really excited is the sort of really clear and like it's almost deceivingly simple narrative, right?
Save the Earth, humans or drugs, talking guns. Ta-da.
So Alec, who are the guns? What's their deal?
The guns are these talking alien Gatlians. They're all shaped somewhat like a gun you'd find on Earth, but they've evolved to be just gun-like in their own way. And so this race of Gatlians each has their own unique personality, their unique set of abilities, and you're gonna be rescuing them from this evil alien cartel, and together, you gotta stop the bad guys.
And get more Gatlians.
Yeah, get more.
It's not a
more
gun that it's an
Gatlians.
actual alien
a lot
that you're
of
shooting.
players are going to have very different experiences depending on what gun they favor.
Yeah, you kind of pick your favorite companion to have out a lot and hear their dialogue, be part of different.
What were these guys fucking
dialogue teams and stuff.
smoking?
Yeah.
Look at us, blasting away.
And sometimes you can unlock the guns in a different order than another player has. So
That's
when you
right.
go back through a level, you'll see things that you would have been able to access if you'd done it in the other order.
That's
and you can come back.
That's a huge one.
All right, so we've talked about this crazy good game that sounds amazing. Why should people be excited to play it?
As a studio, we are attempting to bring A-level adult comedy into video games.
Something I love about Squanch is we would put a lot of effort into things that a lot of other studios wouldn't even bother with, like a single small joke that 5 players might find.
Well, okay. Now I can.
I love that stuff. I love like edge casing and like
It's what makes you remember a game. when it
yeah,
has
like
it
if a player's trying to break the game in a certain way and then you have an answer for that for them, That is like such a memorable and amazing moment. It's almost like watching TV, but the viewer is able to reach into the TV and poke a thing, and the character has to respond to that. And there's so much fun to be had for the
You can
most
skip
part.
it all. We worked really hard on it if you want to skip it.
Yeah, if you want to just like miss out on like, you know,
Yeah,
some
if you're
of
like
the
a big
coolest...
dummy and you don't want to play the game at all, that's fine. We're not going to judge you. We're just going to be upset.
Dude, I don't know, that game would freak me the fuck out. What a weird concept for a video game.
This is gonna be fun. You know I can't let you leave.
Oh my fuck, what the... Yeah, there's no way I wouldn't play this. What the hell is this? Fuck this game, bro! I would never play this. It's literally the Texas Chainsaw Massacre on PC. Yeah, fuck that game, bro. Never playing that shit. Game I would love? Yeah. In my life would I not play that. Already they're deep diving this?
Pentiment is a narrative adventure game set in 16th century Bavaria, which is part of the Holy Roman Empire. You play a character named Andreas Mahler, who is an artist working at a Benedictine abbey. He gets involved in a series of murders and scandals and tries to unravel them over a period of about 25 years. The name Pentiment, it is specifically referring to paintings in which there's an older painting underneath the painting that you see on the top. And if you scrape away the top layer, you see what was left behind. This has a bunch of significance. Obviously, you're playing a painter, but also it has a lot of significance to the idea of history kind of being covered and uncovered over time.
Okay.
When I saw narrative-driven games with really distinctive art styles, I was inspired to make a historical game that focused on the unique art style of the early modern period that was really driven by the relationships between characters and the stories that played out over time.
Oh, maybe I could enjoy this.
It's really integral to defining the art style of Pentiment, especially blending the late medieval illuminated manuscripts with the early modern woodcuts.
Yeah, so there's a lot of major points to solve and kind of marry between wanting this to be a true to the history, true to the feel of the source material that we were referencing as far as the narrative, but also thinking about the types of games that were like what we imagined we wanted as far as a gameplay experience.
Are you guys seriously talking about the most Jack game day ever?
I knew that
Why?
I wanted to portray a community that changed over time, which meant that characters are changing over time. That's really the focus of everything. The buildings do change, but really it's the characters where you see all the crazy stuff happen.
Kids that I had become attached to because it's a 4-year-old and we designed them to be a 4-year-old and then they're getting married and then I felt a weird like emotional reaction to that because I'm like, oh, baby's all grown up.
Give me a picture of the dev for Gears of War.
The 16th century has always been really interesting to me because it was a time of such social upheaval in Europe. I think when we look at social change in the past, it seems like it's a thing that always happens outside of our time. But right now, I think we're maybe more aware than ever that social change is happening constantly, and people are always struggling with it. It's always a difficult process. And so I hope that by looking at people from the past, we can see that even though the setting might be different and the specific issues might be different, ultimately, we always struggle with social change.
I don't know. Someone said he's the like most buff guy ever or some shit.
All right, let's do crime.
It's such a bad idea.
All you had to do was keep your mouth shut.
I'm gonna override this.
Is your life mission to cause harm?
This is my favorite shot of the whole game. This one.
With As Dusk Falls, what we're trying to do is to make
This
a brilliant interactive experience for anyone who loves brilliant storytelling. So people who enjoy films, people who enjoy TV series. It's also a social experience and about sharing these stories with the people you love.
I think we should stick to the plan.
Yeah, stick to the plan.
I took my inspiration from TV shows, prestige shows like, Breaking Bad, Fargo. I really love Dog Day Afternoon. It's such a wonderful setup.
No, I have not watched the Nintendo Direct.
Every last one of them leaves in a body bag.
I don't
When
have a
you write
Nintendo,
for
so...
interactive stories, it's all about the stakes. You want big choices, the tentpole ones that everyone will remember from the chapter they played, but also you weave in the smaller stakes, the drama bit, like the relationships. Are you gonna stay married?
When you lost your job, this wall went up. And I missed you, okay?
The game deals with very mature themes that you don't normally find in a video game. It really gives you agency over characters that are relatable, that are familiar to you. It's like an interactive story, but with the power of video game behind it.
I only gotta yell and my brothers will come.
Now hold your horses, young man. I think you should at least listen to what I have to say.
In the first book, it's mainly structured around a hostage situation.
This is
in
the
a
kind of game that I
motel in
think
the
you
middle
can
of the
play on your
desert in
own,
Arizona,
like
so
late
it's a
night,
pressure
just
cooker.
hanging out and sort of playing.
Answer and do exactly what I say.
But I don't know if you'll play the
It's
shit out of
another,
this.
approach entirely, and it's a chase across multiple states in the US.
There's nowhere else to run.
As Dusk Falls is an interactive show, but the important part here is the word interactive. The players are very much needed to help the character.
It makes sense
on
that
their
they won't be
journey and
Digimon.
decide what's going to happen to them, help them grow and change.
It's not like there's one golden path. There's so many different ways through the story.
You can replay it, and then you get to different story and different ending, and you feel like you're actually achieving something and shaping the story and also the character.
Some of your true self comes out into that thinking.
I don't know, what would you do? I'll try to,
And at the end of the game, when you play, we tell you about your playstyle, and it reveals something about the player themselves, their values, and the way they interact with the others that they played with.
Why does it feel like this game is the perfect game for them to collect all of your data and then sell it to someone? Like, this is the kind of person that would do this, this, and this. These products will work really well for them.
Represent that, such that every frame is a painting.
It's a single player and multiplayer experience, so 1 to 8 players.
Feels like this is the perfect game to sell your fucking
weren't
data
necessarily
with.
Gamers. Gamers are going to love this game as well because it's a very mature, in-depth story.
In 10
But
years'
this game
time,
really
people are
taps
gonna
into
knock
your
on your
life skills
fucking door and be
rather
like,
than
yeah,
your gamer
you're a
skills.
murderer
Puts
because you
everyone
chose to
on a
murder
level
people in that
playing
one
field.
video
You did
game.
well there. That's a ferocious dog.
we did it. You share the same character, you discuss, you make decisions, and majority wins. It's like each player is.
They don't have
like
to
a
sell it. It's
voice
on
in
the Xbox
character
Game
head.
Pass.
You're taking the money
the-
this time.
I am definitely not.
Take the cash. It's been a massive journey, and I can't believe we're just so close, touching distance to this game. Yeah, I'm gonna miss it when it's done.
Yeah, this is definitely not made for like a massive audience. This is more a game that it knows it's gonna capture
Let's
a
check
couple
out
of million
what
people, and that's it.
mysteries, adventures, and, of course, slimes are waiting for us in the new, vibrant world of Slime Rancher 2.
Yeah, you could probably play it on stream. What the fuck is this? It definitely doesn't look like an adult game. Yeah, Yeah, I'll probably not play this. Just fuck your chickens. Just gobble them up. Easy life. Did he just feed that chickens to the fucking slime? No, there's literally 0 voice acting so far. Now, is there any sort of combat in this game, or is it literally just... No, it doesn't seem like there's combat here, guys. No, I'm definitely not. This is not going on my list of games to play. Don't worry, guys. I'm not going to put us through this bullshit. The game itself is giving me a fucking headache. How is he flying? Like, what is he doing to fly? Yeah. I'll give this a hard pass. They just hard pass. Like, it's not even going to it. It's like 100% passing.
All right, time to get going. First trip in a while. Put this in here. Australia. Passport. I need a passport. Where's my passport? Passport.
Dude, there's no way that small little briefcase is that fucking hard to carry.
All right. Where's my Uber? All right, let's go. Let's go.
Home Affairs Simulator. I would not put it past the gaming industry to eventually come up with something like that, right? Home Affairs Simulator. Sit in an office all day and just stamp paperwork.
Welcome back to Melbourne. It is so great to be here in person. Get ready for the showcase.
Literally paper, please. Wait, there is an actual game where your job is to just stamp papers. Dude, what the fuck are you talking about? How is it the best indie game of the year?
Melbourne with FanFest.
Hot Wheels.
We are so excited to tell you all about Forza Horizon 5 Hot Wheels, the first expansion for Forza Horizon 5. So, Mike, let's start with why the team decided to bring Hot Wheels to Forza Horizon 5's Mexico.
Our fans have been telling us for years about how much they loved Forza Horizon 3's Hot Wheels expansion. So we've been waiting for the right time to bring everyone another Hot Wheels adventure. Forza Horizon 5 presented the perfect opportunity to bring Hot Wheels to life like never before with the power of the Xbox Series X and S.
It really does sound like the perfect time for Forza Horizon and Hot Wheels. So I'm wondering if you can tell us a little bit more about what to expect being
you guys,
in the clouds of Mexico this time.
Yes.
You guys have to remember something, right? Like, before Xbox Series S and X,
200 kilometers.
like, there was literally not a single thing on the market, like a gaming thing on the market, that could handle amazing graphics at high frame rates. Like, there was nothing like that in the world, anywhere. Like, no matter where you went. It wasn't until the Xbox Series S and X that, like, 120 frames per second, 1440p became a thing. So that's why it's really important whenever this guy says, thanks to the power of, you know, the Xbox Series X and S, we can now bring you this thing that we couldn't bring you prior because it didn't actually exist. There was no way to play it prior. It's very important to know. This is the best that gaming has ever been able to be, just thanks to the consoles.
In Forest Falls, you'll see
Jimbo, no. PC is not as good as console. Everyone knows that. Like, the guys wouldn't have said that if the PC could actually do it beforehand, right?
Where the Horizon Festival
They wouldn't lie like that.
Among a web of Hot Wheels tracks. And there's more, because new players can jump into Forza Horizon 5 Hot Wheels as early as possible during the main game's initial experience.
And how are people going to be able to use
I know,
Event Lab in
Jimbo,
Forza Horizon 5?
they don't lie and shit like this. They only tell the truth. You know this already. Come on.
Using the new Hot Wheels creation.
Why would a game company lie to you?
New track and stunt pieces
What does a gaming company have to gain by lying to you? You have to think about these things, guys. You have to, like, think about it. They don't have anything to gain.
Of new player-created Hot Wheels events that everyone will enjoy.
So they will only ever tell, like, the
But I'm
truth.
going to ask you the most important question in the room. Can you tell me a bit more about the cars?
Yes. So
No
we
one
have
makes
10
video
new
games for money.
amazing cars coming to the pack.
They do it for
including
passion.
4 new Hot Wheels cars, which have been scaled up to real-life proportions. We have the Diora 2.
Oh, that's
the
actually a
Bad to
good
the Blade,
point.
the
Well,
Bar
actually, I
Harbor
wasn't even
Shaker,
thinking about that.
and the Chevrolet Hot Wheels.
Like, lying on the internet is actually pretty rare, because it's probably not illegal, but it's definitely frowned upon. It is a well-known fact that about 90 to 95% of everything that you read on the internet is true. So,
we know Forza Horizon 5 fans
since this is on the internet, then it stands to reason that 90 to 95% of everything they're saying in the show, at least, would be true. Like, factually correct.
Will then take on a new campaign.
They wouldn't
Moving
lie.
your way up through faster and faster car classes until you unlock the extreme speed of X Class and become a Hot Wheels
Exactly,
legend.
man.
You can also choose to take on the world in
Oh,
Horizon
fuck
Open,
my life,
team
bro.
with your friends,
My friend's
take on
cousin's
team
mother's
of
father works for Nintendo.
Ooh, I absolutely love that. Final question now, though. When can we expect to play?
Yes, so Forza Horizon 5 Hot Wheels releases on July 19th on Xbox Series X and S.
I
Xbox One,
genuinely
Windows
do
PC,
not know a
and Steam.
single person that plays
Thank you
Forza.
so much for joining me. This has been so much
I have
fun.
no friends that are into car games at all. This is Fall Guys, no? There you go. Someone, there you go. I love car games. I'm not into car games at all. At all. I couldn't give 2 fucks about cars. I don't even own my own car. Fall Guys was really fun though. Like, I enjoyed Fall Guys. I don't know why it never actually got, like, it never stuck. It was really quick. It was in and out. Like, it became a big thing and then it just disappeared. Spartan Showdown. Okay.
Now, onto our next block, pun intended, of course. Minecraft Legends is the action strategy take on the franchise you never knew you needed. I'm here with Dennis Rees from Mojang Studios, who has just released the world premiere trailer of Minecraft Legends. Dennis, welcome to the show.
Thanks for having me, Malik.
So happy to have you. I mean, this is a really exciting time for the team. Let's talk Minecraft as a whole, though. That game, I have nothing to back this up, but I feel like everyone on the planet's played Minecraft at this point. But that wasn't enough for you all. You all went and made Minecraft Dungeons, and now we're moving on to the recently revealed Minecraft Legends.
Didn't people like seriously dislike Minecraft
team to
Dungeons?
actually be able to reveal the game, and then two, just let us know what Minecraft Legends is.
Well, we are so excited to finally be able to talk about this game with the world. We've been working on this game for some time now. Minecraft Legends is an action strategy game. Is set in the Minecraft universe.
Some time now.
In order to build this, we really wanted to
Way to fucking hammer that home, bro.
Company that understands strategy games. And so that's when we reached out with Blackbird Interactive. And in doing so, we were able to create an experience that is welcoming for people who may have not played Minecraft, but also people who have. And I mean, you've seen the trailer. It's about going and traveling through these beautiful biomes, exploring this world that is familiar yet still mysterious. And so as you explore,
I've only seen Dungeons on the Game Pass, but I've personally never played it. And I've only ever played 6 hours of Minecraft.
Piglins. And in those offensives, you're able to fight them back and send them back to where they come from. And you know what? You're going to probably want to build some alliances with some unexpected friends because they're going to help you actually defeat the piglins and send them back.
But is it? I'm looking forward to it, and I feel
multiplayer game probably.
Trying to make a game that's both for fans of Minecraft that exist and new fans coming in. Minecraft can go in so many different directions. I feel like with a new game. What made you choose action strategy?
Well, really, it was many years ago, as a group of folks at Mojang sitting around talking about what game genres they really enjoy. And action and strategy were the most popular ones that came up. And so we started to think about
you're talking about Dragon Quest.
And that's where we came into
Boulder.
Interactive.
No?
That was back in 2018.
Jumbo?
And, the project was codenamed Badger. And an interesting little fact for many of those people that might follow Minecraft, if you go back to Minecon 2018 and you look at the shirt that Jens Berenstain was wearing, you'll see a graphic on there. And it's in the shape of a badger head. And really, that was meant to be an Easter egg for years forward, which here we are now. That's
I gotta say, I love
Jesus,
a good
so
Easter
they've
egg.
been really working on this game for some time now.
Fits in the overall Minecraft universe.
Well, the Minecraft universe is just always growing and expanding. And if it's not from our partner communities, then it's from Mojang specifically. Like you mentioned, Minecraft Dungeons. That's a great example where Mojang went out and we built this dungeon crawler experience in the Minecraft universe.
I agree.
It's wonderful. And with Minecraft Legends, we're trying to do something similar, really.
I can't stop yawning, bro. But that's just because I really didn't sleep enough last night.
Characters. And a lot
I got
of other
like
things that I'm not ready
3.5 hours
now.
of sleep.
Dennis, I thought we were friends. You can share it with me and everyone watching. No? Okay, I won't pry any more. But tell us when the game is coming out and where we can keep up to date.
It's coming out in 2023 on PC and console on Xbox Game Pass. And if you want to know more, just follow us Twitter or jump on Minecraft.net.
Dennis, I'm so excited to jump into
My feet
Minecraft
wasn't
Legends.
as big. You would have swallowed me.
And giving us the lowdown.
Thanks for having me.
Dude, I am super tired. I'm not even gonna lie. My brain is fried. I slept literally 3.5 hours.
We're here at Xbox Fan Fest. We got a whole lot for y'all to check out, so let's get it in.
Are they just showing us all the different fan fests around the world at this point? Like, just sort of teasing everyone, saying, you fucking plebs, you weren't at the fan fest show.
They asked me what year Halo came out, won this sweet jersey.
I couldn't believe when I was here on site that I would get to meet the real Master Chief.
Experience here, out of this world. It was really cool to see. I'm gonna go get my nails done because they have a nail station and these things need to be painted.
No, they don't need to be painted. What are you saying?
And come on, Diablo 4? Oh, it's so, why are you so gruesome? All bloody things. No, but it's great. I love it.
What a day we had today. Thank you, everybody, for showing up to Xbox Fan Fest Toronto. Had a lot of fun, saw a lot of games. Great experiences overall. Catch you in the next one.
Jumbo, I would agree with that. Like, I would say the last 5 years for games have been, like, sad. For the most part. With here and there's been a little bit of something, like, there would be a game or two that would be good. But especially the AAA gaming industry have just been really fucking horrible the last few years. Wait. Tubod, is the Halo series really that bad? Because from what I've heard, some people say it's actually pretty good. Point gaming by giving you the same thing as the last 4 games. Wait, but it is a redefinition, right? And it was name only? Funny, I'm disappointed lately. Halo Infinite is dog shit right now. They haven't fixed anything. Shit, that is actually a bit sad. But what are you gonna do? I wonder why Microsoft is struggling so much. Or actually, it's 343 Studios or some shit like that.
Who leads the gaming ecosystem organization here at Xbox. Sarah, it's so great to have you.
It is awesome to be here and so good to see you too.
Yes, I'm super excited for this conversation because as we know, game creators are crucial to Xbox's success. And whenever you talk about them, it's with such like passion and tenacity. I love it. And it sounds super important to you and the rest of Team Xbox. So my question to you is, how do creators inspire the work that you and your team do?
The creators are just the bedrock of everything we do on my team. You know, when you really think about it, where gaming really comes from is it starts with someone who has a creative idea that they choose to put into a game that we all get to experience and enjoy. And that's really the bedrock of our industry, of what motivates us, is to help those people, those developers, bring their stories out. And we think about it in 3 ways. You know, how do we create a vibrant and engaging gamer community for them to come to through Xbox? What are the set of tools and services that we give them that make it easier and faster and more affordable for them to make a game? And how do we create a range of business models that they can use? Because a business model really enables them to perform all sorts of different types of innovation.
Yeah, business models, tools, resources, all these provide choices, and it's increasing these choices for not only the developers, but the players themselves as well.
Yeah.
For example, you and your team just announced a new feature that's going to bring game demos to players. Can you tell us a little bit more about Project Moorcroft?
Project Moorcroft. I know. I love these project names. I wish they would just let me name it, but
Yeah,
they
just
won't.
say it.
I know.
You
They
know?
won't.
Can we change that?
Well, look, we were sitting around as a team and we were thinking about some
I'm
of the
super
things that we
cold,
always
Jumbo.
loved the most about the gaming
Super
industry.
fucking
And
cold.
one of them was, remember when you would go to like a show like PAX or E3, and you would go to the show floor and you get to play a demo or a piece of a game, and the developer would be right there next to you, talking to you about their experience, asking you to try things out, asking you your feedback. And that was one of the things I loved the most about those experiences. We just don't have them as much anymore, you know, in the way that the world has evolved. And so we thought, gosh, how can we make Game Pass like that? Like, how can we use the power of Game Pass and all of the great discovery
It is winter
and
right now and
player
it is
engagement that is
fucking
in it,
cold.
and have it create for creators that opportunity to engage with fans early as they're creating their game, and also for players to get to experience something that they're really anticipating. And so that's what we're going to do. We're actually going to have a program that enables developers to take a piece, a level of their game, and put it into Game Pass so that they can get that great feedback and players can engage with them.
Like, that's the
and
temperature
we know
right
it's a lot
now.
of work sometimes for developers to do that, so we're also going to compensate them for their participation in the program. I'm so
Very
excited for
cold
what's
right
going to come when we launch that.
I think the one thing that we all miss is that connection, right? And now that we are able to come back into conferences and stuff like that, we still need to deepen it. Because by
Jumbo.
deepening that connection, you're diversifying the voices. And then that in return helps to diversify the games and bring diversity into
I
games.
need a heater in this room, bro.
How will Microsoft help to further that front?
Yeah, we think about it all the time, frankly. As
Or just a
Microsoft,
blanket
as
of some
Xbox,
kind.
in my
Something
team
to
in
keep me
particular,
fucking
because
warm.
creators is core to everything we do. You know, if you think about a game, it enables you to experience a perspective, a point of view, in a way that is deep and immersive, unlike any other form of media. So the importance of everyone having an equal opportunity to share their story
I actually do agree
and
with
their
what you just
perspective
said
through
there.
a game, and what it means
I do
to
think
shaping
games
our
is one of the
perceptions,
greatest
what we
ways in
talk
which
about,
you
what we
you
believe,
can
to broadening our
consume media.
perspectives, is critical, and we think about that all the time. So what we've done as a team is we're continuing to expand the set of developers
I just
who
need
we're
to
engaging
have a
with
good
and
night's
bringing
sleep,
them into the
Garion, and I'd
Xbox
be
ecosystem.
fucking good
We've
to
actually
go
more
again.
than doubled the number of developers that are making games for Xbox, and we saw lots of those games in the last day, which has been pretty cool. And the other thing that we did this year is, for the first time ever, we actually have a presence in Africa. We have our first Xbox employee in Africa, specifically dedicated to working with creators in the region.
So what message would you like to leave for creators who are interested in
Creators in
starting the
Africa?
industry?
Yeah, I get that question
Where?
a lot. People say to me, gosh, I would really like to be part of the gaming industry. I'd love to make a game. How do I break through? How do I get involved?
Not
I say,
me, no.
first of all, network. Talk to people, meet people, connect with people, just how you
Dude,
and
we
I
don't even have
connected, actually, at an
electricity
industry
half
event,
the
which
time.
we
What are you
met, which was
talking
super
about?
fun.
Video game
You know,
developers?
Build that
Like,
network and that
fucking
connectivity,
bullshit
because
that
it's so
is.
critical in every industry, but I think particularly in gaming, right? You know, go to industry conferences like GDC.
You
meet
don't need
people,
more than
learn,
one. Like,
try
you have
that
one
out. And
person
if you're
watching
interested
over
in
no
making a game
one.
for Xbox, you can actually go to GitHub.com. You can actually download the Xbox Game Developer Kit and get started. And once you have a game concept, you can also submit it online through ID@Xbox.com, and then you can self-publish to Xbox, which is another great way. And of course, if you actually want to get involved in the industry, all companies are great, but I highly recommend you check out Coming to Work at Xbox. I'm biased, obviously.
I mean, hey, you have every right to be so. Sarah, thank you so much for joining us today. And also, thank you to all the viewers for tuning into Extended. We've heard from so many amazing developers on today's show. Now, before we finish, is there anything else you'd like to share with us?
We were talking earlier
She is
about
pretty,
the
though, so I'll give her
importance
that.
of people being able to tell their story through a game and how incredibly powerful it is. I mean, when we were talking about that, I was thinking about
Jesus,
an
Bren.
experience we've had as a team that's been very touching for me. So, you know, a couple years ago, we started really consciously extending
What a
the
game.
depth and breadth of content that we have in the Xbox ecosystem. And it was through that I got to know the team making Stalker 2 really well. And I actually got to intro that game last year in the Xbox Game Showcase. And
When
it
the
was just
fuck is
incredible.
Stalker 2 coming?
And you know, the thing was, when I was looking at that game last year, and I was looking at the story that they were telling, and they were talking about the beauty of the land and their dedication to their culture and their country. And I thought, wow, this is a cool game. This is a compelling story. But sitting here today, you know, recognizing that that team is Ukrainian, they were based in Kiev, looking at that story and what they were showing to the world just feels entirely different and far more poignant and visceral to me. You know, this is a team who's talking about their culture, talking about fighting for the existence of being a nation, of being a people, of having their own language. And now we all, as a world, have gotten to see how tenuous that, in fact, is. And
Its
an
mocap is
honor,
fucking
frankly,
insane,
to be part of
yes.
this industry and to have the opportunity to uplift their voices and to let their story be told through a gaming experience, especially knowing what we know now about the situation in Ukraine. And as part of that, they actually shared with us something that they wanted us to share with all of you today as part of the show.
Content some viewers may find disturbing. There you go. If you find this disturbing, you only have yourself to blame.
1-1-3.
Yes.
Dude, it must be so fucking surreal to see bombs just going off right next to you.
здесь кипела работа, идеи, она не останавливалась. 3 месяца назад началась война России с Украиной.
Шок-код, рабочий день начинается с тривоги.
Під час сильних обстрілів ми біжимо в укриття.
Це переноска для мого кота, який загинув ще в перший тиждень війни. Ходишь вечером, сирена, выходишь днем, сирена. Днем еще работать надо, поэтому особо не выйдешь, а вечером все время вот так.
Це моє робоче місце.
Вже 3-й місяць я живу і працюю в коридорі. Зі мною живе одноокий пес, врятований з-під обстрілу в Гостомелі. Зараз мені важко писати квести про війну, коли вона йде навколо.
Так работает в перерывах между сиренами і волонтерськими задачами.
Світ ще побачить, наскільки в нас класна культура і в тому числі наскільки класні ігри ми можемо робити.
Меня зовут Александр, я являюсь сотрудником компании ЖСК. Я с Мариуполя. С начала боевых действий она удала потеряна связь с моими родными и близкими. И это непередаваемое ужасное чувство, когда ты не знаешь, живы они или нет.
Я Дмитро Ясенєв, розробник Сталкера. Ніколи не міг уявити, що в 21 столітті в центрі Європи може статися повномасштабна війна.
Я Олексій Іванов, ком'юніті-менеджер проекту Stalker 2. Зі зброєю в руках захищаю свою країну від російської агресії.
Привіт, я Макс, наративний дизайнер гри Stalker 2. Після перемоги я до неї повернуся.
Побачимось на релізі. Слава Україні!
Yeah, this is Stalker 2. This is the people from Stalker 2. Dude, that must be so fucking surreal, dude. So surreal. It is deep and, yes, quite depressing, but also scary as fuck to imagine that it can happen any day.
Last question, Dr. Dallin. Are you sure the perimeter surrounding the zone is really enough? If a powerful emission were to occur, we would...
Listen. The zone has remained stable for years. Besides, we didn't establish the most advanced institution in human history without first guaranteeing its safety. As the head of the Scientific Institute for Research of the Chernobyl area, or CERCA for short, I believe the wonders that we will bring to the world far outweigh the potential risks.
How big are these risks exactly?
The zone reveals a whole new world. We can stick with the old one, fearing change. But tell me, do you want our descendants to remember us as cowards? Or as those who dared to venture forward to a new, better humanity?
Yeah, this is still Stalker 2. They're showing us the beginning of the game.
The injured were evacuated. I remind our listeners that a similar incident happened in our region quite recently, ruining homes and livelihoods. However, city officials urge people to stay calm, assuring them...
I'll probably not play this game because it seems like it's scary as fuck. Yep. Did he realize that he just drove into a radiation area? Like, for fucking, like, just crazy. I've never played Stalker. But it looks like a scary game. I don't like scary games. $2023. I'm sure a lot of people will love it. What do you mean it's not scary? Of course it's scary. I can see the fucking game. It looks scary. The Dark Souls version of Fallout. The Metro franchise scares me too. I played Metro 1, and there's enough jump scary moments in that makes it a scary game for me. I don't think you guys understand. I don't like anything. It should not provide me with any sort of stressful anything. I don't like that. I don't want to feel stressed when I'm playing video games. I want to feel relaxed, cool, collected. That's what I want. I hate feeling stressed. Fear, fuck that game. Yes, it was brilliant, but that was back in the day when I could still play scary games. Nowadays, I fucking can't. Yeah, but isn't 7 Days to Die scary? It seems like it's a fucking scary game. I don't like... Even Fallout is too much for me. Yes, we've reacted to Starfield. Even Fallout, because there are moments in Fallout where you hear something and then you turn around and it's right fucking there, and I hate that. I don't want jump scares. I don't want to be at all surprised by something. I want to know that the thing is there. I want to know where the thing is. I don't want to be chased by shit. I don't like games like that. I don't want to be on the edge of my seat, not sure where things are coming from. Still playing like Rambo. I remember Dead Space in particular, where I became a war machine and mowed down everything. BTs and Death Stranding. They were scary in the beginning, but eventually you learn how to deal with them. I did not like the BTs. A 2 remake must have been hell with Mr. X then. Tanakan, I didn't play Resident Evil 2 remake. So, funny thing is, so I went through, thanks for the first time chat, by the way, I really appreciate that. I went through a really unique sort of evolution, I guess, because when I was much younger, I played all 3 of the original Resident Evil games, and I fucking loved them, right? Loved them. I played Fear. I played Fear 2. One of my favorite games, like growing up on the console, was what was it called again? Oh my god, I just had the name on the tip of my tongue. Alone in the Dark. I don't know if you guys remember that, but Alone in the Dark, fucking loved it. I was such a fan of scary games, of scary movies. Like I would watch horror movies all the time, thrillers, you name it. I was in love with it. And as I grew older, more and more I started to hate those games. So now, whenever I see a game like Outlast, so I played 5 minutes of Outlast. The first fucking moment something started chasing me, I turned it off. I was like, yeah, this is it for me. I'm not playing this shit again. I just can't handle games that provide me with any level of stress. I don't want to be stressed out when I'm playing a game. I want to be relaxed. I want to be chilled. I want to have fun. The last thing I need is a game that makes me feel stressed. But Resident Evil 2, because it looked cool, but I didn't make it past the first scene. Gave it to my brother. Why, Ren? Alan Wake? I can't remember if I played Alan Wake ever. Wins, don't fucking knock a kids movie, dude. There are some really cool fucking kids movies out there. Don't knock them. Don't knock them. I'm a fan. I did, like last night, I watched Zorro. Is there anyone here that actually remember when Zorro came out? Or that's actually watched Zorro? Pretty hardcore. And like the title, not very popular. I feel like most scary games aren't that popular. Scared me when I was young, thanks to low render distances and skies being completely black. Some games look like they took place in hell. So yeah, when it was new, I rewatched it last night. Yes, Zorro with Antonio Banderas and Anthony Hopkins. Believe me, the comedy in the game still in the movie still holds up. Like the comedy is still good. The fighting scenes are atrocious. The sword fighting scenes are especially fucking bad. The acting is decent. It's not bad acting. But Yeah, I just watched it last night because I'm busy playing V Rising. And so I just wanted to have something on because I was doing a lot of farming last night on V Rising. And I ended up watching that. And yeah, it's just not that great. You got to watch a new Seagull movie. It's such a train wreck. It's glorious. All Seagull movies are fucking train wrecks, though. It was lit. It's like watching the first Scream movie. It went from horror to comedy. Oh my god, Scream. I remember watching Scream in the cinema, dude. Like going to the actual cinema to watch Scream. They're apparently doing a remake of Zorro with a female lead. I mean, as far as Zorro is concerned, you could have a female lead, I guess, for Zorro. But I wouldn't do a remake of Zorro. Because it was sort of like, it was supposed to be a superhero movie, you know? But it's not a special guy. It's a guy that can fight with swords and wears a mask, a hat, and a cape. That's it. But it's supposed to be a superhero movie. Or a hero movie, maybe, because there's nothing super about him. So I wouldn't remake Zorro. I don't think a remake of Zorro would be good. I don't think today's kids, with things like Iron Man floating around and Spider-Man, I don't think today's kids are going to be watching Zorro and thinking, oh my god, this is fucking amazing. Apologize to women. It's just a guy with a whip and a rapier. Oh yeah, but, well, in the first one, he doesn't even really use his whip, right? I'll probably end up watching, would you recommend V Rising? Yes. Yes, I would. V Rising is absolutely fantastic. Just so well done. So well done. Yeah, I absolutely would recommend V Rising. For the price, oh my god, it's not even fucking a contest. The game could easily have charged more. Like, they could easily have charged $30, $45 or $40 for that game, and it would still be a bargain. I bought it for less than $10. Like, my copy with regional pricing was like $8 or some shit like that. So yeah, I can 100% recommend V Rising as a game. 100%. Now, it's obviously going to be different for everyone. Like, everyone's going to have their own ideas about games. But for me, what makes V Rising good is... So you guys remember how I told you I hate survival games? I'm like not a big fan of survival games because they're all fucking boring in how they approach being a survival game. This is not true in V Rising because you don't have food in V Rising. What you do have in V Rising, Talakan, thanks so much for following, dude. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you. You need to drink blood because you're a vampire. The nice thing is that you drink blood anyways because the quality of the blood buffs you. It gives you buffs. And that's actually the only reason why you're drinking the blood is for the buffs. It runs out slowly over time. It will sort of run out. And so you have to sort of refresh it every once in a while. But it's like once every 2 days or something you have to get new blood. For the most part, though, you are... I've never run out of blood. Like, not a single time. And I don't even think about the blood insofar as, am I going to run out? It's more so that I want to get better quality blood. Yeah, and everyone has food. Everywhere you go, your food is right there. So it really doesn't fucking matter. It does not matter. So you do have food? Everyone has food? Yeah. And the way you can get sort of... you know how in most survival games you will eventually have a way of producing food? So the way this game allows you to produce food is... I'm not at that level yet, but you can build sort of cages. And then you can go out and you can sort of charm humans into following you back to your base. And then you put them inside those cages. So if you need a midnight snack, you can just snack on the human. Like that's That's how the game fucking works. It is quite interesting. The story is it's not really a story. Not in the way that you expect. There's a narrative. There's no story. So the narrative is vampires used to rule the world, and then humans rebelled and basically overthrew the vampires, right? Now you awake as a vampire lord that's basically trying to reclaim the glory years of the vampires. So the world is the narrative, and there is a narrative that ties the world to everything that you do, but there's no like story. There's no quests that you do, and the quests unlock story and shit like that. Mix between Diablo and Rust or something. Not 100% sure of what to expect from it. I can show you guys a little bit. Obviously, I'm not going to waste your time too much with playing it because I know many of you don't actually care. But I'll show you guys a little bit. Let me just change this so people don't fucking think. I'll show you my proper base. I'll show you my base that I'm currently working out of. Diablo games, I hadn't given it a thought. You'll see now what it is. Because, yes, it is a Diablo game. Or similar to Diablo game. It's isometric, obviously. But there's a lot more that goes into it. I'll show you in a second. Vampires okay, but zombies are too much. I mean, it's not zombies that scare me. It's more so just if the zombies are fucking jumping out at me. That's what scares me. So here you have my base, right? Which I've it's still very early level base, but so here you crush rocks into stone bricks, and you can use those bricks to build stuff. Your sawmills are over here, your chests are over here. This is the tannery. Here are my coffins for my servants, right? So I already have 3 servants, although these servants are horrible fucking servants. But I just sort of wanted to see them, the heart, castle heart over here. Old Balder, how you doing, brother? The chest that consumes your items. So if you have items that you want to sort of no longer have, you drop them in here and the chest starts making moves to consume them. The foundry over here. My horse just chilling in the foundry for some reason. My alchemy lab over here with my blood press. Right there. Vermin nest if I wanted to summon some vermin. My coffin that I can sleep in. Now, the reason you would want to sleep in the coffin is I do this quite often. If I have like a shit ton of stuff that I'm busy doing. So if I'm making cotton wool, for example, or some shit like that. And I don't want to log out, but I also don't want to have my stats count down too much. I'll just sleep in the coffin. Because as far as I can tell, whenever you're inside the coffin, your blood doesn't drain at all. So I can basically leave, go make food, watch a movie or whatever. This is the part of the game that I think is actually one of the best parts of it. So these are all the bosses that I've already killed. And you can, let's just click on this one. So this boss, before I killed it, I didn't have access to this. But this boss gives me a power. So this is the Crimson Aegis. Applies a shield to target ally or self, and the shield will knock people back. Then it gives me access, when I kill it, it gives me 5-finger workboards, longboards, and then assortment of statues. And it gives me a recipe for whetstone. Now, if I go down here, these are the bosses that I have not killed yet. These are the bosses that's way too high level for me. And then these are the bosses that I can kill. Love being one of the club, following you on YouTube. You're my first Twitch account I follow. Oh my god. Dude, thanks for the first time chat. Really appreciate that. We are delighted to be the ones to take your Twitch virginity. How you doing, brother? So Vincent the Frostbringer. I don't know what powers he's going to give me. But since it's Frost, I'm assuming it's going to have something to do with this. So if we go here, you can see your powers here, right? So you have Blood, Unholy, Illusion, Chaos, and Frost. Now in Frost, this is the only thing I have available. This is where you build it. So you can have access to any 2 abilities and an ultimate ability. Your weapons is a whole different skill set in and of itself, right? Your travel ability, this is sort of fast dash. So if you look here at the Chaos one, Veil of Chaos, dash forwards and dash towards input direction and elude nearby enemies for 2.2 seconds. Your next melee attack deals 25% bonus damage, can be recasted to dash 1 more time, spawning a second illusion. Your illusions explode, dealing 50% magic damage to nearby enemies. You tried the Ice Ult yet? That shit is OP. Modification, I haven't unlocked it yet. Thanks for the first time chat, by the way. Really appreciate that. I have not unlocked that yet. If you look at Frost here, I'm still very early in the game. Illusion has its own sort of things. Unholy has its own things, and then Blood has its own things. And you basically make a build for yourself. Although from what I've been able to see, a lot of the build is down to the boss that you fight. So if you're fighting a specific boss, one build might be better than another. All right, we're busy breaking down some cotton into cotton yarn. So that's good. Here's the buffs that I was talking about, by the way. So here's your blood pool. My blood pool currently is at 7.1 liters out of 10. And the blood quality is 30%, and the blood type is rogue, right? And so you can look here. If I had 100% in the rogue, so if I killed a rogue with 100% blood type, I would get 20% chance to critical strike on weapon attacks. I would get 15% movement speed. I would get 25% reduced cooldown on travel skill, 100% chance to critical strike on the next physical attack after using the travel skill. You know, all those buffs that you're going to get there. It's your first ever playing on. You seem like you know what you're talking about. Modification, this is my first game, yes. I just like figuring games out. Call it my YouTube review mind. Whenever I play a game, even if I'm not going to do a YouTube review, I like to figure shit out when I'm playing them, right? Your throne room over here, or your throne over here. Now, if you click on the throne, this is why you have followers, because you can send your followers out to go do different things. Mine is on a hunt right now. It's going to take 21 hours for them to finish. The one bad thing about this game is time does not go by when you log out. Because I'm on a, probably because I'm on a PvE server, but because I'm on a PvE server, as soon as I log out, everything stops. So I have to be in the game. That's where the throne becomes really cool. But let me show you guys what it looks like when you track someone. You see that? That's how you track. So it just gives you this faint, every once in a while, like a blood trail that tells you whatever you're tracking, it's in this direction. It doesn't give you anything on the map. It doesn't tell you exactly where to go. It's like, you want to go in that direction, that's probably where it's at. And that's it, right? So we'll do, let's mount up on the horse here. Wait. Yeah, we can probably leave. And then, of course, don't be in the sun for too long, because it fucking burns. Darkness, my friend. Yeah, you want to stay to the shadows as much as fucking possible in this game. If you don't, you get completely wrecked. Like, look at that sunbeam. I can show you guys how much damage it does in a minute. Like, let me just stand here. I'll show you. So keep getting brighter, brighter, brighter. See that? Like, half health, just like that. Get fucked. Like, this is not, like, you should not be in the fucking sun for too long. Like, not at all. You'll get wrecked. The weirdest part is when you're fighting bosses in the sun and then the sun kills you. Like, that does happen. Alright, let's see. Where's the blood coming from? I want to go fight that boss. Even though I'm pretty sure we're not going to be able to kill it. Still want to give it a try. I think I know where this boss is, by the way. I don't want to assume, but I have a feeling I know where the boss is. Like, if we go map, I think it's over here in the Hollowed Mountains. It says frost, and this is a frosty area. So I'm sort of thinking that's where this boss is. Although I'm not seeing any blood. Oh, there we go. So the blood is telling me go forward. Let's just follow the blood trail. Patrols around Dunley Farms. Wait. That's one of the guys that patrols around the farms? Fuck no. The guys at the farms are disgustingly OP. Oh, here we go. Moon is rising. Finally, we don't have to worry about this shit anymore. Wait a second. Let's go up. We'll go around this. I've already cleared out the stronghold. A single player game to me? Actually, the online version of it has you attacking people's castles. I would say the online version is a pretty important part of the game, actually. You say it's at the Dunley Farms, right? Alright, let's... When if you go into the forest at the top of the map? Oh yeah, I'm under no I'm under no impressions that it's not gonna get worse. Fuck, that's actually some good blood. 15%, 23%. Okay, I'll take the 23%. Fuck. Alright, get yourself a little, Wait, where's my fucking... Where's the rogue? Oh, there it is. Don't lose the 23% rogue. I need his blood. Are you? Oh my god, I one-shot him? Motherfucker. Did I one-shot him? That's not what I wanted to do. I wanted his blood. I'm a little depleted. But I think we should be fine still. We can just go. Wait, PvP in this game, you basically craft a siege golem, and when you spawn it, it shows where it is. So when you raid someone, you're about 15 players around, because they're all coming. Jesus. Modification, thanks for the follow, I did really appreciate that. You haven't seen anything yet, dude. I'll show you in a minute. Like, things get... Like, they thought about so much. Can we find someone with some decent... Jesus. Alright, here we go. Apparently I'm... Oh, that's a beast. Although beasts do not have good... Oh my god. Yeah, sure. Dude, oh, I'll take you. Fuck it. We'll eat him. This game is technically still in alpha? Wait, this game really is still in alpha? People asked me about this, and I wasn't sure. I really wasn't sure what to tell people. Is it in alpha? Isn't it in alpha? I may as well just clear out this fucking camp while we're here. What I've been told a few times, yeah, it's still an alpha. Jesus. Well, good on them for doing this and being this fucking good in alpha. Dude, I feel like I've completely passed him. I do not think that this guy is in, like, patrolling here. Like, look at where the blood... Okay, never mind. The blood seems to come from this over yonder. So maybe Alright, let's just follow. You know, fuck it. Let's heal first. All this game still needs, as far as I'm concerned, is like if you put dungeons and raids in this game, fucking hell, bro. Like, GG, let's go. Oh, there's some good. Oh my god, that's some good fucking blood. I just killed the good blood. I hate my life. I hate my life. These guys should be rather easy to kill. Ooh. Yeah. How the No! Oh, fucking hell. Great. I just got knocked straight into it. Farms of the militia camps. And this is why, ladies and gentlemen, that vampires IRL would use maces to not spill the good blood. Why would you use your mace? Like, the copper mace is not cool. It's so slow. Oh, by the way, this is what I wanted to show you guys. So every single one of the weapons, this is where your skills really come in. So I told you about the skills that you can have over here, right? So these are the different spell skills that you can have. And you can have magic builds, or you can have sort of melee builds. It's really up to you which one you want to hyper focus on. But every single one of the weapons has its own abilities, right? So that's what your axe does. Your axe jumps forward and sort of slices. But as you can see, you have 3 abilities. I just haven't unlocked the other one yet. And then for your spear will do like a stab thing that you can interrupt for more damage later on. So every single one of your weapons has its own quote-unquote thing that it does. So for your crossbow, you can do like an AoE for the crossbow. So it's actually like, it's very in-depth. Soul shards around the map. If you collect 4, you become Dracula and become super OP. Isn't that like much later game though? Like much later game, you get to collect soul shards and stuff like that. Because I am supposed to at some point build an Eye of Twilight that I think is the thing that allows you to find those orbs in the first place. Okay, let's go see. I don't like this area of the map that much because there's a sun priestess that patrols here that fucking hurts, bro. Like, she keeps casting this light magic on you, and it is fucking destructive, is what it is. Level 65? Yeah, I'm nowhere near that. I'm level 41, right? No good blood. Dude, this thing hurts like a motherfucker. Wow. Alright, the crossbow is slow, but it does a lot of fucking damage. Oh my good god. Fuck this bitch. How do I get to shoot that shit? Okay, this is the first time that I'm playing with a crossbow, by the way. Not well adept at playing crossbow. Oh my Jesus. I don't know if I can... I could probably take him. There you go. Come on, fam. Come on, fam. I believe in you guys. I believe in you. You guys can do it. One thing we notice is melee attacks need a modifier. They are way too weak compared to spells. I can definitely agree with that. Your spells do shit tons of damage. Your melee well, it probably depends on what you want to do with your melee attacks, Jimbo. You should have gotten sponsored for this. Someone, hey, I hope you enjoy it, bro. I do agree with you, but at the same time, I treat my sort of primary attacks more like filler, you know? They're supposed to be filler. Oh, I wanted to show you guys this. So, if we wanted to go into this farm, right? You see the garlic here? Right? So this farm has garlic all around it. So if I go in here, I suffer garlic exposure, which stacks up. Now, you do get sort of spells and stuff that will, potions, that will increase your garlic resistance. And that then obviously allows you to be in there longer before you get, like, completely wrecked. Because at 100 stacks, your damage taken is increased by 100. And your damage dealt is reduced by 50. I feel like this is... Oh, it's still going strong. Vampires can't chase them if they run inside a house. In this game, you can go into the house. Like, the house will not save them. Yeah, okay. I can't fight that guy. He's got fucking skulls around him, so we'll just see if we can give him a wide berth. Is there a way around this river in any way, shape, or form? Bullshit. Immersion break? Modification. I've been on Twitch. You mean in terms of my whole life or just today? Because, like, seriously, how long have I, like, seriously been on Twitch? Oh, since I created my account. I probably created the account 5 years ago, modification. But I didn't stream. I actually don't, I still don't really stream all that seriously. But I probably started streaming semi-seriously about 1.5 years, 2 years ago. The first 3 years or so, I couldn't actually stream at all. Oh, Christ. Jade, the Vampire Huntress. Well, that was a really bad idea. Let's hope she doesn't follow me in here. Because I can't fight her. Oh my Christ, she's right here. Dude, what the fuck? How far is she gonna chase me? Surely that's it, right? Welcome out counts as inviting someone in? I have no idea. So how do I get past her? Because I'm not sure. Not that I have any interest in doing this during the fucking day. Not gonna lie. Can you guys even hear the game sound? You should be able to hear this. Patrols on the roads as well. Yeah, there's so many dangerous things in this part of the fucking game, though. I'm not a huge fan. Yeah. Vamp Hunter needs glasses. You're clearly just a wolf. Dude, there is actually a human form in the game. You can do human form, but it takes so much blood to go human form. So look at my human form. I want to show you guys what the human form looks like. So human form allows you to go into towns and stuff. And then this is you in human form. That allows you to work with traders and the like. Now, the thing that I wonder is this is an indie game. And look at everything that they've put into it. So why in the fuck do we have games like Diablo Immortal that can like barely fucking string proper gameplay along and has to charge that much money when this is what indie companies can do? Like, you have to wonder about that, right? Alright, where's the blood coming from? My brother plays on a PvP server. Jumbo. I don't. I refuse to. I don't like PvP at the best of times. And a game like this, the first time someone destroys my base, I'm fucking out. Like, that's it. I'm done. I'm not playing anymore. Come on, bitch. I could probably... What is he? Ah, fucking 16. Are you serious right now? Dude, why is everyone so horrible? Like, where's the good blood types? Paid $15 for this. I assume Diablo Immortal is $99 better. Yeah, I would say that's a safe assumption to make. Like, they wouldn't charge that much for Diablo Immortal if it wasn't that much better, right? Alright. Who's screaming? Are you guys hearing that? Who is Vincent the Frostbringer? Alright, here we go. I'm ready, chat.
If you want to cause trouble, you're going to have to get through me.
What up, Vincent, bitch? How you doing, asshole? Oh, I think we're both blocking. Oh my god. All right, Vincent. Let's see what you have for us. Look. All right, Vincent seems easy enough. Oh my god. Dude, he just froze the living fuck out of me.
I feel it shit.
I don't like the fact that you're doing this. Oh my god, Vincent's an asshole. Oh, we're both blocking again? Fucking hell.
I feel a chill.
Oh my god! Dude, the slow is real! I can't believe this.
I feel a chill coming on.
Yeah, kill. Oh my god, dude. Oh, for fuck's sake! Dude, this guy does a lot of fucking damage. I should be able to finish you off. Thank you. All right, here we go.
Is it getting cold?
And now we're getting some powers. Really expensive, you guys. Really looking forward to doing a magic build if possible. Tomorrow's the last day of work and then the week off. So we're going to lay into it. Nice, Virgil. That sounds fun. Alright, we've got lumber. Dude, this guy just wrecked the entire forest. Like, the entire forest got fucked. I need to pick this shit up. What can I drop? What do I not need right now? That's easy as fuck to get. We'll do that. Now we need to... That's easy to get as well. Just do that. I need new blood. I definitely need some blood. I know life the game for a week. Someone, this game, you will most likely know life for a week if you played it. Like, it really is just stupid fun. I would say the game does a couple of things really well. Oh my god, this is a cotton farm and I've discovered it. Nice. The game does not immediately drop you into like crazy amounts of depth, right? At first, it presents itself as just a clear-cut, go out, collect some stuff, and that's the end of it, right? Not really much to it. And then slowly over time, as you're playing, more and more of the game starts to reveal itself. And you basically start to realize that the game is actually much deeper than what you originally thought.
Damnation.
Oh, there's that Christina bitch! Please don't fucking run into these. Don't get knocked off. I can't handle getting knocked off. Where am I going? I could go just here. So that Christina lady have killed me about 4 times already. I've tried to kill her multiple times. It doesn't work. She does so much fucking healing that I can't get through her healing. So I'm gonna have to figure something out with her. Maybe different buffs. Because I think I went with rogue buffs. And for some reason, the rogue buffs aren't working. So I might have to find a different kind of buff or maybe a different build to stop her from healing so much. Oh yeah, I've run into the werewolf too. The werewolf's killed me a couple of fucking times as well. Oh my Jesus, that's 68. That guy has 68. That's good. We'll reset you just in case. No. Oh my god, I almost lost 68% blood, bro. That would have been sad as fuck. But okay, with 68%, right, we've got some decent shit going. Now we can head home. It's an addiction. But this game is definitely addicting. Yes. I'll show you one final thing before I stop. But there is one, like, fuck, I just missed the pause. Skilled 100% blood type scholar and almost deleted the game. Wow. Hey. I had one of those yesterday where I had a 99% rogue. And I was trying so fucking hard to keep it alive, right? Like, I was trying my absolute best to keep it alive. And then, like, one of my skeletons that I summoned with the shield fucking one-shot him. Dude, I was devastated. I was absolutely fucking devastated. Like, just that moment of realization where I'm just like, dude, what are you doing? It was quite terrible. Oh shit, the alpha wolf is after me. Alright, we're almost home. We're almost fucking home. I could have just taken teleports. Although you can't teleport with goods. But I could have taken a teleport there. And then, you know, sort of... Alright, so now you get home and you just do your, sort of drop everything into their place. If you have things that you can drop in. I usually go through this step every single time after I get home. Just quickly empty out my fucking bags. With my second castle hot up near Dundee Farms and the iron mines to make the grind for iron and cotton easier. I could actually do that, yes. Werewolves are just menstrual furries. Changed my mind. I could agree with that. I don't actually have anything to devour. I was hoping I could show you guys a little bit of devouring, but I don't have anything. So we'll just do some blood prey stuff instead. There we go. Getting some blood. Oh shit. One of our followers is ready. Compulsively count. Does it drop off only stuff that's in the chest? Someone, yes. Compulsive. It's one of the greatest features that most fucking survival games don't have. If you already have the resource in the chest, it will drop everything in your bags of that resource in that chest. Makes it so much fucking easier to manage your resources. So there we go. Orson is ready, and I can send Orson out on a quest. So let's send Orson out on a fucking quest. Orson, it's time for you to go questing. So I know there's one... Here we go. We can send Orson to the logging camp. Select. Orson has a 0% chance of success. Which is great. I have no idea how you get that chance up. Like, I have no idea how you get that chance up. Like, I'm imagining you just have to do more quests. Like, I'm imagining that's how you do it. Do they get XP or not? Like, that's sort of probably an important question to ask. Do they get XP or do they not get XP? Attributes with the mission requirements? They don't get XP. Alright. Okay, that's fine. So here's the research desk. As you can see, I have 3 more things that I have to research on this desk. Then I've done everything for the research desk. Ponter, how you doing, bro? And then the study is the new one. And this is where I unlock even more things. And I'm pretty sure there's even more, like, things that you eventually unlock. XP, make good blood followers and equip them with good gear. Yeah, I'm still sort of playing around with it, which is why I asked, because as things stand, I wanted to check if I make like a useless follower, can I actually make that follower into something good? So if you guys say no, that does suck a little, but hey, you know, it is what it fucking is. Alright, Orson is just sort of walking around right now, doing her own thing. I think I have some wood. Depending on where you got the servants from, they will be more efficient farming that same area. Right now, like I said, I've just sort of gone around trying to, like, at least figure out the servant thing because I just recently got servants. So I basically just grabbed whichever fucking servants I could get my hands on, if I'm honest. I have not thought about things too much. Alright, so you guys want me to make some gear. Does it have to be, like, it probably has to be good gear, right? Like, you want to make them the best possible gear? Let's just quickly see here. So, Orson needs 1 weapon. Boost the amount of power acquired from equipment. Ah, okay. You match followers here, similar to what you did for garrison missions in WoD. So, the perks that this has is reduces difficulty by 100% when hunting areas inhabited by creatures and demons. And increases the amount of loot secured successful hunts in Farbane Forest by 20%. So, needed chest armor, hands, legs, and feet. A ring. Is that a ring? That's a ring slot, right? Or is that... Yeah, that is a ring slot. Yeah, okay. So, ring, chest, and then a weapon. But probably a crossbow, because it seems like she's going to want to fight with a crossbow. Okay, so what does it cost to make the best gear? I'm going to need leather, coarse thread, and copper ingots. I don't think I have enough of that. And also I'm going to need all of the others here. Let's see. Yeah, I definitely don't have enough fucking leather. How do I not have enough leather? Am I going to have to go... I might have enough, actually. Yeah, should have enough. So leather and coarse thread. My coarse thread is over here. A weapon. They'll get to use their base weapon. Like, if you give her a sword, she'll still use the bow. Alright, that helps. I should get a fucking door in there. This is annoying. I should just get a door there. Alright, let's see. We can make some Night Stalker stuff here. As for weapons, I'll probably do the copper sword. Should be sort of the best. Yeah, we should be fine with this. And indeed, each zone followers are good for quests in that zone, and each type, like warrior, rogue, etc., are also good against specific missions. Oh, one question that I did have, for those of you that's played the game a lot more, are you only limited to 5 followers? Apocalypse, the 800% value chests have not launched yet. They didn't have the budget for that, but I'm told by reliable witnesses they will absolutely be launching them in due time. So you don't have to worry about that. You're not going to miss out on 800% value chests. Like, they've got you, fam. You don't have to worry about that. And castle, you can have more followers. Ah, okay. So it's bound to castle.
Did you know Twitch Prime gives you 1 free sub to gift to any streamer per month? Consider throwing it at a fat man to join exclusive supporter channels on the Discord. Separate yourself from the free-to-watch plugs in the most taken community on Twitch.
Thank you for the 10 bits, Apocalypse. Really appreciate that. Someone, yeah, sadly the game won't let you like make your own content, which is sad. I know how you feel. Like, I would have preferred it as well if the game allowed you to make your own content, because that's really why we play these games, you know. I feel like I don't even have a fucking ember chain. Yeah, I don't even have the ember chain. Why do I not have the ember chain? Oh, I made the mist signet. That's why. Let's do grave dust. I don't even know if I have morning lilies, but we'll see. Let's do the grave dust, and then where do I keep my plants? Might be here. Do I have morning lilies? Yes. Okay. Alright, it's not going to be the best gear, but it's going to be some gear, right? And considering that she is from Farbane, she should already have a decent time at running this shit, so pretty sure it'll be fine. We'll do just fine. All right, Orson. Let's see what you've got. All right, Orson is now powered to fuck. All right, Orson, time for a mission. Show us what you've got, baby. Show us what you've got. 100% success chance. Easy. You want to know what's the most annoying part of this? You can label the chests, which you can then view with your mouse over them. I should do that, actually. I did not know that you could do that. The only annoying thing is that in order to do these hunts, it takes 23 hours, like a full day. And that's a full day of, like, actual gameplay. Even if you set it at its lowest, I don't think it, like, we can cancel it here and I'll show you, but I think even if you set it at its lowest, it doesn't really, like, it's still not very low, right? Like, that's the most that you're gonna get from this, right? But even if you go, like, 4 hours, 2 hours is still a long-ass time to be in the fucking game. We can do 8 hours as well, but it's still, like, it's still long because you have to be physically in the game. On servers, you don't have to be online for it. True. But on private servers, you have to. You don't have a fucking choice. Anyways, you guys asked, you know, what the game is like. So that's the game. That's V Rising. It's fun. I wouldn't say it's my stream game. Like, I would still probably prefer, when it comes to streaming, I would still prefer playing, like, Final Fantasy and stuff like that. Because I think, I think those are better for streaming, at least for me. Because I'm more used to MMOs. So, I find it much easier. But, yeah. It is a massively fun game to play. This game, I'm probably going to be playing it tonight after I've had dinner. I will most likely come back and play this again. I've been playing this now for about a week, like fucking non-stop almost. Just farming. Like, that's what I've been doing. Watching movies and going out and farming resources. That's it. I'm not even, like, playing the game, quote-unquote, the right way. I'm just, like, having fun farming crap. I will not play Resident Evil 7. Fuck that. That's not happening. But anyways, ladies and gentlemen, I will be back tomorrow night. Same time, same place as always, right here on Twitch. We'll probably play some Final Fantasy tomorrow. Obviously start as always with some just chatting stuff. And then jump right into some Final Fantasy. So yeah, I want to thank you all for coming out, for spending your afternoon, your morning, your evening with me. It's been an absolute pleasure, as always. Please be kind to each other, be good to each other, and I will see all of you in the next one. Peace out, fam.